Javert advanced slowly, delving into every nook on his way down the street, as into the pockets of a thief. When he reached the center of his web, he found the fly was gone. You can imagine his fury. He questioned his lookout at the corner of Droitmore and Picpus. This agent had remained stolidly at his post and had not seen the man go by. It sometimes happens that a stag finds escape cover, in other words gets away, even with the pack at his heels, and then the oldest huntsmen are lost for words. Duvivier, Lignaville and Desprez are dumbfounded. In a reversal of this kind, Artange exclaimed, "That's not a stag, it's a sorcerer." Javert might easily have given vent to the same cry. For a moment there was an element of despair and rage in his disappointment. Certainly, Napoleon made mistakes during the war in Russia, Alexander made mistakes during the war in India, Caesar during the war in Africa, Cyrus during the war in Scythia, and Javert made mistakes in this campaign against Jean Valjean. He was perhaps wrong to hesitate in recognizing the ex-convict. That first glance should have been enough. He was wrong not just simply to arrest him at the tenement. He was wrong not to detain him when he positively identified him in Rue de Pontoise. He was wrong to confer with his aides in Carrefour Rollin in full moonlight. Certainly expert advice is useful, and it is a good thing to know which dogs can be relied on, and to look to them. But the huntsman cannot afford to take too many precautions when hunting nervous animals like the fox and the convict. Too anxious to set a pack of bloodhounds on the trail, Javert alerted the beast by letting it get wind of them and caused it to bolt. Most of all, when he picked up the scent again on the Pont d'Austerlitz, he was wrong to play the dreadful and childish game of teasing, keeping such a man on the end of a line. He overestimated himself by thinking he could play cat and mouse with a lion. At the same time, he underestimated himself by deeming it necessary to recruit backup. A fatal precaution, a waste of precious time. Javert made all these mistakes, yet was one of the cleverest and most competent spies that ever existed. He was in the full sense of the term what in hunting is called a steady hound. But which of us is perfect? Great strategists have their weaknesses. The greatest follies, like the stoutest ropes, are often composed of a multitude of strands. Take the cable thread by thread, take separately each petty determining motive, and you can snap them one by one and say, there's no more to it than that. Braid them and twist them together, and what you have is momentous: Attila wavering between Marcian in the east and Valentinian in the west, Hannibal lingering at Capua, Danton going to sleep at Arcis-sur-Aube. In any case, even when he saw that Jean Valjean had escaped him, Javert did not lose his head. Sure that the ex-convict who had violated the conditions of his release could not be very far away, he posted lookouts, set up traps and ambushes, and combed the neighborhood all night long. The first thing he saw was the damage to the street lamp whose rope had been cut. A precious clue that led him astray, however, by directing all his searches around cul-de-sac Genrot. There were in this blind alley fairly low walls enclosing gardens whose boundaries bordered on vast tracts of wasteland. Evidently Jean Valjean must have fled in that direction. The fact is, had he gone a little further down cul-de-sac Genrot, he might well have done so, and that would have been his undoing. Javert scoured these gardens and this wasteland as if he might have been searching for a needle. At daybreak he left two sharp-witted men to keep watch, and returned to the prefecture, ashamed, like a narc bested by a thief. Book 6 Petit Picpus. I. Number 62 Petite Rue Picpus. Half a century ago nothing more resembled an ordinary carriage gate than the carriage gate of number 62 Petite Rue Picpus. This entrance, usually standing ajar in the most inviting manner, revealed two things with nothing very dismal about them: a courtyard surrounded by vine-covered walls and an idling porter's face. Above the far wall you could see some tall trees. When a ray of sunshine brightened up the courtyard, when a glass of wine brightened up the porter, it was difficult to pass number 62 Petite Rue Picpus without taking away a cheerful impression of it. Yet it was a somber place that you had glimpsed. Behind the smiling doorway the house prayed and wept. If you succeeded in getting past the porter, which was not at all easy, indeed, for nearly everybody it was almost impossible, for there was an open sesame you had to know, if, having got past the porter, you entered a little vestibule on the right with a staircase squeezed in between two walls and so narrow that only one person could use it at a time. If you did not allow yourself to be scared off by the canary yellow distemper with a chocolate brown dado on the staircase walls, if you ventured to climb the staircase, you went past a first landing, then a second, and you came to a corridor on the first floor where the yellow distemper and the chocolate brown dado pursued you with placid relentlessness. Staircase and corridor were lighted by two handsome windows. The corridor turned sharply and became gloomy. If you rounded this corner you came to a door a few paces further on that was all the more mysterious for not being locked. Push it open and you found yourself in a little room about 6 feet square, with a tiled floor, well scrubbed, clean, cold, the walls papered with green-flowered nankeen at 15 sous a roll. A dull white light entered from a large small-paned window on the left that took up the whole width of the room. You looked, but saw no one. You listened, but heard neither a footstep nor the murmur of a human voice. The walls were bare, the room unfurnished, not so much as a chair. You looked again, and you saw on the wall opposite the door a hatch, about a foot square, filled with a grid of nobly solid, black iron bars forming squares, I almost said a mesh, with a diagonal of less than an inch and a half. The little green flowers on the nankeen wallpaper came up to those iron bars in a calm, orderly fashion without being frightened or thrown into confusion by this grim contact. Even supposing that some human being were so wonderfully thin as to try to enter or exit through the square hatch, this grille would have prevented it. It kept out the body but not the eyes, that is to say, the mind. Apparently this had been thought of, for it was backed by a sheet of tin set a little further behind in the wall and pierced with 1,000 holes more microscopic than the holes in a sieve. At the bottom of this plaque an opening had been made exactly like the mouth of a letterbox. To the right of the grilled hatch hung a wire attached to a bell mechanism. If this wire was pulled a little bell tinkled and you heard a voice very close to you that made you start. "Who's there?" the voice would ask. It was a woman's voice, a subdued voice, so subdued it sounded mournful. Here again there was a magic word you had to know. If you did not know it, the voice would say nothing and the wall would fall silent again as if the affrighted darkness of the tomb had been on the other side of it. If you knew the password the voice went on, enter the door on your right. You then noticed to your right, opposite the window, a glazed door painted gray with a fanlight above it. You lifted the latch, you went through the door, and you had exactly the same impression as when you go into a grilled box at the theater before the grill is taken down and lighting is introduced. You were indeed in a kind of theater box, dimly lit by the muted light from the glazed door, confined, furnished with 2 old chairs and a much frayed straw mat, and just like a real box with its elbow-high frontage and a black wooden shelf on top. This box was grilled, only not with a gilded wooden grill like the one at the opera, but a monstrous lattice of iron bars, hideously close-knit and fixed in the wall with enormous fittings that looked like clenched fists. After the first few minutes, when your eyes began to adjust to this cellar-like gloom, they tried to see through the grating but traveled no further than 6 inches beyond it. There they encountered a barrier of black shutters, fortified with wooden cross-supports painted a gingerbread yellow. These were folding shutters divided into long narrow slats and they screened the entire width of the grating. They were always closed. After a few moments you heard a voice address you from behind these shutters that said, "I am here. What is it you want?" It was a cherished voice, sometimes an adored voice. No one could be seen. Only the faintest breath could be heard. It was like a ghost speaking to you through the walls of the tomb. Very rarely, if you happened to meet certain specified conditions, the narrow slat of one of the shutters opened in front of you, and the ghost became an apparition. Behind the grating, behind the shutter, you glimpsed, inasmuch as the grating allowed you to, a head with only the mouth and chin visible. The rest was covered with a black veil. A black wimple could be discerned and a barely distinguishable figure covered in a black shroud. This person spoke to you but did not look at you, and never smiled at you. It was contrived, with the light coming from behind you, so that you saw her as white and she saw you as black. This light was symbolic. All the same, you peered eagerly, through the gap that had opened up, into that place that was closed against all eyes. A deep obscurity surrounded the figure dressed in mourning. Your eyes probed the obscurity and tried to make out what was around the apparition. After a very short time you realized you could see nothing. What you saw was darkness, emptiness, shadows, a wintry mist combined with the atmosphere of the grave, a kind of terrifying peacefulness, a silence in which nothing was detectable, not even sighs, a gloom in which nothing was distinguishable, not even phantoms. What you saw was the interior of a cloister. It was the interior of that austere and gloomy house called the Convent of the Bernardines of Perpetual Adoration. The box you were in was the parlor. That voice, the first that spoke to you, was the voice of the extern nun who always sat, still and silent, on the other side of the wall by the square hatch, protected as with a double visor by the iron grating and the multi-perforated screen. The obscurity in which the grilled box was steeped resulted from the parlor having a window on one side, that of the outside world, and not on the other, that of the convent. Profane eyes were not meant to see anything of that sacred place. Yet there was something beyond that gloom. There was a light. There was life in that death. Although this was the most closed of all convents, we are going to try to enter it, and take the reader inside, and with all due respect say things that storytellers have never seen and therefore never spoken of. 2. The observance of Martin Verga. This convent, which in 1824 had already existed for many a long year in Petit Rue Picpus, was a community of Bernardine nuns of the observance of Martin Verga. Consequently, these Bernardine nuns were attached not to Clairvaux like the Bernardine monks but to Citeaux like the Benedictines. In other words, they were subject to the authority not of Saint Bernard but of Saint Benedict. Anyone with even a slight familiarity with old folios knows that Martin Verga founded in 1425 a congregation of Bernardine Benedictines, with Salamanca its main foundation and Alcala a dependency. This congregation developed branches in all the Catholic countries of Europe. There is nothing unusual in the Latin Church about such graftings of one order onto another. To take just the order of Saint Benedict here in question, without counting the observance of Martin Verga, there are attached to this order 4 congregations, 2 in Italy, Monte Cassino, and Saint Justina of Padua, 2 in France, Cluny and Saint Maur, and 9 orders, Vallombrosa, Grandmont, the Celestines, Camaldolese, Carthusians, Humiliants, Olivetans, Silvestrans, and lastly Citeaux. For Citeaux itself, the rootstock for other orders, is only an offshoot for Saint Benedict. Citeaux dates back to Saint Robert, Abbé de Molsemy in the Diocese of Langres in 1098. However, it was in 529 that the devil, who had retired to the wilderness of Subiaco, he was old, had he become a hermit? Was chased out of the ancient temple of Apollo, where he dwelt, by Saint Benedict, then aged 17. After the rule of the Carmelite nuns, who go barefoot, or a piece of willow on their breasts and never sit down, the harshest rule is that of the Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga. They are dressed in black with a wimple that, as expressly stipulated by Saint Benedict, comes right up to the chin. A wide-sleeved serge robe, a large woolen veil, the wimple up to the chin cut square across the breast with the headband right down to their eyes, this is their habit. Everything is black except the headband, which is white. The novices wear the same habit, all in white. The professed nuns also have a rosary at their side. The Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga practice perpetual adoration like those Benedictine nuns called the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, who at the beginning of this century had 2 houses in Paris, one in the Temple district, the other in Rue Neuvestille Genevieve. However, the Bernardine Benedictines of Petit Picpus whom we are talking about were a totally different order from the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament cloistered in Rue Nouvestie Genevieve and at the Temple. There were numerous differences in their rule. There were also differences in their dress. The Bernardine Benedictines of Petit Picpus wore the black wimple, while the Benedictines of the Blessed Sacrament and of Rue Nouvestie Genevieve wore the white one and also had on their breasts an image of the Blessed Sacrament, about 3 inches high, of gilded silver or gilded copper. The nuns of Petit Picpus did not wear this image. Though perpetual adoration is common to both the Petit Picpus community and the Temple community, the two orders are otherwise quite distinct. Only in that practice is there any resemblance between the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament and the Bernardines of Martin Verga, just as there was a similarity, in their study and glorification of all the mysteries relating to the infancy, life and death of Jesus Christ and the Virgin, between another two very different and sometimes mutually hostile orders, the Oratory in Italy, established at Florence by Filippo de Neri, and the French Oratory, established by Pierre de Barral. The French Oratory claims supremacy, Filippo de Neri being only a saint and Barral being a cardinal. Let us return to the austere Spanish rule of Martin Verga. The Bernardine Benedictines of this obedience abstain from meat all year round, fast in Lent and on many other days of special significance to them, rise from their first sleep to read their breviary and sing matins from 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock in the morning, sleep on straw and between serge sheets in all seasons, do not take baths, never light a fire, scourge themselves every Friday, observe the rule of silence, speak to each other only during recreation periods, which are very brief, and for 6 months wear homespun woolen chemises, from the 14th of September, feast of the exaltation of the Holy Cross, until Easter. These 6 months are a mitigation, the rule says all year round, but this homespun woolen chemise, intolerable in the heat of summer, would cause fevers and nervous spasms. Its usage had to be restricted. Even with this relaxation, when the nuns don the chemise on the 14th of September they suffer 3 or 4 days of fever. Obedience, poverty, chastity and stability, these are their vows, made more onerous by the extreme harshness of their rule. The prioress is elected for 3 years by the senior nuns, who are called vocal mothers because they vote in the chapter. A prioress can only be re-elected twice, which limits the longest possible reign of a prioress to 9 years. They never see the officiating priest, who is always hidden from them by a serge curtain 7 feet high. During the sermon, when the preacher is in the chapel, they lower their veils over their faces. They must always speak very quietly, walk with their eyes downcast and their heads bowed. One man only is allowed to enter the convent, the archbishop of the diocese. Actually there is one other, the gardener. But he is always an old man, and so that he should be perpetually isolated in the garden and the nuns be given warning so as to avoid him, a small bell is attached to his knee. Their obedience to the prioress is an absolute and unquestioning obedience. It is canonical subjection in all its self-abnegation, as if to the voice of Christ, ut voce Christi, at a gesture, at the first indication, ad nudum, ad primum signum, immediately, with joy, with steadfastness, with a certain blind obedience, prompt, hilaritor, perseverantur diceque quadam obedientia, like the file in the hands of the workman, quasi limum in manibus fabri, unable to read or to write anything whatsoever without express permission, legere vel scribere non adisserit sign. Expressa superioris licentia. Each one in turn makes what they call reparation. Reparation is prayer for all the sins, all the lapses, all the transgressions, all the profanations, all the iniquities, all the crimes committed on earth. For 12 consecutive hours, from 4 o'clock in the evening till 4 o'clock in the morning, or from 4 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the evening, the sister who is making reparation remains kneeling on the stone floor in front of the Blessed Sacrament, her hands joined, a rope around her neck. When her tiredness grows unendurable, she prostrates herself, lying flat on the ground, face down, with her arms outstretched, in the shape of a cross. This is her only relief. In this attitude she prays for all who are guilty in the universe. There is a greatness in this that attains the sublime. As this act is performed in front of a post with a candle burning on the top of it, it is referred to equally as making reparation or being at the post. Out of humility, the nuns even prefer the latter expression, which contains an idea of torture and abasement. Making reparation is an undertaking in which the soul is wholly absorbed. The sister at the post would not look round, were a thunderbolt to strike behind her. Moreover, there is always a nun kneeling before the Blessed Sacrament. This vigil lasts an hour. They relieve each other like soldiers on sentry duty. This is perpetual adoration. The prioresses and the mothers almost always have names marked by particular solemnity, recalling not the saints and martyrs but moments in the life of Jesus Christ, such as Mère Nativite, Mère Conception, Mère Presentation, Mère Passion. However, saints' names are not forbidden. When you see them, you never see anything but their mouths. They all have yellow teeth. No toothbrush has ever entered that convent. Brushing your teeth is the top rung of a ladder at the bottom of which is perdition of the soul. They never say my. They have nothing of their own and must not feel any attachment to anything. They refer to everything as our, so our veil, our chaplet. If they were speaking of their chemises they would say our chemise. Sometimes they do become attached to some little object, a book of hours, a relic, a holy medal. As soon as they realize they are beginning to value this object, they must give it up. They recall the words of Saint Teresa when a great lady who was about to enter her order said, "Allow me, Mother, to send for a holy Bible to which I'm greatly attached." Ah, you're attached to something. In that case, don't join our community. No one, whosoever she may be, is allowed to shut herself away, or to have a place of her own, a room. They live in open cells. When they encounter each other, one says, "Praised and adored be the most blessed." Sacrament of the altar. The other responds, "Forever and ever." The same ritual when one taps at another's door. Hardly has the door been touched when a soft voice on the other side is heard saying quickly, "Forever and ever." Like all practices, this becomes mechanical by force of habit, and one sometimes says "forever and ever" before the other has had time to say "praised and adored be the most blessed sacrament of the altar," which is quite a mouthful. Among the sisters of the Visitation, the one who enters says "Ave Maria," and the one whose cell is entered says "Gratia plena." This is their greeting, which is indeed full of grace. At each hour of the day the convent's church bell strikes an extra 3 times. At this signal, prioress, vocal mothers, professed nuns, lay sisters, novices, postulants, interrupt what they are saying, what they are doing or what they are thinking, and all say in unison, if it is 5 o'clock, for instance, at 5 o'clock and at every hour, "Praised and adored be the most blessed sacrament of the altar." If it is 8 o'clock, at 8 o'clock and at every hour, and so on, according to whatever time it is. This practice, which is intended to train the mind and to keep bringing it back to God, exists in many communities. Only the formula varies. So at the Infant Jesus Convent they say, "At this hour and at every hour may the love of Jesus burn in my heart." The Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga, cloistered in Petit Picpus 50 years ago, intone the offices in a low-pitched simple plain chant, and always at full volume throughout the office. Wherever in the missal there is an asterisk they pause and say under their breath, "Jesus is Mary, Joseph." For the office of the dead they adopt a tone so deep that women's voices are hardly capable of descending so low. The effect this creates is thrilling and tragic. The nuns of Petit Picpus had had a crypt made under their high altar in which to bury members of their community. The government, as they would say, does not allow this crypt to house coffins. So they left the convent when they died. This grieved and dismayed them as a violation of their vows. They did manage to get permission to be buried at a special time and in a special corner of the old Vaugirard cemetery, which was on land that had formerly belonged to their community. A poor consolation. On Thursdays the nuns attend High Mass, Vespers, and all the offices, as on Sunday. They scrupulously observe as well all the minor feast days, practically unknown to secular people, of which the Church used to have so many in France, and still does in Spain and Italy. Their vigils in chapel are interminable. As for the number and duration of their prayers, we can give no better an idea of them than to quote the ingenuous remark of one of the sisters: "The prayers of the postulants are fearsome, the prayers of the novices even worse, and the prayers of the professed nuns worse still." The chapter assembles once a week, the prioress presides, the vocal mothers are present. Each sister in turn comes and kneels on the stone floor and confesses aloud, in the presence of all, the transgressions and sins she has committed during the week. The vocal mothers confer after each confession and impose the penance for all to hear. Apart from the confession made aloud, for which all transgressions of any seriousness are reserved, they have for their venial offenses what they call the admission of guilt. To make an admission of guilt means to lie prostrate in front of the prioress until the latter, who is only ever addressed as Notre Mère, notifies the culprit by a little tap on the wood of her stall that she may rise. The admission of guilt is made for the most trifling thing. A broken glass, a torn veil, unintentionally arriving a few seconds late for an office, a false note sung in church, etc., is all it takes, and an admission of guilt is made. The admission of guilt is entirely spontaneous. It is the culprit herself who is her own judge and inflicts it on herself. On feast days and Sundays there are 4 mother precentors who chant the offices before a large four-sided lectern. One day one of the mother precentors intoned a psalm that began with Ecce, and instead of Ecce she voiced aloud these 3 notes, do ti so. For this inattentiveness she made an admission of guilt that lasted the entire service. What made her offense an enormity was that the chapter had laughed. When a nun, even the prioress herself, is summoned to the parlor, she lowers her veil so that, remember, only her mouth is visible. The prioress alone may communicate with strangers. The others may see only their immediate family, and that very rarely. If by chance any outside person applies to see a nun they have known or loved in the outside world, extensive negotiations are required. If it is a woman, permission may sometimes be granted. The nun comes and the visitor speaks to her through the shutters, which are opened only for a mother or a sister. It goes without saying that permission is always refused to men. Such is the rule of Saint Benedict under Martin Verga's strict observance. These nuns are not cheerful, rosy, and fresh-faced as the daughters of other orders often are. They are pale and solemn. Between 1825 and 1833 of them went mad. 3. Austerities. The women are postulants for 2 years at least, often 4, then 4 years as novices. It is rare that their final vows can be taken under the age of 23 or 24. The Bernardine Benedictines of Martin Verga do not accept widows in their order. In their cells they subject themselves to many secret mortifications, of which they must never speak. On the day that a novice makes her profession she is beautifully arrayed, her hair is brushed to a shine and curled and dressed with white roses. Then she prostrates herself. A great black veil is thrown over her, and the office for the dead is sung. Then the nuns divide into 2 columns, one passes close by her, saying sorrowfully, "Our sister is dead," and the other responds in a ringing voice, "Alive in Jesus Christ." At the time when this story takes place, a boarding school was attached to the convent. A boarding school for young girls of noble and mostly wealthy families, notable among whom were Mademoiselle de Saint Aulaire and Mademoiselle de Belisson, and an English girl bearing the illustrious Catholic name of Talbot. These young girls, raised in isolation by these nuns, grew up with a horror of the world and of the age. One of them said to us one day, "The sight of street paving made me shudder from head to foot." They were dressed in blue with white bonnets and a Holy Spirit cross of gilded silver or gilded copper pinned to their breasts. On certain major feast days, particularly St. Martha's Day. As a great favor and supreme delight, they were allowed to dress as nuns and to perform the offices and observances of St. Benedict for a whole day. In earlier days, the nuns would lend them their black robes. This seemed profane, and the prioress forbade it. Only the novices were allowed to make this loan. It is remarkable that these activities, no doubt tolerated and encouraged in the convent in a secret spirit of proselytism and in order to give these children a foretaste of the blessed habit, were a real delight and a genuine pleasure for the boarders. They quite simply enjoyed themselves. It was something new, it made a change for them. Innocent, childish reasons that do not actually succeed in making us worldlings comprehend the joy of holding in your hand a holy water sprinkler and standing for hours on end singing in groups of 4 at a lectern. Austerities aside, the pupils abided by all the rituals of the convent. There was a certain young woman who went out into the world and after several years of marriage had not yet managed to shed the habit of saying instantly every time anyone knocked at her door, "Forever and ever." Like the nuns, the pupils saw only their relatives in the parlor. Not even their mothers were granted permission to kiss them. This is how strictly that rule was enforced. One day a young girl received a visit from her mother, accompanied by a little sister, aged 3. The young girl wept, for she very much wanted to embrace her sister. Impossible. She begged that at least the child might be allowed to put her little hand through the bars so that she could kiss it. This was refused, almost with a sense of moral outrage. 4. Gladness. These young girls have nonetheless filled this grim house with charming memories. At certain times childhood lit up this cloister. The bell for recreation rang. A door swung on its hinges. The birds said, "Good. Here come the children." An eruption of youth burst into that garden with a cross shape marked out on it like a shroud. Radiant faces, clear brows, innocent eyes full of cheerful brightness, all sorts of budding charms darted among these shadows. Breaking out abruptly, after the chanting, the ringing of bells, the chiming, the tolling, the offices, was this sound of little girls, sweeter than the sound of bees. The hive of joy opened, and each one brought her honey to it. They played, they called out to each other, they clustered in groups, they ran about. Pretty little white teeth chattered in corners. Veils superintended the laughter from afar, shadows oversaw the rays of sunshine, but they did not mind. They shone brightly and they laughed. Those 4 gloomy walls had their moment of bedazzlement. Faintly illuminated by the reflection of so much joy, they watched this delightful swarming flurry. It was like a shower of rose petals amid all this mournfulness. The young girls frolicked under the gaze of the nuns. The watchful eye of sinlessness does not bother innocence. Thanks to these children, among so many austere hours there was an hour of artless simplicity. The little ones skipped, the older ones danced. In this cloister, play was combined with the heavenly. Nothing was so enchanting and awesome as all these pure and radiant souls. Homer would have come here to laugh with Perrault, and there was in this dark garden such youth, well-being, noise, cries, giddiness, pleasure and happiness as to cheer all their female forebears, whether of epic or fairy tale, the highborn and the humble, from Hecuba to Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. In that house, more than anywhere else perhaps, were heard some of those childish sayings that are always so charming and give rise to amusement that is deeply thought-provoking. It was within those 4 grim walls that a child of 5 exclaimed one day, "Mother! One of the big girls has just told me I only have to be here another 9 years and 10 months. What a blessing!" It was here, too, that this memorable dialogue took place. A vocal mother: "Why are you crying, my child?" The child, aged 6: "I told Alex I knew my French history. She says I don't know it, but I do." Alex, the older girl, aged 9: "No, she doesn't." The mother: "Explain yourself, my child." Alex: "She told me to open the book at random and to ask her any question in the book and she'd answer it." Well, She didn't answer it. Come now, what did you ask her? I opened the book at random, just as she said, and I asked her the first question I came across. And what question was that? It was, what happened next? Here it was that this profound remark was made about a rather greedy parakeet that belonged to a resident noblewoman. Isn't that clever? It eats the jam and butter off the top of its slice of bread, just like a person. Here, on one of the flagstones of this cloister, was where this confession was found, written out beforehand, so that she would not forget it, by a 7-year-old sinner. Father, I confess to being guilty of avarice. Father, I confess to being guilty of adultery. Father, I confess to being guilty of having raised my eyes and looked at gentlemen. And it was on one of the grassy banks in this garden that blue-eyed 4- to 5-year-olds listened to this tale from the pink lips of an inventive 6-year-old. There were 3 little cockerels who came from a place where there were plenty of flowers. They picked the flowers and put them in their pockets. After that they picked the leaves and put them in their toys. There was a wolf nearby and there were lots of woods. And the wolf was in the woods. And he ate the little cockerels. Then there was this poem. Somebody used a truncheon. It was Punch who hit the cat with it. It didn't do the cat any good, it hurt. So a lady put Punch in prison. Here, an abandoned child, a little foundling the convent was raising out of charity, uttered these sweet, heart-rending words. She heard the others talking about their mothers and she murmured in her corner, well, my mother wasn't there when I was born. There was a stout extern nun, always to be seen hurrying along the corridors with her bunch of keys, whose name was Sir Agath. The big girls, older than 10, called her Agathocles Star. The refectory, a large rectangular room with no other light coming into it except from a covered arcade at garden level, was dark and damp and, as children say, full of creepy crawlies. All the neighboring areas supplied their own contingents of insects. For each of its 4 corners the girls had a special, suggestive name. There was Spider's Corner, Caterpillar's Corner, Woodlice Corner and Cricket's Corner. Cricket's Corner was near the kitchen and was highly rated. It was less cold there than elsewhere. From the refectory the names had transferred to the boarding school and served to distinguish 4 nations, as in the old college Mazarine. Each pupil belonged to one of these 4 nations, depending on the corner of the refectory in which she sat at mealtimes. One day the Archbishop, on a pastoral visit, saw a pretty little girl, all rosy-complexioned with lovely blonde hair, enter the classroom while he was there. He asked another pupil, a charming fresh-cheeked brunette nearby. What little girl is that? She's a spider, Monseigneur. Oh. And that one over there? She's a cricket. And that one? She's a caterpillar. Really? And you? I'm a woodlouse, Monseigneur. Every house of this kind has its own idiosyncrasies. At the beginning of this century Ecouen was one of those elegant and imposing places where young girls spend their childhood in almost majestic seclusion. At Ecouen, depending on the girls' places in the procession of the Blessed Sacrament, a distinction was made between virgins and flower-bearers. There were also canopies, carrying the cords of the canopy, and censers, censing the Blessed Sacrament. The flowers rightfully fell to the flower-bearers. 4 virgins led the procession. On the morning of that great day it was not unusual to hear the question being asked in the dormitory, who's a virgin? Madame Campan used to quote a junior, aged 7, talking to a senior, aged 16, who was leading the procession while she, the junior, followed behind, you're a virgin but I'm not. V. Diversions. Above the door of the refectory was inscribed in large black letters this prayer, called the White Paternoster, which had the power to send people straight to paradise. Little white Paternoster that God made, that God said, that God placed in paradise. When I went to bed at night, I found 3 angels lying there, 1 at the foot and 2 at the head, and between them the Blessed Virgin Mary, who told me to lie there, to have no fear. God is my Father, the Blessed Virgin is my mother, the 3 apostles are my brothers, the 3 virgins are my sisters. The shirt that God was born in wraps my body. Saint Margaret's cross is drawn on my breast. Our Lady went walking through the meadows, weeping for our Lord, and met St. John. Where have you been, St. John? I was at Ave Salus. You didn't see the good Lord there? He's on the tree of the cross, with his feet dangling, with his hands nailed down, with a little crown of hawthorn on his head. Whoever recites this 3 times in the evening, and 3 times in the morning, will go to paradise when they die. In 1827 this particular prayer had disappeared from the wall under a triple coat of whitewash. It has almost faded from the memory of a few young girls of that time who today are old women. A large crucifix hanging on the wall completed the decoration of this refectory, whose only door, we believe we have already mentioned, opened onto the garden. 2 narrow tables, each flanked by 2 wooden benches, formed 2 long parallel lines running from one end of the refectory to the other. The walls were white, the tables were black. These 2 colors of mourning constitute the only alternatives in a convent. The meals were unappetizing and even the children's food was austere. A single dish, of meat and vegetables combined, or salt fish, this was luxury. And this plain fare, reserved for the pupils alone, was an exception. The children ate in silence under the eye of the mother on duty who, if a fly dared to buzz around in defiance of the rule, would noisily open and shut a wooden book from time to time. This silence was seasoned with the lives of the saints, read aloud from a little chair with a bookrest that stood at the foot of the crucifix. The reader was one of the senior girls, a different one each week. Set at regular intervals along the bare tables were glazed bowls in which the pupils washed their own mugs and cutlery, and into which they sometimes threw the odd scrap, tough meat, or spoiled fish. This was punished. These bowls were called water basins. Any child who broke the silence made a cross for busy tongues. Where? On the floor. She licked the pavement. The dust, to which all joys must come, was made to punish those poor little rose petals guilty of chattering. There was in the convent a book of which only 1 copy has ever been printed and which it is forbidden to read. It is the Rule of Saint Benedict. A secret text that no profane eye should be allowed to see. Nemo regulus, seu constitutions nostras, externus communicabit, *. One day the pupils succeeded in appropriating this book and began to read it avidly, their reading often interrupted by their dread of being caught, which kept making them slam the volume shut. From the great risk they had taken they derived only limited pleasure. A few unintelligible pages about the sins of young boys, that was the most interesting thing they got out of it. They played in the garden on a path lined with a few scraggy fruit trees. Notwithstanding the intense surveillance and the severity of the punishments, when the wind had shaken the trees they sometimes managed to filch an unripe apple or a spoiled apricot or a maggoty pear. A letter I have before me, a letter written 25 years ago by a former pupil, today one of the most elegant women in Paris, Madame la Duchesse d'Aix, may be allowed to speak for itself. I quote verbatim, "You hide your pear or your apple as best you can. When you go up to put the bed cover on before supper, you stuff them under your pillow and at night you eat them in bed, and when you cannot do that, you eat them in the privy." This was one of their keenest pleasures. On one occasion, again it was when the Archbishop was visiting the convent, one of the young girls, Mademoiselle Bouchard, who had some connection with the Montmorency family, made a bet that she would ask for a day's holiday, unthinkable in so austere a community. The bet was accepted, but not one of those who made the bet with her believed she would do it. When the moment came, as the Archbishop was passing in front of the pupils, to the indescribable horror of her companions Mademoiselle Bouchard stepped out of line and said, "Monseigneur, a day's holiday." Mademoiselle Bouchard was tall and radiant with the prettiest rosy little face in the world. Monsieur de Quellin smiled and said, "My dear child, a day's holiday. By all means. 3 days, if it please you." "I grant 3 days." The prioress could do nothing about it, the archbishop had spoken. To the convent's indignation but the boarding school's delight. Telling responses. This forbidding cloister was not so isolated behind its walls, however, that the life of the outside world, its passions, drama, and even romance did not make their way inside. To prove this, simply as a matter of record, we will briefly describe a true and incontestable incident that in itself, it must be added, has no bearing on the story we are relating and no connection with it whatsoever. We mention this incident to complete the reader's mental picture of what the convent was like. So, around that time there was in the convent a mysterious person, named Madame Albertine, who was not a nun and was treated with great respect. Nothing was known about her except that she was mad, and in the outside world she was thought to be dead. It was said that behind this story lay hasty arrangements that had to be made for the sake of an important marriage. This woman, of no more than 30, dark-haired and rather beautiful, had a vacant look in her big dark eyes. Could she see? It was doubtful. She glided rather than walked. She never spoke. No one was quite sure whether or not she breathed. She had the pinched and blue-tinged nostrils of one who has already breathed her last. To touch her hand was like touching snow. She had a strange spectral gracefulness. Wherever she went, she brought a chill. One day a nun, seeing her go by, said to another sister, "She's thought to be dead." "Perhaps she is," replied the other. Countless tales were told about Madame Albertine. She was the object of the pupils' perpetual curiosity. There was a gallery in the chapel called the Bull's-Eye. It was in this gallery, which had just one round window, a bull's eye, that Madame Albertine attended the divine offices. She was usually on her own because from this gallery on the first floor it was possible to see the preacher or officiating priest, which was forbidden to the nuns. One day a young priest of noble birth spoke from the pulpit. Monsieur le Duc de Rohan, peer of France, an officer of the King's Musketeers when he was Prince de Lyon in 1815, and who died, after 1830, a cardinal and Archbishop of Besançon. This was the first time Monsieur de Rohan had preached at the Petit Picpus convent. Madame Albertine normally followed the sermons and services with a profound calm and in complete stillness. That day, as soon as she caught sight of Monsieur de Rohan, she half rose to her feet and said out loud in the silence of the chapel, "Well, I never! Auguste!" The whole astounded community turned round, the preacher looked up, but Madame Albertine had fallen back motionless again. An intimation of the outside world, a glimmer of life, had momentarily passed across that cold and lifeless face, then all was gone, and the madwoman became a corpse again. In the convent, however, those few words set wagging every tongue that could talk. What significance in that? Well, I never. Auguste! What revelations! Monsieur de Rohan's name was indeed Auguste. It was obvious that Madame Albertine came from the most elevated society since she knew Monsieur de Rohan, that she herself had been of high rank since she spoke so familiarly of such an important nobleman, and that there was some relationship between them, a family tie perhaps, but surely a very close relationship since she knew his first name. Two very stern duchesses, Madame de Choiseul and Madame de Sirent, often visited the community, given access no doubt by virtue of the privilege of magnates Muliers***, and they brought terror to the school. All the poor young girls trembled and lowered their eyes when these two old ladies passed by. Anyway, Monsieur de Rohan was the unwitting object of the girls' attention. At that time he had just been appointed Vicar General to the Archbishop of Paris, pending a bishopric. It was one of his practices to come quite often and sing the offices in the Petit Picpus nuns' chapel. None of the young recluses could see him because of the serge curtain, but he had a sweet and rather high-pitched voice they had learned to recognize and to single out. He had been a musketeer. And also, he was said to be extremely good-looking, with lovely chestnut brown hair, in its rounded style very handsomely framing his head, and to have a magnificent broad black sash and the most elegantly cut black cassock. He kept the imaginations of all these 16-year-olds greatly occupied. Not a sound from without made its way into the convent. But there was one year when the strains of a flute infiltrated it. This was an event, and the pupils of the time still remember it. It was a flute that someone was playing nearby. This flute always played the same tune, a tune very remote from the present, "My Zetalb, come reign o'er my soul," and it was to be heard 2 or 3 times a day. The young girls spent hours listening to it, the vocal mothers became distraught, minds were exercised, punishments proliferated. This went on for several months. The girls were all more or less in love with the unknown musician. Each one dreamed that she was Zetalb. The sound of the flute came from the direction of Rue Droitmore. They would have given all, risked all, attempted all, to see if only for a second, to glimpse, to clap eyes on the young man who played that flute so delightfully and who, without suspecting it, played on all these souls at the same time. There were some girls who slipped out by a service entrance and climbed up to the 3rd floor on Rue Droitmore to try to see through the skylights. Impossible. One even thrust her arm through the grating above her head and waved her white handkerchief. 2 were yet more audacious. They found a way up to a roof and ventured out onto it, and finally managed to see the young man. He was a blind old émigré, a ruined gentleman, playing the flute in his garret in order to pass the time. 6. The Little Convent. Within the precincts of the Petit Picpus there were 3 totally distinct buildings, the main convent inhabited by the nuns, the boarding school where the pupils dwelt, and lastly what was called the Little Convent. This was a separate building with a garden, and there, living together, were all kinds of aged nuns from various orders, survivors of religious foundations destroyed by the revolution, a collection of all the motley blacks, greys and whites of all possible communities and all possible varieties, what might be called, if such a coupling of words is permissible, a kind of harlequin convent. From the days of the Empire all these poor dispersed and exiled women were allowed to come and take shelter here under the wings of the Bernardine Benedictines. The government paid them a small pension, the Petit Picpus nuns willingly took them in. It was a strange farrago. Each one followed her own rule. Sometimes the pupils from the boarding school were allowed as a great treat to visit them, which is why those young minds have preserved a memory of Mère Stibasile, Mère Esti Scholastique and Mère Jacob, among others. One of these refugees was almost at home here. She was a nun of Scior, the only one of her order who had survived. At the beginning of the 18th century the nuns of Estior's old convent occupied this very house in Petit Picpus that later belonged to the Benedictines of Martin Verga. Too poor to wear the magnificent habit of her order, which was a white robe with a scarlet scapulary, this saintly woman had piously dressed a little doll in it, which she loved to show off and bequeathed to the house when she died. In 1824 there was only one remaining nun of this order. Now all that remains of it is the doll. Apart from these venerable nuns, some elderly society women had, like Madame Albertine, obtained permission of the prioress to come and live in retirement in the little convent. Among their number were Madame de Beaufort d'Hautpoul and Madame la Marquise Dufresne. Another was only ever known in the convent by the tremendous noise she made when she blew her nose. The pupils called her Madame Vacarmini Star. Around 1820 or 1821, Madame de Genlis, who was at that time publishing a small periodical called L'Intrépide, applied to take up residence in the Petit Picpus convent. Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans recommended her. The hive was abuzz, the vocal mothers all aflutter. Madame de Genlis had written novels. But she declared that she was the first to abominate them, and besides, she was now in her fiercely devout phase. With the help of God, and of the prince too, she was admitted. She left after 6 or 8 months, giving as her reason that there was no shade in the garden. The nuns were charmed by her. Although very old, she still played the harp, and extremely well. When she went, she left her mark in her cell. Madame de Genlis was superstitious and a Latinist. These two words give a fairly good insight into her. Still visible a few years ago, stuck on the inside of a little cupboard in her cell in which she kept her silverware and her jewels locked up, were these 5 lines in Latin, written in her own hand in red ink on yellow paper, which in her opinion possessed the power to ward off robbers.
Imparibus meritis pendentria corpora ramis, dismas e gesmas, media est divina potestas.
Alta pati dismas, infelix, infima, gesmas. Nos et residential nostras conservat summa potestas. Hos versus dicas, any tu furto tua perda stat. These verses in 6th century Latin raise the question whether the 2 thieves on Calvary were called Dismas and Gestas, as is commonly believed, or Dismas and Gesmas. The latter spelling might have undermined claims by the Vicomte de Gestas in the last century to be descended from the bad thief. However, the useful properties attached to these verses are an article of faith in the Order of Hospitaller Sisters. The convent-house church, constructed in such a way as to act as a complete divide separating the main convent from the boarding school, was of course shared by the boarding school, the main convent and the little convent. Even the public was admitted, by a kind of lazaretto entrance giving access from the street. But all was so arranged that none of the inhabitants of the cloister should see any face from the outside world. Imagine a church where the choir had been seized by a gigantic hand and reshaped in such a way as to form not, as in ordinary churches, an extension behind the altar but a sort of room or secret recess to the right of the officiating priest. Imagine this room to be screened off by the 7-foot-high curtain we have already mentioned. Cram into the gloom behind this curtain, in wooden stalls, the nuns' choir on the left, the schoolgirls on the right, the lay sisters and novices at the back, and you will have some idea of the Petit Picpus religious community attending divine service. That recess, which was called the choir, was connected to the cloister by a corridor. Light came into the church from the garden. When the nuns attended services at which their rule commanded them to be silent, the public was alerted to their presence only by the banging of the miserere seats in the choir stalls as they tipped up and down. 7. Some figures in the gloom. In the 6 years between 1819 and 1825 the prioress of Petit Picpus was Mademoiselle de Blameur, whose religious name was Mère Innocent. She belonged to the family of Marguerite de Blameur, author of Lives of the Saints of the Order of Saint Benedict. She had been re-elected. She was a woman of about 60 years of age, short, stout, with a dreadful singing voice, says the letter we have already quoted. Otherwise an excellent woman, and the only cheerful one in the whole convent, and for that reason adored. Mère Innocent took after her forebear Marguerite, the Madame Dacier of the order. She was well-read, learned, clever, able, a historian with a curious mind, crammed with Latin, stuffed with Greek, full of Hebrew, and perhaps more Benedictine in scholarship than in devotion. The sub-prioress, Mère Seniers, was an old Spanish nun who was almost blind. The most important of the vocal mothers were Mère Honorine, treasurer, Mère Gertrude, chief novice mistress, Mère Ange, assistant mistress, Mère Annunciation, sacristan, Mère Augustine, nurse, the only ill-natured one in the whole convent, then Mère Mechtilde. Mademoiselle Gauvain, very young with a beautiful voice, Mère de Angers, Mademoiselle Drouet, who had been in the convent of the Filles du and in the Trésor convent between Geysers and Magnay, Mère Joseph, Mademoiselle de Cogaludo, Mère Adelaide, Mademoiselle d'Auvergne, Mère Miséricorde, Mademoiselle de Cifuentes, who was unable to withstand the austerities, Mère Compassion, Mademoiselle de la Miltière, received into the order at the age of 60 despite the regulations, very wealthy, Mère Providence, Mademoiselle de Laudonnière, Mère Presentation, Mademoiselle de Siguenza, who became prioress in 1847, and lastly Mareste Isoline, sister of the sculptor Siraki, who went mad, and Mareste Chantal, Mademoiselle de Suzanne, who also went mad. Still among the prettiest was a charming girl of 23 from Bourbon, a descendant of Chevalier Rose, who in the outside world was called Mademoiselle Rose and here took the name Mère Assomption. Mareste Emechtold, who was in charge of singing and of the choir, was happy to include the pupils. She usually took a full set of them, that is to say 7, from 10 to 16 years old inclusive, an assortment of voices and sizes, and she would have them sing standing side by side in order of age, from the youngest to the oldest. This presented viewers with, as it were, a syrinx of young girls, a sort of living pan-pipe made of angels. The lay sisters whom the pupils liked best were Circe Euphrasie, Circe Marguerite, Circe Martha, who was in her dotage, and Circe Michel, whose long nose made them laugh. All these women were kindly towards all these children. The nuns were hard only on themselves. There was no fire lit except in the school, and here the food was choice compared with that in the convent. Not to mention many other little comforts the nuns provided. Yet when a child passed close to a nun and spoke to her, the nun would never reply. The effect of this rule of silence was that throughout the convent the power of speech had been withdrawn from human beings and given to inanimate objects. Sometimes it was the church bell that spoke, sometimes it was the gardener's bell. A very resonant gong bell, placed beside the extern nun and audible all over the house, indicated by various sequences of bell strokes, a kind of acoustic telegraph, all the daily activities that had to be performed, and if necessary it summoned to the parlor this or that occupant of the house. Each person and each thing had its own sequence. The prioresses was 1 and 1, the sub-prioresses 1 and 2. 6-5 signaled the beginning of class, so that the pupils never talked of going to class but of going to 6-5. 4-4 was Madame de Genlis's sequence. It was very often heard. What a devil of a noise! Asterisk said those who were uncharitable. 10-9 bellstrokes announced a great event, the opening of the claustral door, a hideous slab of iron bristling with bolts, which turned on its hinges only for the archbishop. As we have said, he and the gardener excepted, no man entered the cloister. The pupils saw 2 others, one, the old and ugly chaplain, Abbé Baines, of whom they were afforded a view from the choir through a grill, the other, the drawing master Monsieur Ancio, who, in that letter of which a few lines have already been read, is called Monsieur Anciot and is described as a frightful old hunchback. We can see that all these men were carefully chosen. Such was this peculiar house. 8. Post Corda Lapides. After that brief outline of its spiritual composition, a few words giving some idea of its physical layout will not come amiss. The reader already has some idea of it. The convent of Petit Picpus St. Antoine filled almost the whole of the vast quadrilateral marked out by the intersections of Rue Polonceau, Rue Droitmore, Petite Rue Picpus, and the dead-end alleyway named on old maps as Rue Aumarais. These 4 streets surrounded this quadrilateral like a moat. The convent consisted of several buildings and a garden. The main building, taken as a whole, was an assemblage of juxtaposed hybrid constructions that viewed from above had almost the exact shape of a gallows laid flat on the ground. The upright beam of the gallows occupied the whole of the stretch of Rue Droitmore between Petite Rue Picpus and Rue Polonceau. The short horizontal beam was a tall, grey, austere grilled facade on Petite Rue Picpus. Carriage entrance number 62 marked the end of it. Towards the center of this facade was a low arched doorway, white with dust and ash, where spiders wove their webs and which opened only for an hour or two on Sundays and on the rare occasions when a nun's coffin left the convent. This was the public entrance to the church. The elbow of the gibbet was a square room used as a storeroom, which the nuns called the pantry. In the main beam were the cells of the mothers, sisters, and novices, in the short beam the kitchens, the refectory with the cloister behind it, and the church. Between entrance number 62 and the corner of the closed-off Aumarais alleyway was the boarding school, which could not be seen from without. The rest of the trapezoid quadrilateral formed the garden, which lay at a much lower level than Rue Polonceau. This meant the walls were a great deal higher on the inside than on the outside. The slightly cambered garden had at its center on top of a mound a splendid fir tree, spiring and conical, from which radiated as from the peaked boss of a shield 4 wide paths, and laid out in pairs between the main radii were 8 narrow paths, so that if the walled space had been circular the geometrical plan of these avenues and paths would have resembled a wheel overlaid with a cross. The paths, all ending at the very irregular walls of the garden, were of unequal length. They were bordered with currant bushes. At the bottom of the garden an avenue of tall poplars ran from the ruins of the old convent at the corner of Rue Droitmort to the little convent building at the corner of the Aumarais alleyway. In front of the little convent was what was called the Little Garden. Add to this complex a courtyard, all kinds of various angles formed by the main buildings on the inside, prison-like walls, and for sole outlook and sole neighborly presence the long black line of roofs bordering the other side of Rue Polonceau, and you will be able to form a complete mental picture of what the Bernardine convent of Petit-Picpus was 40 years ago. This saintly house was built on the very site of a famous real tennis court, dating from the 14th to the 16th century, that used to be called the 11,000 Devils Playground. As a matter of fact, all these streets were among the most ancient in Paris. The names, Droitmort and Aumarais, are very old, the streets that bear them are even older. Ruelle Aumarais was once called Ruelle Maugout, Rue Droitmort was once called Rue des Eglantiers, for God brought forth flowers before man cut stone. 9. A century under the veil. Since we are giving details about what the Petit-Picpus convent once was, and since we have dared to open a window on that quiet sanctuary, the reader may allow us another small digression, unconnected with the substance of this book but telling, and helpful in making clear that even the cloister has its eccentric characters. In the little convent there was a centenarian who came from Fontevrault Abbey. Before the Revolution she had even moved in court circles. She talked a great deal about Monsieur de Miromesnil, keeper of the seals under Louis XVI, and the wife of a President Duplat, with whom she had been very intimate. It gave her pleasure and flattered her vanity to drop these two names all the time. She extolled the wonders of Fontevrault Abbey, saying it was like a town, and there were streets inside the monastery. She spoke with a Picardy accent that amused the girls. Every year she solemnly renewed her vows, and when that moment came she would say to the priest, Monseigneur Saint François made his profession of vows to Monseigneur St. Julian, Monseigneur St. Julian made his to Monseigneur St. Eusebius, Monseigneur St. Eusebius made his to Monseigneur St. Procopius, and so on and so forth, and now, mon père, it's my turn to take advantage of you. And the girls would giggle, not up their sleeves but behind their veils, charming little stifled giggles that made the vocal mothers frown at. On another occasion the centenarian was telling stories. She said that in her youth the Bernardine monks were a match for the musketeers. That was the voice of a century speaking, the 18th century. She spoke of the custom, in Champagne and Burgundy, of the 4 wines. Before the Revolution, whenever a person of distinction, a marshal of France, a prince, a duke and peer of the realm, passed through a town in Burgundy or Champagne, the city fathers would come and greet him, and present him with 4 silver drinking cups into which they had poured 4 different wines. On the first goblet an inscription read, Monkey's wine, on the second, Lion's wine, on the third, Sheep's wine, on the fourth, Hog's wine. These 4 legends express the 4 stages of intoxication through which the drunkard descends, the first, of merriment, the second, of ill temper, the third, of dullness, and the fourth, of brutishness. She kept in a cupboard under lock and key a mysterious object she valued greatly. The rule of Fontevrault did not forbid this. She would not show this object to anyone. She used to closet herself away, which her rule allowed, and hide, whenever she wanted to contemplate it. If she heard a footstep in the corridor she would close the cupboard again as quickly as her old hands would permit. The moment the subject was raised with her, she who by nature was so willing to talk would fall silent. The most curious were baffled by her silence and the most persistent by her obstinacy. This was also a subject of gossip at any onset of idleness or boredom in the convent. What was this treasure belonging to the centenarian? What could be so precious and so secret? Some holy book, no doubt? Some priceless rosary? Some true relic? Speculation was rife. When the poor old woman died, there was a greater rush to open her cupboard than was perhaps seemly. The object was found under 3 layers of cloth, like a consecrated paten. It was a Faenza dish representing little cupids taking flight, pursued by apothecaries' assistants armed with enormous syringes. The chase abounds in grimaces and comical postures. One of the charming little cupids is already well spiked. He is resisting, fluttering his tiny wings and still trying to fly, but the medic is laughing with satanic laughter. Moral: love conquered by the colic. This dish, a very curious one in fact, and one that possibly had the distinction of inspiring Molière, was still in existence in September 1845. It was for sale in a curiosity shop on Boulevard Beaumarchais. This dear old lady did not want to receive any visits from the outside world because, she said, the parlor's too gloomy. X. The origin of perpetual adoration. That almost sepulchral parlor, of which we have attempted to give some idea, is in any case an entirely local peculiarity that is not reproduced with the same severity in other convents. At the convent in Rue du Temple, in particular, which in truth belonged to another order, the black shutters were replaced by brown curtains, and the parlor itself was a salon with parquet flooring whose windows were framed by white muslin curtains and on whose walls all kinds of pictures were allowed, a portrait of a Benedictine nun with her face uncovered, painted bouquets and even a Turk's head. The garden of the convent in Rue du Temple was where that famous horse-chestnut tree stood that was considered the finest and largest in France, and among the good people of the 18th century had the reputation of being the ancestor of all the chestnut trees in the realm. As we have said, this convent in the Temple district housed Benedictines of perpetual adoration, Benedictines quite different from those related to Cîteaux. Their order of perpetual adoration is not very old, going back no more than 200 years. In 1649 the Blessed Sacrament was desecrated on 2 occasions, a few days apart, in 2 churches in Paris, at Saint-Sulpice and St-Jean-en-Grève, a rare and frightful sacrilege that shocked the whole city. Monsieur le Prieur Grand Vicaire of St-Germain-des-Prés ordered a solemn procession of all his clergy at which the papal nuncio officiated. But this expiation was insufficient for 2 venerable women. Madame Courtin, Marquise de Bux, and the Comtesse de Chateauvieux. This outrage committed on the most sublime sacrament of the altar, though brief, preyed on these 2 saintly souls, and it seemed to them it could only be extenuated by perpetual adoration in some monastic community of nuns. To this pious end both of them, one in 1652, the other in 1653, donated considerable sums of money to a Benedictine nun, Mère Catherine de Bar, known by the name of du Sacrament, for the purpose of founding a convent of the Order of Saint Benedict. Permission for this foundation was first given to Mère Catherine de Bar by Monsieur de Metz, abbot of St-Germain, on condition that no woman might be admitted unless she contributed an income of 300 francs a year, adding 6,000 francs to the capital. Following the abbot of St-Germain's lead, the king granted letters patent, and in 1654 everything was ratified, abbot's charter and letters royal, by the Court of Accounts and by Parliament. Such were the origins and legal sanctification of the establishment of the Benedictines of perpetual adoration of the Blessed Sacrament in Paris. Their first convent was new built in Rue Cassette, with funds from Madame de Bux and Madame de Chateauvieux. As we can see, this order was not to be confused with the so-called Cistercian Benedictines. It came under the jurisdiction of the abbot of St-Germain-des-Prés in the same way that the nuns of the Sacred Heart come under the jurisdiction of the Jesuit Superior General and the Sisters of Charity under that of the Lazarist Superior General. It was also completely different from the Bernardines of Petit-Picpus, the convent whose interior we have just described. In 1657 Pope Alexander VII, by special dispensation, authorized the Bernardines of Petit-Picpus to practice perpetual adoration like the Benedictine nuns of the Blessed Sacrament. But the two orders remained no less distinct. 11. The end of the Petit-Picpus. Right from the start of the Restoration, the Petit-Picpus convent was in decline, as part of the general demise of the order, which, like all religious orders after the 18th century, is disappearing. Contemplation, like prayer, is a human need. But like everything the Revolution has touched, it will change, and having been hostile to social progress, it will become favorable to it. The Petit-Picpus house was rapidly emptying. In 1840 the little convent was no more, the boarding school was no more. There were no old women or young girls left. The former had died, the latter had gone away. The Labyrinth, **. The rule of perpetual adoration is so rigid, it is daunting. Vocations shrink from it, the order is not attracting recruits. In 1845 there were still the odd few here and there becoming lay sisters. But not cloistered nuns. 40 years ago the nuns numbered close on 100. 15 years ago they were no more than 28. How many are they today? In 1847 the prioress was young, a sign that the pool of choice is diminishing. She was not 40 years old. As the number drops, the strain increases. What is required of each nun becomes more taxing. The day when there would be only a dozen bowed and aching shoulders to bear the heavy rule of street. Benedict could be seen approaching even then. The burden is relentless and remains the same, for few or for many. It is oppressive, it is overwhelming. And so they die. Two died in the days when the author of this book was still living in Paris. One was 25 years old, the other 23, she, like Julia Alpinula, can say, hic jaceo. Vixianos viginti et trace. It is because of this decline that the convent gave up educating girls. We could not pass by this extraordinary unknown house of obscurity without entering it and taking inside our spiritual traveling companions, who are listening, maybe to the edification of some, as we tell our sad story of Jean Valjean. We have taken a look at this community, utterly steeped in those old practices that seem so novel today. This is the enclosed garden. Hortus conclusus. We have spoken of this remarkable place in detail, yet with respect, at least in so far as detail and respect are compatible. We do not understand everything, but we jeer at nothing. We are equally distant from the exaltations of Joseph de Maistre, who ends up sanctifying the executioner, and from the sneerings of Voltaire, who goes so far as to mock the crucifix. A logical inconsistency on Voltaire's part, by the way, for Voltaire would have defended Jesus as he defended Culloch. And even to those who deny supernatural incarnations, what does the crucifix represent? The killing of a man of wisdom. In the 19th century, religious thinking is undergoing a crisis. Some things can be unlearned, and rightly so, provided that when one thing is unlearned, another is learned. No vacuum in the human heart. Some demolitions occur, and a good thing too, but on condition that reconstruction follows. Meanwhile, let us study things that are no more. We need to be familiar with them, if only to avoid them. The spurious things of the past assume false names and pass themselves off as the future. This specter, the past, is liable to falsify its own passport. Let us be prepared for that pitfall. Let us be on our guard. The past has a face, superstition, and a mask, hypocrisy. Let us expose that face and tear off that mask. As for convents, they pose a complicated question. A question of civilization, which condemns them, a question of liberty, which protects them. Book 7 parenthesis. I. The convent as abstract idea. This book is a drama whose main character is the infinite. Man is the secondary character. This being the case, since there was a convent along the way, we had to enter it. Why? Because the convent, which is a feature of both East and West, of antiquity as well as of modern times, of paganism, Buddhism, Islam, as well as Christianity, is one of the optical devices through which man views the infinite. This is not the place to develop certain ideas at unreasonable length. Nevertheless, while abiding absolutely by our reservations, strictures, and even censures, we must say that every time we encounter in man the infinite, well or ill understood, we have a feeling of respect. There is in the synagogue, the mosque, the pagoda, the wigwam, a hideous aspect that we loathe and a sublime aspect that we revere. What contemplation for the spirit and what boundless meditation, God reflected on the human wall. 2. The convent as historical fact. From the viewpoint of history, reason and truth, monasticism is doomed. When there are too many monasteries in a nation, they are obstructions to the normal functioning of the system, ocios establishments, centers of idleness where centers of occupation should exist. Monastic communities are to the great social community what mistletoe is to the oak tree, what the wart is to the human body. Their prosperity and satisfied well-being are the land's impoverishment. Good in the first stage of civilizations, useful in bringing about the reduction of brutality through spirituality, the monastic regime is bad for nations in their maturity. Moreover, because it still continues to set the example when it grows lax and enters its era of dissoluteness, it becomes bad for all the reasons that made it beneficial in its era of untainted virtue. Claustration has had its day. Useful in the early education of modern civilization, cloisters have been a hindrance to its growth and are harmful to its development. Good in the 10th century, debatable in the 15th, in the 19th century monasteries are detestable as an institution and as a method of cultivating human beings. The leprosy of monasticism has gnawed almost to the bone two great nations, Italy and Spain, one having been the beacon and the other the splendor of Europe for centuries, and at this present time these two illustrious peoples are only just beginning to recover, thanks to the healthy and vigorous therapy of 1789. The convent, the old-fashioned convent for women in particular, as it still existed at the turn of this century in Italy, Austria and Spain, is one of the darkest manifestations of the Middle Ages. The cloister, that kind of cloister, is a point of intersection of diverse horrors. The Catholic cloister, properly speaking, is entirely filled with the black radiance of death. The Spanish convent is the most dismal of all. There, beneath vaults filled with mists, beneath domes turbid with darkness, massive altars of Babel-like proportions rise in the gloom as high as cathedrals. There, enormous white crucifixes hang from chains in the shadows. There, stretched out naked on ebony, are great ivory Christs, not just bloodstained but bleeding, hideous and magnificent, with the bones of their elbows showing, the sinews of their kneecaps showing, the flesh of their wounds showing, crowned with silver thorns, nailed with nails of gold, with rubies for drops of blood on their brows and diamond tears in their eyes. The diamonds and rubies look wet, and elicit mourning from veiled figures in the darkness below, their sides sore from the hair shirt and the iron-tipped scourge, their breasts crushed in wicker cages, their knees chafed raw with prayer, women who think they are wives, specters who think they are seraphs. Do these women think? No. Do they have any desire? No. Do they love? No. Do they live? No. Their nerves have turned to bone, their bones to stone. Their veil is woven darkness. Their breath beneath the veil is like some tragic exhalation of death. A ghost, the abbess sanctifies them and terrifies them. The Immaculate is there, with a vengeance. Such are Spain's old monasteries. Dens of terrible devotion, lairs of virgins, savage places. Catholic Spain was more Roman than Rome herself. The Spanish convent was the epitome of the Catholic convent. There was a touch of the Oriental about it. The Archbishop, the Kislaraga asterisk of heaven, kept confined and under surveillance the seraglio of souls reserved for God. The nun was the odalisque, the priest the eunuch. The devotees were chosen in a dream and had possession of Christ. At night the handsome, naked young man came down from the cross and became the ecstasy of the convent cell. Guarded by high walls from all living distraction, the Sultana mystic had the crucified one for her sultan. One glance outside was an infidelity. The in pace asterisk replaced the leather sack. That which was cast into the sea in the east was cast underground in the west. In both places women flailed their arms, for those, the waves, for these, a dungeon, on the one hand the drowned, on the other the buried. Monstrous parallel. Unable to deny these things, the defenders of the past now shrug them off with a smile. A strange and convenient way of suppressing the revelations of history, of invalidating the interpretations of philosophy, of evading all disturbing facts and all serious questions, has become fashionable. Black propaganda, say the shrewd. Black propaganda, repeat the inane. Jean. Jacques a propagandist, Diderot a propagandist, Voltaire, Onculla, Labarre and Servin, a propagandist. Someone has recently discovered that Tacitus was a propagandist, Nero was a victim, and really that poor Holofernes deserves to be pitted. Facts, however, are not easy to confound, and they remain obstinate. The author of this book has seen with his own eyes, 20 miles from Brussels, like something out of the Middle Ages, still there within everyone's reach at Villers Abbey, the manhole entrance to the oubliettes in the middle of the meadow that used to be the cloister's courtyard, and on the banks of the river Dill 4 stone dungeons, half underground, half underwater. These were the in pace. Each of these dungeons has the remains of an iron door, a latrine, and a small grated window that on the outside is 2 feet above the river and on the inside 6 feet above the ground. A 4-foot depth of river flows past the outside wall. The ground is always waterlogged. The occupant of the in pace had this waterlogged ground for his bed. In one of these dungeons there is a fragment of a neck iron riveted to the wall. In another, you can see a kind of square box made of 4 slabs of granite, too short for anyone to lie down in, too low to stand upright in. A human being was put inside this with a stone lid on top. This exists. You can see it. You can touch it. These in pace, these dungeons, these iron hinges, these neck shackles, this little high window with the river flowing right underneath it, this stone box sealed with a granite lid like a tomb, with this difference, that here the dead man was alive, this muddy ground, this latrine hole, these seeping walls, what propaganda? 3. On what conditions we can respect the past. For civilization, monasticism as it existed in Spain and as it still exists in Tibet is a kind of consumptive disease. It cuts off life. Quite simply, it causes depopulation. Claustration equals castration. It has been the scourge of Europe. Add to this the violence so often done to the conscience, coerced vocations, feudalism relying on the cloister, primogeniture directing surplus family members into the monastic life, the barbarities we have just been speaking of, the in pace, the sealed lips, the immured minds, so many ill-fated intellects confined in the dungeon of eternal vows, the taking of the habit, souls buried alive. Add to national debilitations individual tortures, and whoever you are you will shudder at the cowl and the veil, those 2 winding sheets of human devising. Nevertheless, in certain respects and in certain places, despite philosophy, despite progress, the spirit of the cloister lingers on. In the middle of the 19th century, and a bizarre new outbreak of asceticism now astounds the civilized world. The persistence of antiquated institutions in perpetuating themselves is like the stubbornness of stale scent clinging to your hair, the urgency of spoiled fish clamoring to be eaten, the oppression of childish garb expecting to clothe the adult, and the tenderness of corpses wanting to come back to kiss the living. Ungrateful wretch, says the garment. I protected you in bad weather. Why will you have nothing more to do with me? I come from the open sea, says the fish. I was a rose, says the perfume. I loved you, says the corpse. I civilized you, says the convent. There is only one answer to this: once upon a time. To dream of the indefinite protraction of defunct things and of embalmment as a way of governing mankind, to restore ravaged dogmas, regild shrines, patch up cloisters, re-bless reliquaries, revitalize superstitions, refuel fanaticisms, replace the handles on holy water sprinklers and on sabers, recreate monasticism and militarism, to believe in the salvation of society by the multiplication of parasites, to force the past on the present, this seems strange. Still, there are theorists who propound these theories. Such theorists, and they are intelligent people, have a very simple method. They put a gloss on the past, a gloss they call social order, divine right, morality, family, respect for elders, ancient authority, sacred tradition, legitimacy, religion, and they go about shouting, "Look! Take this, honest people!" This logic was known to the ancients. The haruspices practiced it. They rubbed a black heifer with chalk and said, "It's white. Bos cretatus star." We ourselves respect the past in certain instances and in all cases grant it clemency, provided it consents to being dead. If it insists on being alive, we attack and try to kill it. Superstitions, bigotries, false pieties, prejudices, these specters, for all that they are specters, cling to life. They have teeth and nails in their vaporousness, and they must be tackled head-on, and war must be waged against them, and it must be waged constantly. For it is one of the fates of humanity to be doomed to eternal battle against phantoms. Shades are difficult to throttle and destroy. A convent in France in the middle of the 19th century is the equivalent of a parliament of owls confronting daylight. A cloister actually practicing asceticism right in the heart of the city of 1789, 1830 and 1848, Rome flourishing in Paris, is an anachronism. In ordinary times, all it takes to disperse and dispel an anachronism is to make it spell out the date. But these are not ordinary times. Let us fight. Let us fight, but let us discriminate. The characteristic of truth is never to be extreme. What need has it to exaggerate? There is that which needs to be destroyed, and there is that which simply needs to be elucidated and examined. Well-intentioned and serious examination, that is a force to be reckoned with. Let us not put to the torch where it is enough to bring light. So, in the context of the 19th century, we are opposed to ascetic enclosure as a general proposition and among all peoples, in Asia as in Europe, in India as in Turkey. Whoever says convent, says swamp. Their tendency towards corruption is obvious, their stagnation unhealthy, their feverish ferment is infectious and etiolates nations. Their proliferation is becoming a plague of biblical proportions. We cannot think without horror of those lands overrun with fakirs, bonzes, santons, colliers, marabouts, talapoins and dervishes, as with teeming vermin. That said, the religious question remains. There are certain mysterious, almost awesome, aspects to this question. Allow us to confront it squarely. 4. The convent from the viewpoint of principles. Men come together and live under one roof. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right of association. They shut themselves up in their communal home. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right that every man has to open or shut his door. They do not go out. By virtue of what right? By virtue of the right to come and go, which implies the right to stay at home. There, at home, what do? They keep their voices down and their eyes lowered, they work. They renounce the world, towns, sensual gratifications, pleasures, vanities, conceits, interests. They dress in coarse woolen or coarse linen. Not one of them has any personal possessions whatsoever. On entering the place, anyone who is rich becomes poor. What he has, he gives to all. The man who was what is called a nobleman, a gentleman, or an aristocrat is the equal of the man who was a peasant. The cell is identical for everyone. All undergo the same tonsure, wear the same cassock, eat the same black bread, sleep on the same straw, die on the same ashes. With the same sackcloth on their backs, the same rope around their loins. If the rule adopted is to go barefoot, all go barefoot. There may be a prince among them. That prince is the same wraith as the rest. No more titles. Even family names are lost. They have only first names. All bow beneath the equality of baptismal names. They have annulled the blood-related family and within their community have formed a spiritual family. Their only relatives now are all of mankind. They help the poor, they care for the sick. They elect those whom they obey. They call each other my brother. You stop me, and you exclaim, but that's the ideal convent. It need only be the convent that might be, and I must give it its due. That is why in the preceding book I spoke of a convent in respectful tones. Leaving aside the Middle Ages, leaving aside Asia, excluding the historical and political aspect, from the purely philosophical point of view, beyond crusading polemical imperatives, on condition that the monastery is completely voluntary and encloses only those who consent to it, I shall always treat the cloistered community with a certain diligent and in some respects deferential seriousness. Wherever there is community, there is commonality. Where there is commonality, there is legitimacy. The monastery is a product of the formula, equality, fraternity. Oh! What greatness there is in liberty! And what splendid powers of transfiguration! Liberty is all that is required to transform the monastery into a republic. Let us continue. Now these men, or these women, who live behind these four walls, they dress in rough homespun, they are equals, they call each other brothers. That is all very well. But do they do anything else? Yes. What? They look into the darkness, they get down on their knees, and they put their hands together. What is the significance of that? They pray. To whom? To God. Prayer. To pray to God, what do those words mean? Is there an infinite beyond ourselves? Is that infinite one and indivisible, abiding, everlasting, necessarily substantial, since it is infinite, and if it were devoid of matter that would be a limitation on it, necessarily intelligent, since it is infinite, and if it lacked intelligence that would make it finite? Does this infinite awaken in us the notion of essence, whereas we can only attribute to ourselves the notion of existence? In other words, is it not the absolute to which we are relative? And while there is an infinite beyond ourselves, is there not at the same time an infinite within ourselves? Are these two infinites, what an alarming plural, not superimposed one on top of the other? Does this second infinite not underlie, so to speak, the first? Is it not the mirror, reflection, echo of the first, an abyss concentric with another abyss? Is this second infinite also intelligent? Does it think? Does it love? Has it a will? If these two infinites are intelligent, they each have an element of will, and there is an I in the infinite above as there is an I in the infinite below. The I below is the soul, the I above is God. To place the infinite below in contact with the infinite above by the medium of thought, that is called praying. Let us not take anything away from the human mind. Suppression is bad. We must reform and transform. Certain faculties of mankind are directed towards the unknown, thought, imagination, prayer. The unknown is an ocean. What is conscience? It is a compass in the unknown. Thought, imagination, prayer, these are great mysterious radiances. Let us respect them. Where do these majestic radiances of the soul go? Into the darkness, that is to say, towards the light. The greatness of democracy is to deny nothing and to repudiate nothing of humanity. Close to the rights of man, alongside them at least, are the rights of the soul. To crush fanaticism and revere the infinite, that is the governing principle. Let us not restrict ourselves to bowing down before the tree of creation and contemplating its huge branches full of stars. We have a duty to work on the human soul, to defend mystery against miracle, to adore the incomprehensible and reject the absurd, to admit as inexplicable only what we must, to purge belief, to cull religion of superstition, to decontaminate God. 6. The absolute goodness of prayer. As for the way to pray, all ways are good provided they are sincere. Turn your book over and become one with the infinite. There is, as we know, a philosophy that denies the infinite. There is also a philosophy, of a pathological order, that denies the sun. This philosophy is called blindness. To take a perception we lack and set it up as a source of truth, that is the hubris of a blind man. What is curious are the self-important, superior and patronizing airs this groping philosophy adopts with regard to the philosophy that sees God. It is like hearing a mole exclaim, "They make me feel sorry for them," with that son of theirs. There are, as we know, renowned atheists of powerful intellect. Brought back to the truth by the very power of their intellect, fundamentally they are not very sure of being atheists. With them, it is little more than a matter of definition, and in any case, even if they do not believe in God, being great minds they prove the existence of God. We salute them as philosophers while being severe critics of their philosophy. Let us continue. What is remarkable, too, is the propensity to play around with words. A metaphysical school of the North, a little fogbound, thought it brought about a revolution in human understanding by replacing the word force with the word will. It would indeed be fruitful to say the plant wills, instead of the plant grows, if we were to go on to say the universe wills. Why? Because what would follow would be this: the plant wills, therefore it has an I, the universe wills, therefore it has a God. For ourselves, although unlike this school we reject nothing a priori, yet we find it more difficult to admit that a plant has a will, which this school accepts, than that the universe has a will, which it denies. You cannot deny the will of the infinite, that is to say God, unless you deny the infinite. This we have demonstrated. Denial of the infinite leads straight to nihilism. Everything becomes a conceit of the mind. With nihilism no discussion is possible, for the logical nihilist doubts that his interlocutor exists and is not very sure that he himself exists. From his point of view, it is possible that he himself may be just a conceit of his own mind. Only, he does not see that by the mere mention of that word mind, in one fell swoop he accepts everything he has denied. In short, there is no line of thought open to a philosophy that forestalls everything with the monosyllable no. To no, there is only one response: yes. Nihilism is of no import. There is no non-being. Zero does not exist. Everything is something. Nothing is nothing. Man lives by affirmation much more than by bread. It is not even enough to see and to tell. Philosophy must be a force of energy. To better mankind must be its endeavor and its effect. Socrates must enter Adam and produce Marcus Aurelius, in other words, out of the man of blissfulness bring forth the man of wisdom. Turn Eden into a Lyceum. Knowledge must be a tonic. The pursuit of pleasure, what a sorry purpose and what a paltry ambition. The brute beast pursues pleasure. The pursuit of thought, that is the soul's real triumph. To offer thought to mankind's thirst, to give as an elixir to all men the notion of God, to bring together within them conscience and knowledge, and by this mysterious conjunction to make them just, such is the function of real philosophy. Morality is a flourishing of truths. Contemplation leads to action. The absolute must be applicable. The ideal must be breathable, drinkable, and eatable to the human mind. It is the ideal that has the right to say, "Take this, this is my body, this is my blood." Wisdom is a holy communion. It is on this condition that it ceases to be a sterile love of knowledge and becomes the one sovereign mode of inspiring human solidarity, and is elevated from philosophy to religion. Philosophy must not be a mere belvedere built on mystery in order to gaze on it at leisure, for nothing more than the accommodation of curiosity. Leaving the development of our ideas for another occasion, we simply say that we neither understand man as a point of departure, nor progress as a goal, without those two driving forces, faith and love. Progress is the goal. The ideal is the paragon. What is the ideal? It is God. The ideal, the absolute, perfection, the infinite, identical words. 7. Take care in censuring. History and philosophy have duties that are eternal and at the same time simple: to oppose Caiaphas as bishop, Draco as judge, Trimalchio as legislator, Tiberius as emperor. That is clear, straightforward and transparent, and presents no uncertainty. But the right to live apart, even with its dangers and abuses, needs to be recognized and respected. Cenobitism is a human problem. When speaking of convents, those places of error but also of innocence, of misguidedness but also of good intentions, of ignorance but also of devotion, of torture but also of martyrdom, almost always you have to say yes and no. A convent is a contradiction, with salvation as its object, with sacrifice as its means to achieve it. The convent is supreme egoism entailing supreme abnegation. Abdicate in order to rule seems to be the motto of monasticism. In the cloister you suffer to gain pleasure. You draw a bill of exchange on death. You anticipate celestial light in terrestrial darkness. In the cloister, hell is accepted in advance as a settlement against paradise. The taking of the veil or the cowl is suicide repaid with eternity. We do not think that on such a subject mockery is appropriate. Everything it involves is serious, the good as well as the bad. The just man frowns, but never sneers. We understand anger, not malice. A few more words. 8. Faith rules. We criticize the church when it is riddled with intrigue. We despise the spiritual in its attachment to the temporal, but everywhere we honor the thinking man. We hail whoever kneels. A faith, this is indispensable to man. Woe to anyone who believes nothing. To be lost in thought is not to be idle. There is visible work and invisible work. To contemplate is to toil, to think is to do. Folded arms are busy, joined hands are active. Gazing heavenward is industrious. Thales remained motionless for 4 years. He founded philosophy. In our opinion, Cenobites are not lazy and recluses are not work-shy. Meditating on darkness is a serious matter. Without invalidating anything we have just said, we believe that the living ought to keep death constantly in mind. On this point the priest and the philosopher agree. We must die. The abbot of La Trappe echoes Horace. To include in one's life some sense of mortality is the law of the sage. It is, too, the law of the ascetic. The ascetic and the sage come together in this respect. There is material growth. We want it. There is also moral grandeur. We value it. Unreasoning and mercurial minds say, what is the good of these motionless figures with an inclination for mystery? What use are they? What do they achieve? Honestly, faced with the darkness that surrounds us and awaits us, not knowing what will become of us in the ultimate diaspora, we reply, there is probably no work more sublime than the work these souls do. And we say further, there is probably no work more useful. Those who pray constantly are surely needed for those who never pray at all. For us, The whole question lies in the amount of thought that goes into the praying. Leibniz at prayer, there is greatness in that. Voltaire at worship, there is nobility in that. Deo erexit Voltaire *. We are for religion and against religions. We are among those who believe in the abjectness of litanies and the sublimity of prayer. Moreover, at this present moment, a moment that with luck will not characterize the 19th century, at this time when so many men are low-browed and not very high-minded, among so many mortals whose moral purpose is the pursuit of pleasure and who are taken up with material things, which are fleeting and fraudulent, anyone who goes into exile seems to us venerable. The monastery is a renunciation. Sacrifice based on a false premise is still sacrifice. Making a duty of an exacting misapprehension has its own grandeur. To examine the truth from every angle exhaustively and impartially, the monastery, the female convent in particular, for in our century it is women who suffer most, and in their monastic exile there is an element of protest, undeniably, in itself and ideally, has a certain grandeur. This cloistered life, so austere, so bleak, a few of whose features we have just traced, is not life, for it is not liberty. It is not entombment, for it is not fulfillment. It is the strange place from where you see, as from a high mountain peak, on one side the abyss we are in now, on the other the abyss in which we shall be. It is the narrow, misty frontier separating two worlds, illuminated and obscured by both at the same time, where the feeble rays of life mingle with the wan rays of death. It is sepulchral semi-darkness. We, who do not believe what these women believe, but who, like them, live by faith, have never been able to contemplate without a kind of compassionate and religious anguish, a kind of pity full of envy, those devout, quaking, trusting creatures, those humble, noble souls who dare to live on the very brink of mystery, waiting, between the world on which they have closed the door and a heaven that remains unopened, turn towards the invisible light with the sole joy of thinking they know where it is, aspiring to the abyss and the unknown, their eyes fixed on the still darkness, kneeling, overwhelmed, amazed, trembling, half raised at times by the deep breaths of eternity. Book 8. Cemeteries take what they are given. In which there is discussion about how to get into the convent. This was the house where Jean Valjean had, as Fauchelevent put it, fallen from heaven. He had scaled the wall of the garden at the corner of Rue Polonceau. That angel's hymn he had heard in the middle of the night was the nuns singing matins. That hall he had discerned in the gloom was the chapel. That phantom he had seen lying on the ground was the nun making reparation. That strangely jangling bell that had so startled him was the gardener's bell attached to old Fauchelevent's knee. Once Cosette had been put to bed, Jean Valjean and Fauchelevent, as we have seen, had a glass of wine and a piece of cheese for supper in front of a good blazing wood fire. Then, as the only bed in the hut was occupied by Cosette, each man threw himself down on a bale of straw. Before he shut his eyes, Jean Valjean said, "I have to stay on here." This remark kept running through Fauchelevent's mind all night long. To tell the truth, neither of them slept. Aware that he had been found out and that Javert was on his trail, Jean Valjean realized he and Cosette were doomed if they went back into Paris. Since the latest gust of wind that had buffeted him happened to have blown him into this cloister, Jean Valjean had only one thought: to remain here. Now, for a poor wretch in his position, this convent was both the most dangerous and the safest of places. The most dangerous because, no man being allowed to enter it, if he were found inside he would be caught trespassing, and Jean Valjean would go straight from the convent to prison. The safest because, if there were some way of gaining acceptance and staying in this place, who would ever come looking for you here? To live in a place where you could not possibly be, that was salvation. As for Fauchelevent, he was racking his brains. He began by owning that he was completely baffled. How did Monsieur Madeleine come to be here, with walls like these? There is no stepping over cloister walls. How did he get here with a child? You do not scale a perpendicular wall with a child in your arms. Who was this child? Where did they both come from? Since Fauchelevent had been at the convent, he had heard nothing of Montreuil-sur-Mer and knew nothing of what had happened. Père Madeleine had that air about him that discourages questions. And besides, Fauchelevent said to himself, you don't question a saint. Monsieur Madeleine, for him, retained all his prestige. Only, from a few words Jean Valjean had let slip, the gardener thought he was able to infer that Monsieur Madeleine had probably been bankrupted in these hard times, and was being pursued by his creditors. Or else he was implicated in some political affair and was in hiding. Fauchelevent, who like many of our peasants in the north was an old Bonapartist at heart, was not at all unhappy about that. In hiding, Monsieur Madeleine had identified the convent as a refuge and it was quite natural he should wish to stay here. But the inexplicable thing, which Fauchelevent kept coming back to and could not work out, was how Monsieur Madeleine got here and how he got in with that little girl. Fauchelevent saw them, touched them, spoke to them, and did not believe it. The incomprehensible had just found its way into Fauchelevent's cabin. Fauchelevent was lost in conjecture and could see nothing clearly but this: Monsieur Madeleine saved my life. This sole certainty was sufficient, and decided his course. He said to himself, it's my turn now. He added in his conscience, Monsieur Madeleine didn't spend so much time deliberating when it was a matter of getting under the cart so that I could be pulled out from under it. He made up his mind to save Monsieur Madeleine. Nevertheless, he put to himself various questions and gave various answers. After what he did for me, if he were a thief, would I save him? Just the same. If he were an assassin, would I save him? Just the same. Seeing as he is a saint, shall I save him? Just the same. But finding a way for him to stay in the convent, what a problem! Fauchelevent did not shrink in the face of this almost fantastic enterprise. This poor Picardy peasant, with no other ladder than his devotion, his goodwill, and a little of that old rustic cunning to be used in this instance to serve a generous purpose, undertook to scale the inaccessibilities of the cloister and the inhospitable ramparts of the rule of Saint Benedict. Père Fauchelevent was an old man who had been selfish all his life and who now, at the end of his days, lame, crippled and with no further interest in the world, found pleasure in being grateful, and seeing a virtuous deed to be done, he leapt at it like a man who, at the moment of death, finding within reach a glass of good wine he has never tasted before, drinks it avidly. It might be added that the air he had been breathing in this convent for many years now had destroyed his self-centeredness and had ended up making some sort of good deed necessary to him. So he formed this resolution, to devote himself to Monsieur Madeleine. We have just called him a poor Picardy peasant. That description is accurate but incomplete. At this point in our story, something of Père Fauchelevent's social background becomes useful. He was a peasant, but he had been a copy clerk, which added casuistry to his cunning and insight to his naivety. Having for various reasons failed in his business, from being a copy clerk he had sunk to being a carter and a laborer. But despite oaths and lashings, essential to horses, apparently, something of the copy clerk survived in him. He had some natural wit. He did not say eyes or eyes, he was chatty, a rarity in village life, and the other peasants said of him, he talks almost like a gentleman that wears a hat. Fauchelevent was in fact one of that species which the supercilious and flippant vocabulary of the last century described as half-burgher, half-peasant *, and in metaphors that rained down from the chateau onto the thatched cottage was labeled in the commoner category as urban rustic, pepper and salt. Though sorely tried and much worn down by fate, a poor threadbare old soul, as it were, Fauchelevent was still a man of impulse and very spontaneous, a precious quality that prevents a person from ever being wicked. His defects and his vices, for he did have some, were superficial. In short, he had the type of physiognomy that finds favor with the observer. That aged face had none of those disagreeable vertical lines on his forehead that denote malice or stupidity. At daybreak, after a vast amount of thinking, old Fauchelevent opened his eyes and saw Monsieur Madeleine sitting on his bale of straw, watching Cosette sleep. Fauchelevent sat up and said, "Now that you're here, how are you going to contrive to get in?" This remark summed up the situation and roused Jean Valjean from his reverie. The two fellows put their heads together. "In the first place," said Fauchelevent, "you're going to start by not setting foot outside of this room. Neither you nor the child. One step out into the garden, and we're done for." "You're right. Monsieur Madeleine," Fauchelevent went on, "you've turned up at a very good moment, I mean to say a very bad moment. One of the nuns is very ill. That means no one will be paying much attention to what's going on over here. Apparently, she's dying. The 40 hours devotion is being observed. The whole community's distracted. It's all they can think about. The nun who's about to pass on is a saint. Actually, we're all saints here. The only difference between them and me is they say our cell, and I say my bunk down. There'll be prayers for the dying and then prayers for the dead. We won't be disturbed here today, but I can't answer for tomorrow." "Still, this hut is set back in a recess in the wall," observed Jean Valjean. "It's hidden by some sort of ruin, there are trees, it can't be seen from the convent. And I tell you, the nuns never come near it." "Well, then," said Jean Valjean. The question mark that punctuated this "well, then" signified, "It seems to me a person might remain hidden here." It was this question mark that Fauchelevent responded to, "There are the little girls." "What little girls?" asked Jean Valjean. As Fauchelevent opened his mouth to explain what he had just said, the bell sounded once. "The nuns died," he said. "That's the bell tolling." And he made a sign to Jean Valjean to listen. The bell struck a second time. "It's the death knell, Monsieur Madeleine. The bell will continue to strike once a minute for 24 hours until the body leaves the church. You see, it's the playing. At recreation a ball has only to roll this way, and despite not being allowed to, they come after it, hunting and ferreting all around here. They're devils, those cherubs." "Who?" asked Jean Valjean. "The little girls. You'd be very quickly discovered, believe me. They'd shriek, 'Look! A man!' But there's no danger today. There'll be no recreation. It's going to be prayers all day. You can hear the bell, as I said, tolling once every minute. That's the death knell." "I understand, Père Fauchelevent. There are schoolgirls." And Jean Valjean thought to himself, that would be Cosette's education all taken care of. Fauchelevent exclaimed, "My goodness, there are little girls all right. And wouldn't they squeal at the sight of you? And wouldn't they run for their lives? Here, to be a man is to have the plague. You can see how they fasten a bell to my leg as if I were a wild animal." Jean Valjean fell deeper and deeper into thought. "This convent would be our salvation," he murmured. Then he raised his voice. "Yes, the difficulty is to stay here." "No," said Fauchelevent, "the difficulty is to get out." Jean Valjean felt the blood drain back to his heart. "To get out?" "Yes, Monsieur Madeleine. In order to get back in you must first get out." And after letting another toll of the bell go by, Fauchelevent went on. "You can't be found here like this. How did you get in? For me, because I know you, you fell from heaven. But for the nuns, you have to come through the door." All of a sudden a rather complicated ringing of another bell was heard. "Ah," said Fauchelevent. "That's the vocal mothers being summoned. They're going into a chapter meeting. They always hold a chapter meeting when someone dies. She died at daybreak. It's usually at daybreak that people die. But couldn't you go out the same way you came in? Tell me, it's not that I want to ask any questions, but how did you get in? Jean Valjean turned pale. The very thought of going back into that terrible street made him shudder. Emerge from a forest full of tigers, and once you are out, imagine being advised by a friend that you should go back in there again. Jean Valjean pictured all the police still swarming over the neighborhood, lookouts keeping watch, sentries posted everywhere, dreadful hands reaching for his collar, Javert perhaps at the crossroads. Out of the question, he said. Père Fauchelevent, let's say I fell from above. But so I believe, replied Fauchelevent. You've no need to tell me that. The good Lord must have picked you up in his hand to take a good look at you, and then let you go. Only, he meant to put you in a monastery for men. He made a mistake. Now there's another bell call. That's to tell the porter to go and notify the municipality and have them send the doctor for the dead to come and see that someone's died. All that's the formalities of dying. They don't much like that visit, the nuns don't. A doctor, now he doesn't believe in anything. He lifts the veil. Sometimes he even lifts something else. How quickly they've called for the doctor this time. What's going on? I wonder. Your little one's still asleep. What's her name? Cosette. Your little girl, is she? That's to say, you must be her grandfather? Yes. For her, getting out of here will be easy. I have my own side gate leading into the courtyard. I knock. The porter opens. I have my basket on my back, the little one's inside it. I go out. Père Fauchelevent goes out with his basket, that's perfectly natural. You'll tell the child to keep very quiet. She'll be covered up. I'll leave her for however long is necessary with a dear old friend of mine who's deaf, a fruit seller in Rue Cheminvert, where she has a little bed. I'll shout in the fruit seller's ear that she's a niece of mine and to look after her for me till tomorrow. Then the little one will come back in with you. Because I'll get you back in. I'll have to. But how are you going to manage to get out? Jean Valjean shook his head. As long as no one sees me. That's all that matters, Père Fauchelevent. Find some way of getting me out like Cosette, in a basket, covered up. Fauchelevent scratched his ear-lobe with the middle finger of his left hand, a sign of serious perplexity. A third bell ringing created a diversion. That's the doctor for the dead leaving, said Fauchelevent. He's taken a look and said, she's dead, sure enough. When the doctor has certified the passport for paradise, the undertakers send a coffin. If it's a mother, the mothers lay her out. If it's a sister, the sisters lay her out. After that, I do the nailing. That's part of my gardening duties. A gardener's a bit of a gravedigger. She's placed in a side room in the church that connects with the street and that no man may enter save the doctor of the dead. I don't count the coffin bearers and myself as men. It's in that chamber that I nail down the coffin. The coffin bearers come to fetch it, and drive on, coachman. That's how you go to heaven. They bring a box that has nothing inside it, they carry it off with something inside it. That's what a burial is. De profundis, asterisk. A horizontal sunbeam settled on Cosette's face. In her sleep, with her lips parted, she looked like an angel drinking in the light. Jean Valjean fell to gazing at her. He was no longer listening to Fauchelevent. Not being listened to is no reason to stop talking. Untroubled, the trusty old gardener went rambling on. The graves dug in Vaugirard Cemetery. They say it's going to be closed, that Vaugirard Cemetery. It's an ancient cemetery that doesn't meet the regulations, that's not got the right uniform, and is going to be pensioned off. That's a shame because it's convenient. I've a friend there, old Mestienne, the gravedigger. The nuns here have a privilege, it's to be taken to that cemetery at nightfall. There's a special order from the authorities for their benefit. But so much has happened since yesterday. Mère Crucifixion has died, and Père Madeleine has been buried, said Jean Valjean, smiling sadly. Fauchelevent's answer turned on that word. I'll say. If you were here good and proper, that would be a real burial. For the fourth time the bell rang out. Fauchelevent snatched from the nail the knee-pad with a bell on it and buckled it back on his knee. That's me this time. The mother prioress is calling for me. Very well, I'm buckling my armor. Monsieur Madeleine, stay here and wait for me. Something's come up. If you're hungry, there's wine, bread and cheese. And he left the hut, saying, Coming. Coming. Jean Valjean watched him hurrying across the garden as fast as his gammy leg would allow him, casting a sidelong glance at his melon beds. Less than 10 minutes later, his knee bell sending the nuns scattering as he came by, old Fauchelevent tapped at a door and a soft voice replied, Forever and ever. Forever and ever. That is to say, come in. This door was the one leading into the parlor reserved for the gardener in the course of carrying out his duties. This parlor was next to the chapter room. The prioress sat on the only chair in the parlor, waiting for Fauchelevent. 2. Fauchelevent faces difficulty. It is typical of certain characters and certain professions, notably priests and members of religious communities, to look agitated and solemn at moments of crisis. When Fauchelevent came in, this twofold sign of preoccupation was imprinted on the face of the normally cheerful prioress, the charming and learned Mademoiselle de Blameur, Mère Innocent. The gardener gave an apprehensive bow and remained in the doorway of the cell. The prioress, who was saying her rosary, looked up and said, Ah! There you are, Père Fauvent. This abbreviation had been adopted in the convent. Fauchelevent bowed again. Père Fauvent, I sent for you. Here I am, Reverend Mother. I've something to say to you. And I, too, said Fauchelevent with a boldness that inwardly frightened him, have something to say to the very Reverend Mother. The prioress stared at him. Ah! You have something to tell me. A request to make. Well, go on. Simple old Fauchelevent, former copy clerk, belonged to that category of peasants who have assuredness. A certain canny ignorance is a strength. People are not wary of it, and it wins them over. Fauchelevent had been in the convent a little over 2 years, and in that time he had done well in the community. Always by himself, and while busy at his gardening, he had hardly anything else to do than be curious. Distanced as he was from all these veiled women coming and going, he saw not much more in front of him than a flurry of shadows. Through his attentiveness and shrewdness he had succeeded in putting flesh on all these phantoms, and for him these dead women lived. He was like a deaf man whose sight grows keener or a blind man whose hearing becomes more acute. He applied himself to working out the significance of the various bell ringings, and he succeeded, so that this taciturn and enigmatic cloister kept no secrets from him. This sphinx babbled all its secrets in his ear. Knowing all, Fauchelevent concealed all. This was his artfulness. The whole convent thought him stupid. A great merit in religion. The vocal mothers approved of Fauchelevent. His curiosity held its tongue. He inspired trust. Besides, he was dependable and never went out unless it was clearly necessary for the orchard or vegetable garden. His judicious behavior counted in his favor. Nevertheless, he got 2 men talking, the porter at the convent, and he had detailed knowledge of the parlor, and the gravedigger at the cemetery, and he had specific knowledge about burials. So with regard to these nuns he had the benefit of a dual insight, into their life and into their death. But he did not take advantage. The community valued him. Old, lame, practically blind, probably a little deaf into the bargain, so many good qualities. It would have been hard to replace him. With the confidence of one who feels appreciated, the good-hearted fellow embarked on a rather long-winded and very exhaustive rustic disquisition addressed to the Reverend Prioress. He talked at length about his age, his infirmities, the burden of years now weighing doubly heavy on him, the increasing demands of his work, the size of the garden, nights like the previous one, for example, when he had to lay down straw matting on the melon beds because of the moon, eventually leading up to this, that he had a brother. The prioress gave a start. A brother not at all young, another reaction from the prioress, reassured, however, that if it might be permitted, this brother could come and live with him, and help him. He was an excellent gardener, the community would be well served by him, better than by himself. That otherwise, if his brother were not admitted, as he the elder felt worn out and not up to the job, with great regret he would have to leave. And that his brother had a little girl that he would bring with him, who would be raised in godliness in this house and, who knows, would one day become a nun. When he had finished speaking, the prioress stopped running the rosary between her fingers and said to him, "Could you between now and this evening procure a strong iron bar?" "What for?" "To serve as a lever." "Yes, Reverend Mother," replied Fauchelevent. Without another word the prioress rose and went into the adjoining room, which was the chapter room and where the vocal mothers were probably assembled. Fauchelevent was left on his own. 3. Mère Innocent. About a quarter of an hour went by. The prioress came back and sat in the chair again. Both individuals seemed preoccupied. We reproduce as best we can the dialogue that took place. "Père Fauvent? Reverend Mother? You know the chapel? I have a little cubicle there to hear Mass and attend the offices. And you have been in the choir when going about your work?" "2 or 3 times. There's a stone to be raised." "Heavy?" "The flagstone that's at the side of the altar." "The stone that seals the crypt?" "Yes. This is a time when it would be good to have 2 men here. Mère Ascension, who is as strong as a man, will help you." "A woman's never the same as a man. We have only a woman to help you. We all do what we can." Although Dom Mavolon gives us 417 of St. Bernard's letters while Merlonus Horstius gives us only 367, I do not scorn Merlonus Horstius. Neither do I. Merit lies in working according to your capabilities. A cloister is not a stoneyard. And a woman is not a man. My brother's the strong one. And anyway, you'll have a lever. That's the only kind of key that goes into doors like that. There's a ring in the stone. I'll put the lever through it. And the stone is set to pivot. That's fine, Reverend Mother. I'll open the crypt. And the 4 mother precentors will help you. And once the crypt is opened, it must be closed again. Will that be all? No. Give me your orders, Very Reverend Mother. Fauvent, we trust you. I'm here to do whatever's to be done. And to keep it all to yourself. Yes, Reverend Mother. Once the crypt is open, I'll close it again. But before that, what, Reverend Mother? Something must be lowered into it. There was a silence. After pursing her lower lip in what seemed like hesitation, the prioress broke that silence. Père Fauvent. Reverend Mother. You know that one of the mothers died this morning? No. So you didn't hear the bell? You don't hear anything at the bottom of the garden. Really? I only just managed to hear the bell when it rings for me. She died at daybreak. And then, this morning, the wind wasn't blowing in my direction. It was mere crucifixion. One chosen by God. The prioress fell silent, moved her lips for a moment as though in mental prayer, and went on. 3 years ago, just from having seen mere crucifixion at prayer, a Jansenist, Madame de Bethune, became orthodox. Ah! Yes, I can hear the bell tolling now, Reverend Mother. The mothers have taken her to the room for the dead, which connects with the church. I know. No other man but you can or should enter that room. You make sure of that. A fine thing that would be, to see a man entering the room for the dead. More often. What? More often. What are you saying? I'm saying more often. More often than what? Reverend Mother, I'm not saying more often than what, I'm saying more often. I don't understand you. Why do you say more often? I was saying what you said, Reverend Mother. But I didn't say more often. At that moment 9 o'clock struck. At 9 o'clock in the morning and at every hour, praised and adored be the most blessed sacrament of the altar, said the prioress. Amen, said Fauchelevent. It was just as well the hour struck. It put an end to more often. Otherwise, the prioress and Fauchelevent would probably never have extricated themselves from that tangle. Fauchelevent wiped his brow. The prioress had another little inward murmur, probably devotional, then spoke aloud. In her lifetime mere crucifixion made converts. After her death she will perform miracles. She will, replied Fauchelevent, falling into step, and striving not to put a foot wrong again. Père Fauvent, the community has been blessed in mere crucifixion. Undoubtedly it is not granted to everyone to die like Cardinal de Barral while saying Holy Mass and to give up their souls to God while pronouncing these words, Hanc igitur oblationem star. But without being quite so blessed, mere crucifixion had a very fine death. She remained conscious to the very end. She spoke to us, then she spoke to the angels. She gave us her last commands. If you had a little more faith, and you could have been in her cell, she would have cured your leg merely by touching it. She smiled. We sensed that she was being restored to life in God. There was something of paradise in that death. Fauchelevent thought this was a funeral oration that had come to an end. Amen, he said. Père Fauvent, the wishes of the dead must be carried out. The prioress told a few beads on her rosary. Fauchelevent remained silent. She continued. On this question I've consulted several ecclesiastics working in the name of our Lord who concern themselves most profitably with the practice of clerical life. Reverend Mother, from here you can hear the bell tolling much better than in the garden. Besides, she's no ordinary dead woman, she's a saint. Like yourself, Reverend Mother. She'd been sleeping in her coffin for the past 20 years, by express permission of our Holy Father Pius VII. The one who crowned the EMP. Bonaparte. For a clever man like Fauchelevent, this illusion was an unfortunate one. Luckily the prioress, entirely taken up with what was on her mind, did not hear it. She continued. Père Fauvent? Reverend Mother? Saint Diodorus, Archbishop of Cappadocia, wanted to have this single word inscribed on his tomb, Acarus, which means earthworm. And so it was. Is this not true? Yes, Reverend Mother. The blessed Mezzocane, abbot of Aquila, wished to be buried under the gallows. And so he was. That's true. Saint Terence, Bishop of Portus at the mouth of the Tiber, asked that the sign put on the graves of parricides might be carved on his gravestone in the hope that passers-by would spit on his tomb. And so it was. The dead must be obeyed. Amen. Even though Bernard Guedonis was Bishop of Tai in Spain, the body of Bernard Guedonis, who was born in France near Rocheville, was taken to the Dominican church at Limoges as he had instructed and despite the King of Castile. Can this be denied? Indeed not, Reverend Mother. The fact is attested by Plantabat de la Fosse. Again a few beads of the rosary were told, silently. The prioress then spoke again. Père Fauvent, Mère Crucifixion will be buried in the coffin in which she has slept for the last 20 years. Rightly so. It's a continuation of sleep. So I'll have to nail down that coffin with her inside it? Yes. And we'll leave aside the undertaker's coffin? Precisely. I'm here to serve the very reverend community. The 4 mother presenters will help you. In nailing down the coffin? I don't need their help. No. In lowering it. Where? Into the crypt. What crypt? Under the altar. Foch 11 started. The crypt under the altar? Under the altar. But you'll have an iron bar. Yes, but using the bar, you'll raise the stone by the ring. But the dead must be obeyed. To be buried in the crypt under the altar of the chapel, not to be put in unholy ground, to remain in death where she had prayed in life, that was Mère Crucifixion's last wish. She asked it of us, that is to say, those were her instructions. But it's forbidden. Forbidden by men, ordered by God. What if it were to become known? We trust you. Oh me, I'm a stone in your wall. A chapter meeting is being held. The vocal mothers, whom I have just consulted again and who are deliberating, have decided that Mère Crucifixion shall in accordance with her wishes be buried in her own coffin under our altar. Imagine, Père Fauvent, if there were to be miracles worked here. What glory in God for the community! Miracles issue from tombs. But Reverend Mother, if the representative of the health department over the matter of burial Saint Benedict II resisted Constantine Paganatus. But the police superintendent. Cano de Marius, one of the 7 kings of the Alemanni who invaded Gaul during the reign of the Emperor Constans, expressly recognized the right of nuns to be buried as nuns, that is to say beneath the altar. But the prefectural inspector. The world is nothing before the cross. Martin, the 11th general of the Carthusians, gave this motto to his order, Stat crux dum volvatur orbis star. Amen, said Foch 11, unshakable in this method of saving face whenever he heard Latin. Any audience satisfies someone who has been silent for too long. On the day the rhetorician Gymnastras left prison with many dilemmas and syllogisms bottled up inside him, he stopped in front of the first tree he came to, harangued it and made very great efforts to convince it. The prioress, usually subject to the dam of silence, and with her reservoir full to overflowing, stood up and exclaimed with the effusiveness of an open sluice gate, I have on my right Benedict and on my left Bernard. Who is Bernard? He was the first abbot of Clairvaux. Fontaine in Burgundy is blessed with having been his place of birth. His father was called Tessalin and his mother Ailda. He started out at Citeaux and ended up at Clairvaux. He was ordained abbot by the Bishop of Chalon-sur-Saône, Guillaume de Champeaux. He had 700 novices, and founded 160 monasteries. He defeated Abelard at the Council of Sens in 1140, and Pierre de Bruys and his disciple Henry, and another kind of dissident called the Apostolicals. He silenced Arnold of Brescia, fulminated against the Jew-killing monk Radulf, dominated the Council of Reims in 1148, saw to it that the Bishop of Poitiers Gilbert de la Porre was censured, that Ian de Yelletoile was condemned, settled the disputes of princes, instructed King Louis the Young, counseled Pope Eugenius III, formulated the rule of the Templars, preached the Crusade, performed 250 miracles during his lifetime and as many as 39 in one day. Who is Benedict? He was the Patriarch of Monte Cassino. He was the second founder of claustral holiness, he was the Basil of the West. His order has produced 40 popes, 200 cardinals, 50 patriarchs, 1,600 archbishops, 4,600 bishops, 4 emperors, 12 empresses, 46 kings, 41 queens, 3,600 canonized saints, and it has been going for 1,400 years. On the one hand Saint Bernard, on the other the representative of the health department. On the one hand Saint Benedict, on the other the inspector of public works. The state, public works, undertakers, regulations, administration, do we recognize any of that? Who's going to object to the way we're treated? Nobody. We don't even have the right to offer our dust to Jesus Christ. Your health department is a revolutionary invention. God subordinated to the police superintendent, that's the age we live in. Silence, Fauvant. Fauchelevent did not feel very comfortable under this deluge. The prioress continued. The monastery's right to bury their own is not in any doubt. Only the fanatical and the misguided deny it. We live in times of terrible confusion. People don't know what they should know, and they know what they shouldn't. They are ignoble and ungodly. There are in this age people who don't know the difference between the very great Street Bernard and the Bernard of the poor Catholics, a good churchman who lived in the 13th century. Others are so blasphemous as to compare Louis XVI's scaffold with the cross of Jesus Christ. Louis XVI was only a king. Let us be mindful of God. There is no right or wrong anymore. Voltaire's name is known but not the name of César de Bus. Yet César de Bus counts among the blessed and Voltaire counts among the far from blessed. The last archbishop, Cardinal de Périgord, did not even know that Charles de Gondren was the successor to Barral, and François Bourgoin de Gondren, and Jean-François Senault to Bourgoin, and Père de la Salle Martha to Jean-François Senault. The name of Père Coton is known not because he was one of the three who promoted the foundation of the oratory but because his name became an oath for the Huguenot King Henri IV*. What endears Saint Francis of Sales to the worldly is that he cheated at cards. And then religion is attacked. Why? Because there have been bad priests, because Sagittarius is Bishop of Gap, was the brother of Salonius, Bishop of Embrun, and because both of them rallied to Mumulus. What does that matter? Does that prevent Martin de Tours from being a saint and from having given half his cloak to a beggar? The saints are persecuted. People close their eyes to the truth. Darkness is the norm. The most ferocious beasts are blind beasts. No one takes hell seriously. Oh! This wicked nation. By order of the king today means by order of the revolution. People no longer know what is due to the living or to the dead. It is forbidden to die a godly death. Burial is a civil matter. That's horrifying. Saint Leo II wrote 2 letters, one to Peter the Notary, the other to the king of the Visigoths, for the express purpose of resisting and rejecting the authority of the exarch and the supremacy of the emperor in matters concerning the dead. Gautier, Bishop of Chalons, stood up to Othon, Duc de Bourgogne, on this issue. The legal authorities of the past conceded this. We used to have a voice, in the chapter, even on matters of the day. The abbot of Citeaux was councillor to the Parliament of Burgundy by right of being general of the order. We do what we please with our dead. Is not the body of Saint Benedict himself in France at Fleury Abbey, known as Estebanois-sur-Loire, even though he died in Italy at Monte Cassino on Saturday the 21st of March in the year 543? All this is indisputable. I abhor psalm singers, I hate priors, I execrate heretics, but I should abominate even more anyone who were to maintain the contrary. You've only to read Arnold de Wyan, Gabriel Bucelin, Trithemius, Maurolicus and Dom Luc d'Acre. The prioress drew breath, then turned to Fauchelevent. Père Fauvent, do we understand each other? We do, Reverend Mother. We may rely on you? I'm at your command. Very well. I'm completely devoted to the convent. We're agreed. You'll close the coffin. The sisters will carry it to the chapel. The office for the dead will be said. Then we shall return to the cloister. Between 11 o'clock and midnight you will come with your iron bar. All will be done in the utmost secrecy. In the chapel there will be only the 4 mother precentors, Mère Ascension and yourself. And the sister at the post? She won't turn round. But she'll hear. She won't listen. And anyway, what the cloister knows is not known to the world. There was another pause. The prioress spoke again. You'll take off your bell. There's no need for the sister at the post to know you're there. Reverend Mother? What, Père Fauvent? Has the doctor for the dead paid his visit? He's coming at 4 o'clock today. The bell to summon the doctor for the dead has already been rung. But don't you hear any of the bells? I only pay attention to my own. That's just as well, Père Fauvent. Reverend Mother, the lever will have to be at least 6 foot long. Where will you find it? Where there's no lack of gratings, there's no lack of iron bars. I have my scrap heap at the bottom of the garden. About 3/4 of an hour before midnight, don't forget. Reverend Mother? What? If ever you were to have any other jobs like this, my brother's the strong man. An ox. You'll be as quick as possible about it. I don't move terribly fast. I'm crippled, that's why I could do with someone to help me. I limp. Limping's not a sin and may be a blessing. Emperor Henry II, who opposed the anti-Pope Gregory and re-established Benedict VIII, has 2 epithets, the pious and the lame. 2 overcoats asterisk are a very good thing to have, murmured Fauchelevent, who really was a little hard of hearing. Now that I think about it, Père Fauvent, let's take a whole hour. That's not too long. Be near the main altar with your iron bar at 11 o'clock. The office begins at midnight. It must all be done a good 1/4 of an hour before that. I'll do everything to prove my devotion to the community. So that's settled. I'll nail down the coffin. At 11 o'clock precisely I'll be in the chapel. The mother precentors will be there. Mère Ascension will be there. 2 men would be better. Still, never mind. I'll have my lever. We'll open the crypt, we'll lower the coffin, and we'll close up the crypt again. After that, no trace of anything. The government won't suspect a thing. Reverend Mother, does that take care of everything? No. So what else is there? There's still the empty coffin. This created a pause. Fauchelevent pondered. The prioress pondered. What will be done with the coffin, Père Fauvent? It'll be buried. Empty? Another silence. With his left hand Fauchelevent made the kind of gesture that dismisses a vexing question. Reverend Mother, I'm the one who's to nail down the coffin in the church side room, and no one's allowed in there but me, and I'll cover the coffin with the pall. Yes, but the coffin bearers, when they lift it into the hearse and lower it into the grave, will be able to tell there's nothing inside." "Oh, exclaimed Fauchelevent. The prioress began to make the sign of the cross and glared at the gardener. Nation remained lodged in his throat. He hastily improvised an expedient to make her forget the oath. "I'll put earth in the coffin, Reverend Mother. That will create the effect of someone inside it." "You're right. Earth and man, they're one and the same. So you'll take care of the empty coffin?" "I'll see to it." The prioress's face, troubled and clouded till then, cleared again. She signaled to him the way a superior dismisses an inferior. Fauchelevent made for the door. As he was about to go out, the prioress raised her voice slightly. "I'm pleased with you, Père Fauvent. Tomorrow after the burial, bring your brother to me, and tell him to bring his daughter." 4. In which it seems Jean Valjean might well have read Austin Castilleo. The strides of a cripple are like the leers of a one-eyed man, they do not reach their goal very swiftly. Besides, Fauchelevent was perplexed. It took him nearly a quarter of an hour to walk back to the shed in the garden. Cosette was awake. Jean Valjean had sat her by the fire. When Fauchelevent came in, Jean Valjean was pointing to the gardener's basket on the wall and saying to her, "Listen carefully, my little Cosette. We have to leave this house, but we'll be coming back and we'll be very happy here. The old man who lives here is going to carry you away on his back and that. You'll wait for me at a lady's house. I'll come to fetch you. Above all, do as you're told and don't say anything, if you don't want Madame Thénardier to take you away again." Cosette nodded gravely. At the sound of Fauchelevent pushing open the door, Jean Valjean turned round. "Well, it's all sorted out, and nothing's sorted out," said Fauchelevent. "I've permission to bring you in. But before bringing you in, you must be got out. That's where the difficulty lies. For the little one, it's easy. You'll carry her out? And she'll be quiet? I guarantee it. But you, Père Madeleine?" And after a silence filled with some anxiety, Fauchelevent cried out, "But why not go out the way you came in?" Like the first time, Jean Valjean merely said, "Impossible." Talking more to himself than to Jean Valjean, Fauchelevent grumbled, "There's something else that's worrying me. I said that I'd put earth in it. Now that I come to think about it, having earth inside instead of the body, it won't be the same, it won't do, it will shift, it will move about. The men will feel it. You see, Père Madeleine, the government will find out." Jean Valjean looked him straight in the eye and thought he was raving. Fauchelevent went on, "How the deuce are you going to get out? The thing is, it must all be done tomorrow. Tomorrow's when I'm supposed to bring you. The prioress is expecting you." Then he explained to Jean Valjean that it was a reward for a favor he, Fauchelevent, was doing the community. That it was part of his duties to assist with burials, that he nailed down the coffins and helped the gravedigger at the cemetery. That the nun who had died that morning had asked to be buried in the coffin that had served for her bed, and to be put in the crypt under the altar in the chapel. That this was forbidden by police regulations, but she was one of those dead to whom nothing is denied. That the prioress and the vocal mothers intended to fulfill the deceased's wishes. Never mind about the government. That he, Fauchelevent, was to nail down the coffin in the side room, lift the stone in the chapel and lower the corpse into the crypt. And that, by way of thanks, the prioress was to allow his brother into the house as a gardener and his niece as a pupil. That his brother was Monsieur Madeleine, and his niece was Cosette. That the prioress had told him to bring his brother the following evening, after the fake burial in the cemetery. But he could not bring Monsieur Madeleine in from outside if Monsieur Madeleine was not outside. That was the first problem. And then there was another problem, the empty coffin. "What empty coffin?" asked Jean Valjean. Fauchelevent replied, "The authorities' coffin." "What coffin? What authorities?" "A nun dies. The municipal doctor comes and says, 'There's a nun that's died.' The government sends a coffin. The next day it sends a hearse and coffin bearers to collect the coffin and bring it to the cemetery. The coffin bearers will come and lift the coffin. There'll be nothing inside it. Put something in it." "A dead body?" "I haven't got one." "No." "What then?" "A living person." "What living person?" "Me," said Jean Valjean. Fauchelevent, who was sitting down, jumped up as if a firework had gone off under his chair. "You?" "Why not?" Jean Valjean gave one of those rare smiles that came over him like a gleam of sunlight in a winter sky. "You remember, Fauchelevent, that you said, 'Mère Crucifixion's dead,' and I added, 'and Père Madeleine's buried.' Of course, you're joking. You're not being serious." "Very serious." "I've got to get out of here?" "Certainly." "I told you to find a basket and a covering for me too." "Well, the basket will be of pine, and the covering a black pall. For a start, it will be a white pall. Nuns are buried in white." "A white pall, then." "You're a man unlike other men, Père Madeleine." Seeing ideas such as these, which are nothing other than the wild and daring inventions of the prison hulks, emerge from the peaceable things surrounding him and become mixed up with what he called the convent's humdrum life, was astounding to Fauchelevent, in much the same way that the sight of a seagull fishing in the gutter would be to a passerby on Rue St. Denis. Jean Valjean went on, "The problem is to get out of here without being seen. This is a way to do that. But explain to me first. What happens? Where is this coffin? The empty one?" "Yes. Downstairs, in what's called the room for the dead. It stands on 2 trestles under the pall." "How long is the coffin?" 6 foot. "What is this room for the dead?" "It's a ground floor room which has a barred window, looking onto the garden, that's closed behind a shutter from the outside, and 2 doors, one leading into the convent, the other into the church." "What church?" "The church on the street, the church for everyone." "Have you the keys to those 2 doors?" "No, I have the key to the convent door, the porter has the key to the church door." "When does the porter open that door?" "Only to let in the coffin bearers when they come to fetch the coffin. Once the coffin's gone, the door's locked again." "Who nails the coffin down?" "I do." "Who lays the pall over it?" "I do." "Are you alone?" "No other man except the police doctor can go into the room for the dead." "That's even written on the wall." "When everyone's asleep tonight, could you hide me in that room?" "No. But I can hide you in a small dark closet off the room for the dead, where I keep my tools for burials. I look after it and I have the key to it." "What time will the hearse come for the coffin tomorrow?" "About 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The burial will take place at Vaugirard Cemetery just before nightfall. It's a bit of a way from here." "I'll be hiding in your tool closet all night and all morning." "What about food?" "I'll be hungry." "I'll bring you something." "You could come and nail down the coffin with me inside it at 2 o'clock. Fauchelevent recoiled and cracked his finger joints. "But that's inconceivable." "Bah! What's inconceivable about taking a hammer and driving some nails into a plank of wood?" What seemed appalling to Fauchelevent was, we repeat, commonplace to Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had been in worse straits than this. Any man who has been a prisoner knows the art of shrinking to fit the diameter of the escape hole. The prisoner is prone to escape, just as the sick man is prone to the crisis that kills or cures him. An escape is a cure. What will a man not consent to for the sake of being cured? To be nailed up inside a box and carried off like a parcel, to spend a long time in a confined space, to find air where there is none, to be sparing of breath for hours on end, to be capable of being stifled without dying, this was one of Jean Valjean's sinister talents. Besides, this convict's ploy, of a coffin with a living person inside it, is also an emperor's ploy. If the monk Austin Castillo is to be believed, it was by this device that Charles V, wanting to see La Plombes for the last time after his abdication, had her brought into the monastery of San Yuste and taken out again. Having rallied a little, Fauchelevent exclaimed, "But how will you manage to breathe?" "I'll breathe. In that box. Just to think of it suffocates me." "You must have a gimlet. You'll make a few holes around the mouth, here and there, and nail the top down not too tightly." "Fine. And what if you should happen to cough or sneeze?" "A man escaping doesn't cough or sneeze." And Jean Valjean added, "Père Fauchelevent, there's a decision to be made, either be caught here or agree to be taken out in the hearse." Everyone has noticed the inclination of cats to stop and linger between double doors left standing ajar. Who is there who has not said to a cat, "Come in, then"? There are men who, faced with a dilemma, also have a tendency to remain undecided between two resolutions, and risk getting crushed when fate suddenly slams the door shut on the incident. The overly cautious, for all that they are cats, and because they are cats, sometimes put themselves in greater danger than the bold. Fauchelevent was a hesitant character of this sort. But despite himself, Jean Valjean's cool determination overcame him. He grumbled, "The truth is, there's no other way." Jean Valjean went on, "The only thing that worries me is what happens at the cemetery." "That's the very thing that doesn't bother me," exclaimed Fauchelevent. "If you're confident of getting through the experience of being in the coffin, I'm confident of getting you out of the grave. The gravedigger's a drunkard friend of mine. Père Mestienne. A veteran old soak. The gravedigger disposes of the dead, and I dispose of the gravedigger. I'll tell you what will happen. We'll get there shortly before dusk, 3/4 of an hour before the cemetery gates close. The hearse will drive directly up to the grave. I'll be following behind. That's my job. I'll have a hammer, a chisel, and some pincers in my pocket. The hearse stops, the coffin bearers tie a rope around your coffin and lower you down. The priest says some prayers, makes the sign of the cross, sprinkles holy water, and he's off. I'm left alone with Père Mestienne. He's my friend, I tell you. There are two possibilities, he's either drunk or he's not. If he's not drunk, I say to him, come and have a drink while the bon coing's still open. I take him away, I get him drunk. It doesn't take long to get Père Mestienne drunk, he's always had a head start. I drink him under the table, I take his pass to get back into the cemetery and I return without him. Then you'll just be dealing with me. If he's drunk I say to him, go away, I'll do your work for you. Off he goes and I pull you out of the hole. Jean Valjean held out his hand and Fauchelevent was quick to respond with heartwarming rustic enthusiasm. That's settled, Père Fauchelevent. All will go well. As long as nothing goes wrong, thought Fauchelevent. Imagine how terrible that could be. To be immortal it is not enough to be a drunkard. The next day as the sun was setting, the passers-by on Boulevard du Maine, who were very few and far between, raised their hats as a hearse of the old-fashioned type went by, adorned with decorative skulls and bones and teardrops. This hearse contained a coffin covered with a white cloth with a huge black cross on it like a big dead body with its arms hanging over the sides. A black draped carriage followed behind, in which could be seen a surpliced priest and a choir boy in his red skullcap. Two coffin-bearers in grey uniforms trimmed with black walked on the right and left of the hearse. An old man in laborer's clothing came limping after it. This procession was making its way to Vaugirard Cemetery. The handle of a hammer, the blade of a cold chisel and the two handles of a pair of pincers could be seen protruding from the man's pocket. Vaugirard Cemetery was an exception among Paris's cemeteries. It had its own particular practices, just as it had its carriage entrance and its side entrance, which old people in the neighborhood, clinging to the old terms, still called the horseman's entrance and the pedestrian entrance. The Bernardine Benedictines of Petit Rue Picpus had obtained permission, as we have said, to be buried there, in the evening, in an isolated corner, this plot of land having formerly belonged to their community. The gravediggers, who because of this had to work in the cemetery at twilight in summer and in the dark in winter, were obliged to follow a special procedure. In those days the gates of the Paris cemeteries closed at sundown, and this being a municipal regulation, Vaugirard Cemetery was bound by it like the rest. The horseman's entrance and the pedestrian entrance were two iron gates standing next to each other, alongside a lodge built by the architect Perronet and inhabited by the cemetery gatekeeper. These gates, therefore, swung inexorably on their hinges the moment the sun disappeared behind the invalid's dome. If any gravedigger were at that moment delayed inside the cemetery, there was only one way he could get out, by using his gravedigger's pass, supplied by the burial authorities. A kind of letter box was cut into the porter's window. The gravedigger dropped his pass into this box, the porter heard it fall, pulled the rope, and the pedestrian gate opened. If the man did not have his pass, he gave his name. The porter, who was sometimes in bed asleep, would get up, come out and identify the man, and open the gate with his key. The gravedigger would be let out, but paid a fine of 15 francs. With its exceptions to the rule, this cemetery upset the administrative order. It was closed down shortly after 1830. Montparnasse Cemetery next door, called the East Cemetery, replaced it, and inherited that famous watering hole in between, which had a quince painted on a wooden panel above it and stood on a corner with the drinkers' tables on one side and the graves on the other, under the shop sign Au Bon Coin. Vaugirard Cemetery was what may be called a cemetery past its prime. It was falling into disuse. Mildew was overtaking it, flowers were deserting it. Wealthier citizens did not much care to be buried in Vaugirard, it suggested poverty. Père Lachaise was the place. To be buried in Père Lachaise is like having mahogany furniture. Its elegance is unmistakable. Vaugirard Cemetery was venerable ground, laid out in the style of an old-fashioned French garden. Straight paths, box, thuja, holly, old graves under old yew trees, very tall grass. It was macabre after dusk. It took on a very sinister aspect. The sun had not yet set when the hearse with the white pall and black cross entered the avenue of Vaugirard Cemetery. The lame man following behind it was none other than Fauchelevent. The burial of Mère Crucifixion in the crypt under the altar, getting Cosette out of the convent and Jean Valjean into the room for the dead, everything had gone smoothly and there had been no mishaps. By the way, let us say that, as far as we are concerned, the burial of Mère Crucifixion under the altar in the convent is a truly venial matter. It is one of those transgressions that seem like a duty. The nuns had done it not only without any qualm but with the approval of their conscience. In the cloister, what is called the government is only an interference with the rule, an interference that is always suspect. The rule comes first. As for the law, that remains to be seen. You men, make as many laws as you please, but keep them for yourselves. Caesar's due is never anything more than what is left over from God's due. A prince is nothing beside a principle. Fauchelevent limped along behind the hearse feeling very satisfied. His two secrets, his twin conspiracies, one with the nuns, the other with Monsieur Madeleine, one for the convent, the other against it, had so far succeeded. Jean Valjean's equanimity was one of those powerful kinds of calm that are contagious. Fauchelevent was no longer doubtful of success. What remained to be done was nothing. In the last 2 years he had got that chubby-cheeked fellow good old Mestienne the gravedigger drunk at least 10 times. He could work him like a puppet. He could do what he wanted with him. Fauchelevent could shape him to his will and his whim. Mestienne's head would fit the hat that Fauchelevent put on it. Fauchelevent felt utterly confident. As the procession entered the avenue leading to the cemetery, Fauchelevent glanced at the hearse and rubbed his big hands contentedly, saying under his breath, "What a joke!" The hearse stopped abruptly. They had reached the gate. The burial license had to be shown. The undertaker's man conferred with the cemetery gatekeeper. During this exchange, which always involves a delay of 1 or 2 minutes, someone, a stranger, came and stood behind the hearse alongside Fauchelevent. He was some kind of laborer wearing a jacket with big pockets, and he had a pick under his arm. Fauchelevent stared at this stranger. "Who are you?" he asked. The man replied, "The gravedigger." If you survived a cannonball hitting you right in the chest, you would have the same expression on your face that Fauchelevent had. "The gravedigger?" "Yes." "You?" "Me. Old Mestienne is the gravedigger." "He was." "What do you mean, he was?" "He's dead." Fauchelevent had expected anything but this, that a gravedigger should die. Yet it is true, even gravediggers die. By digging graves for other people they prepare their own. Fauchelevent was left open-mouthed. He had hardly the strength to stammer, "But that's not possible." "It is." "But," he persisted feebly, "the gravedigger is old Mestienne. After Napoleon, Louis XVIII. After Mestienne, Gribier. Peasant, my name is Gribier." Completely ashen, Fauchelevent examined this Gribier. He was tall, thin, pale-faced, utterly lugubrious. He looked like a failed doctor turned gravedigger. Fauchelevent burst out laughing. "Ah, what strange things happen! Old Mestienne's dead. Dear old Mestienne's dead, but long live dear old Lenore. You know what dear old Lenore is? It's a red wine at 6 sous the carafe. It's a carafe of Chourisons, by Jove. Real Paris Chourisons. Ah. So old Mestienne's dead. I'm sorry to hear it. He was a man who enjoyed life. But you're a man who enjoys life, too. Aren't you, comrade? We'll go and have a drink together presently." The man replied, "I have some education. I completed 3 years secondary schooling. I never drink." The hearse had started off again and was proceeding along the cemetery's main drive. Fauchelevent had slowed down. He was limping much more from anxiety than from infirmity. The gravedigger walked on ahead of him. Fauchelevent again took stock of the unexpected Gribier. He was one of those men who, though young, look old and, though lean, are extremely strong. "Comrade," cried Fauchelevent. The man turned round. "I'm the gravedigger from the convent." "My colleague," said the man. Uneducated but very astute, Fauchelevent realized he was dealing with a difficult customer, a smooth talker. He muttered, "So that's it, old Mestienne's dead." The man replied, "Absolutely. The good Lord consulted his record for when payments fall due. Old Mestienne's time had come. Old Mestienne died." Fauchelevent repeated mechanically, "The good Lord." "The good Lord," said the man with authority. "For philosophers, the eternal Father. For Jacobins, the Supreme Being." "Shan't we get acquainted?" faltered Fauchelevent. "We are all ready. You're a peasant, I am a Parisian. People don't know each other until they've drunk together. He who empties his glass empties his heart. You must come and have a drink with me. There's no refusing that. Work comes first." Fauchelevent thought, "I'm doomed." Only another few turns of the wheel before they reached the side path leading to the nun's corner. The gravedigger spoke again. "Peasant, I've 7 kids that need feeding. Since they must eat, I must not drink." And he added with the satisfaction of a serious-minded person delivering a well-turned phrase, "Their hunger is the enemy of my thirst." The hearse skirted a clump of cypress trees, left the main avenue, turned down a side path, set off across some rough ground, then plunged into a thicket. This signaled that they were very close to the burial plot. Fauchelevent slackened his pace but could not slow the hearse down. Fortunately, the loose soil, waterlogged with the winter rains, mired the wheels and made it heavy going. He approached the gravedigger. "They have such a nice drop of Argenteuil wine," murmured Fauchelevent. "Villager," retorted the man, "by rights I shouldn't be a gravedigger. My father was a porter at the Brittany Cadet School. He had intended me for literature. But he suffered some setbacks. He made losses on the stock exchange. I was obliged to give up the profession of author. But I am still a public letter writer." "So you're not a gravedigger, then," said Fauchelevent, clutching at this straw. "One doesn't rule out the other. I'm an incumbent of more than one post." Fauchelevent did not understand the word incumbent. "Come and have a drink," he said. "A comment needs to be made here." However distressed he might be, Fauchelevent was suggesting a drink, but he did not make himself clear on one point: who was to pay? Generally, Fauchelevent would suggest a drink and old Mestienne paid. The suggestion of a drink evidently resulted from the new situation created by the new gravedigger, and it needed to be made, but the old gardener left in some obscurity, not unintentionally, the proverbial moment of reckoning. Upset as he was, Fauchelevent was not anxious to be the one to pay. The gravedigger went on with a superior smile, "A man must eat. I agreed to fill the vacancy left by old Mestienne. When you've almost graduated, you're philosophical. I supplemented my handiwork with manual work. I have my letter writer's stall in the Rue de Sèvres market. You know, the umbrella market? All the cooks in the Croix Rouge neighborhood come to me. I dash off their declarations of love to their soldier boys. In the morning I write love letters, in the evening I dig graves. That's life, country cousin." The hearse rolled on. His anxiety reaching a peak, Fauchelevent looked around in every direction. Great drops of sweat were trickling from his brow. "But it's impossible to serve 2 mistresses," the gravedigger went on. "I'll have to choose between the pen and the pick. The pick is ruining my hand." The hearse stopped. The choirboy descended from the draped carriage, then the priest. One of the small front wheels of the hearse had run a little way up a pile of earth, an open grave visible on the other side of it. "What a joke!" Fauchelevent repeated in dismay. 6. Inside the wooden box. Who was in the coffin? As we know, Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had taken steps to survive in there, and he could breathe, more or less. It is a strange thing how much the mind that feels secure imparts a sense of security to the rest of the body. The whole scheme devised by Jean Valjean had been working out, and working out well, since the day before. He, like Fauchelevent, was counting on old Mestienne. He had no doubt about the outcome. Never more critical circumstances, never more utter calm. The four sides of the wooden coffin emanated a kind of terrible peacefulness. It was as if something of the repose of the dead entered Jean Valjean's tranquility. From inside that coffin he had been able to follow, and was following, every phase of the terrible drama he was staging with death. Shortly after Fauchelevent had finished nailing the lid down, Jean Valjean had felt himself being carried out, then driven off. He could tell by the reduced jolting that they were going from cobblestones to an earthen surface, in other words they were leaving the streets and coming to the boulevards. From a dull sound he guessed they were crossing the Pont d'Austerlitz. At the first stop he realized they were entering the cemetery. At the second stop he said to himself, "We're at the grave." Suddenly he sensed hands seizing the coffin, then a rough chafing against the wood. He realized this was a rope being tied round the coffin in order to lower it into the dugout hole. Then some sort of dizziness came over him. The coffin bearers and the gravedigger had probably let the coffin tip and lowered it down head first. Once he felt horizontal and stationary, he recovered fully. He had just touched the bottom. He felt a certain coldness. A voice rose above him, chilling and solemn. He heard Latin words he did not understand being recited over him, so slowly he was able to catch every one of them individually.
Qui dormiunt in terra pulvere, evigilabunt, alii in vitam aeternam, et alii in opprobrium, ut videant semper.
A child's voice said, De profundis. The solemn voice spoke again, Requiem aeternam donai, Domini. The child's voice responded, Id lux perpetua luci Dei. He heard something that sounded like the gentle patter of a few drops of rain on the wooden plank covering him. It was probably holy water. He thought, this will soon be over. A little more patience. The priest is going to leave. Fauchelevent will take Mestienne off drinking. I'll be left here. Then Fauchelevent will come back alone, and I'll get out. A good hour is what it will take. The grave voice resumed, Requiescat in pace. Asterisk, and the child's voice said, Amen. Jean Valjean strained his ears and heard something that sounded like retreating footsteps. That's them leaving, he thought. I'm alone. All at once he heard above his head a sound that was like a clap of thunder to him. It was a spadeful of earth falling on the coffin. A second spadeful came down. One of the holes through which he was breathing was now blocked. A third spadeful of earth came down. Then a fourth. There are some things that are too much for the strongest of men to bear. Jean Valjean lost consciousness. 7. In which we find the origin of the saying ne pas perdre la carte. This is what was happening above the coffin where Jean Valjean lay. When the hearse had moved away, when the priest and the choir boy had climbed back into the carriage and left, Fauchelevent, who did not take his eyes off the gravedigger, saw him bend over and grab his spade, which was standing upright, embedded in the pile of earth. Then Fauchelevent came to a drastic decision. He placed himself between the grave and the gravedigger, crossed his arms and said, I'm paying. The gravedigger stared at him in astonishment and replied, What, peasant? Fauchelevent repeated, I'm paying. For what? The wine. What wine? The Argenteuil. What Argenteuil? At the Bon King. Go to blazes, said the gravedigger. And he threw a spadeful of earth onto the coffin. The coffin resounded with a thud. Fauchelevent felt unsteady and about to fall headlong into the grave himself. He shouted in a voice that began to have the strangled rasp of death in it, Comrade! Before the Bon King closes. The gravedigger loaded more earth onto his shovel. Fauchelevent said again, I'm paying. And he seized the gravedigger's arm. Listen to me, comrade. I'm the convent's gravedigger, I'm here to help you. It's a job that can be done after dark. So let's go and have a drink first. And even as he spoke, even as he kept up this desperate nagging, he had the star thought, and what if he were to drink, would he get drunk? Provincial, said the man, if you absolutely insist, I accept. We'll have a drink. After the work's done, never before. And he swung back his spade. Fauchelevent stopped him. It's Argenteuil wine at 6 sous. That's enough, said the gravedigger. A right bell clapper, you are. Ding dong, that's all you can say. Give it a rest. And he threw in the second spadeful. Fauchelevent had reached that point where a person no longer knows what he is saying. Oh, come along and have a drink, he cried, since I'm paying. When we've put the baby to bed, said the gravedigger. He threw in the third spadeful. Then he dug his spade into the earth and added, you see, it's going to be cold tonight and the dear departed would cry out after us if we were to go off and leave her here without a blanket. At that moment, as he loaded his spade, the gravedigger bent over and his jacket pocket gaped open. Fauchelevent's frantic gaze automatically looked into that pocket, and there it settled. The sun was not yet obscured below the horizon. It was still light enough to be able to distinguish something white at the bottom of that gaping pocket. All the brightness of Picard peasants I can hold gleamed in Fauchelevent's pupils. He had just had an idea. Without the gravedigger noticing, all his concentration focused as it was on his spadeful of earth, Fauchelevent dipped his hand into Gribier's pocket from behind and pulled out of that pocket the white object lying at the bottom of it. The gravedigger threw a fourth spadeful into the grave. As he turned round to load the fifth, Fauchelevent looked at him with extreme calm and said, by the way, newcomer, have you got your pass? The gravedigger stopped what he was doing. What pass? The sun's going down. Good luck to it, and good night. The cemetery gate's going to close. So what? Have you got your pass? Ah. My pass, said the gravedigger. And he fumbled in his pocket. Having fumbled in one pocket, he fumbled in the other. He moved on to his breast pockets, searched one, turned out the other. Well, no, he said, I haven't got my pass. I must have forgotten it. 15 francs fine, said Fauchelevent. The gravedigger turned green. Green is the pallor of the pale-faced. Oh, Jesus, my God, I don't believe it, he exclaimed. 15 francs fine. 3 100 coins, said Fauchelevent. The gravedigger dropped his spade. Fauchelevent's moment had come. Come now, novice, said Fauchelevent, don't despair. There's no need to commit suicide and take advantage of the grave. 15 francs is 15 francs, and besides, you can avoid paying it. I'm an old hand, you're new to the job. I know the tricks of the trade, the rules of the game, the ins and outs. I'm going to give you some friendly advice. One thing's clear, the sun's going down, it's touching the dome, the cemetery is going to close in 5 minutes. That's true, replied the gravedigger. You haven't time in the next 5 minutes to fill the grave, it's devilish deep, this grave, and reach the gate in time to get out before it closes. That's right. In that case, 15 francs fine to pay. 15 francs. But you have got time. Where do you live? Just by the toll gate, a quarter of an hour from here. Rue de Vaugirard, number 87. You've got time, if you stir your stumps, to get out straight away. That's correct. Once outside the gate, you race home, you collect your pass, you come back to the cemetery, the gatekeeper lets you in. With your card, there's nothing to pay. And you bury your corpse. I'll look after it for you in the meantime and see that it doesn't run away. You saved my life, peasant. Off you go, said Fauchelevent. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the gravedigger shook his hand and ran off. When the man had disappeared into the thicket, Fauchelevent listened until the sound of his footsteps died away, then he leaned over the grave and said in a low voice, Père Madeleine. No reply. Fauchelevent gave a shudder. He rolled down into the grave rather than climbed down, threw himself at the head of the coffin and cried, Are you there? Silence in the coffin. Breathless from trembling, Fauchelevent grabbed his cold chisel and hammer, and prized open the coffin lid. Jean Valjean's face appeared in the twilight, eyes closed, bloodless. Fauchelevent's hair stood on end. He got to his feet, then close to collapsing on top of the coffin he fell back against the wall of the grave. He stared at Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean lay there, deathly pale and still. Fauchelevent murmured in a voice as faint as a sigh, He's dead. And drawing himself up, crossing his arms so violently that a clenched fist struck each shoulder, he cried, This is how I save him. Then the poor fellow began sobbing. And talking to himself, for it is a mistake to think that talking to oneself is not natural. Greatly disturbed emotions often speak aloud. It's old Mestienne's fault. Why did that fool go and die? Why did he have to snuff it when no one was expecting it? It's because of him Monsieur Madeleine's dead. Père Madeleine. He's in the coffin. And already lying in his grave. That's the end of it. Now, is there any sense in such things? Oh, my God. He's dead. And now what about the little girl? What am I going to do with her? What will the fruit sellers say? For a man like that to die like that, how in God's name is it possible? When I think how he got under that cart. Père Madeleine. Père Madeleine. By heaven, he suffocated, just like I said. He wouldn't believe me. Well, this is a pretty piece of mischief. He's dead, that good man, of all the good Lord's good people the very best of men. And his little girl. Oh. I'm not going back there for a start. I'm staying here. What a stupid thing to have done. What's the good of being two old men when you're two old fools? But how did he get inside the convent in the first place? That's how it all started. People shouldn't do things like that. Père Madeleine. Père Madeleine. Père Madeleine. Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur le Maire. He can't hear me. Now get yourself out of this one. And he tore at his hair. A shrill creaking could be heard in the distance among the trees. It was the cemetery gate closing. Fauchelevent bent over Jean Valjean, and all of a sudden he gave a kind of start and leapt back as far as anyone can leap back inside a grave. Jean Valjean's eyes were open and staring at him. It is frightening to see a dead body, it is almost as frightening to see a resurrection. Fauchelevent grew petrified, pale, wild-eyed, overwhelmed by all these extremes of emotion, not knowing whether he was dealing with a living man or a dead one, and staring at Jean Valjean, who was staring at him. I fell asleep, said Jean Valjean. And he sat up. Fauchelevent fell on his knees. Good sweet Virgin! Did you frighten me? Then he sprang to his feet and cried, Thank you, Père Madeleine. Jean Valjean had merely fainted. The fresh air revived him. Joy is the ebbing of terror. Fauchelevent had almost as much difficulty in recovering his senses as Jean Valjean. So you're not dead? Oh. You are a teaser, you are. I called out to you so much, you came back. When I saw your eyes shut I said, There. Now, he's suffocated. I'd have gone raving mad, really and truly, fit for a straitjacket. They'd have put me in by cedar. What would you expect me to do if you died? And your little girl? The fruit seller's the one that wouldn't have made any sense of it. The child's landed on her and the grandfather dies. What a to-do! Dear saints in heaven, what a to-do! Ah, you're alive, that's the crowning glory. I'm cold, said Jean Valjean. This remark brought Fauchelevent right back to reality, with its urgent demands. Even restored to their senses, these two men without realizing it were troubled in spirit and felt a strangeness inside them, which was the sinister effect of the place. Let's get out of here quick, cried Fauchelevent. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a flask he had on him. But a little drop first, he said. The flask completed the work the fresh air had begun. Jean Valjean drank a mouthful of brandy and regained full possession of himself. He climbed out of the coffin and helped Fauchelevent to nail the lid back down. 3 minutes later they were out of the grave. Fauchelevent was calm about the rest. He took his time. The cemetery was closed. There was no fear of the gravedigger Gribier turning up. That novice was at home busy looking for his pass, and certain not to find it at his lodgings since it was in Fauchelevent's pocket. With no pass, he could not come back into the cemetery. Fauchelevent took the spade and Jean Valjean the pick, and together they buried the empty coffin. When the grave had been filled in, Fauchelevent said to Jean Valjean, "Let's go. I'll carry the spade, you bring the pick." Night was falling. Jean Valjean had some difficulty in moving and walking. He had grown stiff in that coffin and had become a little corpse-like. The rigidity of death had taken hold of him inside that wooden box. He had, as it were, to thaw out from being in the grave. "You're numb," said Fauchelevent. "It's a pity I'm crippled in one leg, otherwise we could plate step on your foot. Bah," replied Jean Valjean. "A few steps, and my legs will be fine." They walked back along the paths the hearse had taken. When they came to the closed gate and the gatekeeper's lodge, Fauchelevent, who held the gravedigger's pass in his hand, dropped it into the box, the porter pulled the rope, the gate opened, and they were out. "How well everything's going," said Fauchelevent. "What a good idea that was of yours, Père Madeleine." They passed through the Vaugirard gate with no trouble at all. Anywhere near a cemetery, a spade and a pick act as 2 passports. Rue Vaugirard was deserted. "Père Madeleine," said Fauchelevent, walking along and looking up at the houses, "your eyes are better than mine. Tell me which is number 87. "This is it here," said Jean Valjean. "There's no one in the street," said Fauchelevent. "Give me your pick and wait a couple of minutes for me." Fauchelevent went into number 87, climbed to the very top, guided by the instinct that always leads the poor man to the garret, and in the gloom knocked at the door of an attic. A voice replied, "Come in." It was Gribier's voice. Fauchelevent pushed open the door. The gravedigger's home was, like all such wretched dwellings, an unfurnished and cluttered hovel. A packing case, a coffin perhaps, served as a chest, a butter cooler served as a kitchen sink, a straw mattress served as a bed, the floor served as table and chairs. In one corner, in a heap on a tattered old scrap of carpet, were a thin woman and a gaggle of children. The whole wretched place showed signs of upheaval. It looked as though it had been hit by an earthquake all of its own. Lids were displaced, ragged clothing was scattered about, the jug was broken, the mother had been weeping, the children had probably been beaten, signs of a distraught and bad-tempered search. It was plain that the gravedigger had been frantically hunting for his pass and held everything in the garret, from the jug to his wife, responsible for its loss. He looked desperate. But Fauchelevent was in too great a hurry to bring this adventure to a conclusion to notice the sorry side of his success. He came in and said, "I brought you back your pick and spade." Greibier gazed at him, astounded. "You here, peasant? And tomorrow morning you'll find your pass with the gatekeeper at the cemetery." And he laid the spade and pick on the floor. "What does this mean?" asked Greibier. "What it means is that your pass fell out of your pocket. I found it on the ground after you left. I've buried the corpse, I've filled in the grave, I've done your work for you. The porter will give you your pass back, and you won't have to pay 15 francs. So there you are, novice." "Thank you, villager," exclaimed Greibier in amazement. "Next time the drinks are on me." 8. A successful interview. An hour later, in pitch darkness, 2 men and a child turned up at number 62 Petite Rue Picpus. The older man lifted the knocker and rapped. They were Fauchelevent, Jean Valjean, and Cosette. The 2 old fellows had gone to fetch Cosette from the fruit sellers in Rue du Cheminvert, where Fauchelevent had left her the day before. Cosette had spent the past 24 hours completely baffled and trembling silently. She trembled so much, she did not cry. Nor had she eaten or slept. The worthy fruit seller had plied her with 100 questions without obtaining any response other than ever the same melancholy gaze. Cosette had given no hint of what she had seen and heard during the last 2 days. She could tell they were going through a crisis. She sensed deeply that she had to be good. Who has not experienced the supreme power of those 3 words, delivered in a certain tone of voice in the ear of a terrified little person? Not a word. Fear is mute. Besides, there is no one like a child for keeping a secret. Only, when she saw Jean Valjean again after those dismal 24 hours, she let out such a cry of joy that any thinking person who heard it would have detected in that cry deliverance from an abyss. Fauchelevent was from the convent and knew the passwords. Every door opened. And so it was that the tremendous twofold problem was resolved, of getting out and getting in. The porter, who had his instructions, opened the little back door, still visible from the street 20 years ago, that led from the courtyard into the garden and was set in the wall at the far end of the courtyard facing the carriage entrance. The porter let all 3 of them in through this door, and from there they came to that special inner parlor where Fauchelevent had taken his orders from the prioress the day before. The prioress was waiting for them, rosary in hand. A vocal mother stood beside her, veiled. A discreet candle lighted, one might almost say made a pretense of lighting, the parlor. The prioress inspected Jean Valjean. There is no scrutiny like that of a downcast eye. Then she questioned him. "You're the brother?" "Yes, Reverend Mother," replied Fauchelevent. "What's your name?" Fauchelevent replied, "Ultime Fauchelevent." He actually had a brother named Ultime, who had died. "Where do you come from?" Fauchelevent replied, "From Picigny, near Amiens." "How old are you?" Fauchelevent replied, 50. "What is your trade?" Fauchelevent replied, "Gardener." "Are you a good Christian?" Fauchelevent replied, "Everyone in the family is." "This is your little girl?" Fauchelevent replied, "Yes, Reverend Mother." "You're her father?" Fauchelevent replied, "Her grandfather." The vocal mother murmured to the prioress, "He answers well." Jean Valjean had not said a word. The prioress studied Cosette and murmured to the vocal mother, "She'll be ugly." The 2 mothers conferred for a few moments very quietly in the corner of the parlor, then the prioress turned and said, "Père Fauvent, you shall have another knee-pad with a bell. 2 are needed now." Indeed, the next day 2 bells could be heard in the garden, and the nuns could not resist the temptation to lift the corner of their veils. At the far end of the garden under the trees 2 men, Fauvent and another, could be seen digging side by side. an enormous event. Silence was broken to the point of telling each other, "He's an assistant gardener." The vocal mothers added, "He's a brother of Père Fauvent." Jean Valjean was indeed properly installed. He had his leather knee-pad with a bell on it. He was now official. His name was All-Time Fauchelevent. The strongest determining factor in favor of his admission had been the prioress's observation about Cosette: "She'll be ugly." Having delivered her prognosis, the prioress immediately took a liking to Cosette and gave her a place in the school as a charity pupil. There is nothing very logical about this. It is all very well having no mirror in the convent. Women have an awareness about their faces. Now, girls who feel pretty are less likely to be recruited as nuns. A vocation being the more gladly accepted in inverse proportion to beauty, the ugly are a more hopeful prospect than the pretty. Hence a strong preference for the plain. This entire escapade increased good old Fauchelevent's standing. He scored a triple success, with Jean Valjean, whom he rescued and took in, with the gravedigger Gribier, who said to himself, "He saved me that fine," with the convent, which, thanks to him, by keeping Mère Crucifixion's coffin under the altar, evaded Caesar and satisfied God. There was a coffin with a body in it at Petit Picpus, and a coffin without a body at Vaugirard Cemetery. Public order was no doubt seriously breached, but did not know it. As for the convent, its gratitude to Fauchelevent was great. Fauchelevent became the best of servants and the most precious of gardeners. On the archbishop's next visit, the prioress recounted the affair to his grace, partly confessing to it and also boasting of it. After leaving the convent, the archbishop spoke of it with approval and very discreetly to Monsieur de Latil, confessor to Monsieur, later Archbishop of Reims and Cardinal. This admiration for Fauchelevent spread far and wide, for it reached Rome. We have seen with our own eyes a note addressed by the then reigning Pope, Leo XII, to one of his relatives, a Monsignor in the Nuncio's office in Paris, and named, like himself, de la Genga. These lines are to be read in it. Apparently there is in the Paris convent an excellent gardener who was a saintly man called Fauvent. None of all this glory reached Fauchelevent in his hut. He went on grafting, hoeing, and covering up his melon beds, without being informed of his excellence and his saintliness. He had no more inkling of his renown than a Durham or Surrey bull whose picture is published in the Illustrated London News with this caption: "Prize-winning bull at cattle show." 9. Cloistered. In the convent, Cosette continued to keep quiet. Cosette quite naturally thought she was Jean Valjean's daughter. Besides, knowing nothing, there was nothing she could have said, and she would not in any case have said anything. As we remarked above, there is nothing like unhappiness for training children to be silent. Cosette had suffered so much that she was fearful of everything, even of speaking, even of breathing. A single word had so often brought an avalanche crashing down on her. She was only just beginning to feel secure since being with Jean Valjean. She quite quickly settled down in the convent. Only, she missed Catherine but dared not say so. Yet she did once tell Jean Valjean, "Father, if I'd known, I'd have brought her with me." On becoming a boarder at the convent, Cosette had to start wearing the pupil's uniform. Jean Valjean was granted permission to have the clothes she no longer wore given back to him. This was the same morning outfit he had dressed her in when she left the Thénardier inn. It was still not very worn. Jean Valjean locked up these garments, as well as her woolen stockings and shoes, together with a great quantity of camphor and all those aromatics that are so plentiful in convents, in a little valise that he managed to procure. He put this valise on a chair by his bed, and he always kept the key with him. "Father," Cosette asked him one day, "what is that box that smells so good?" Aside from the renown we have just mentioned, of which he knew nothing, old Fauchelevent was rewarded for his good action. In the first place, it made him happy. He also had much less work to do, sharing it with someone else. Lastly, since he was very fond of snuff, he found that another advantage of having Monsieur Madeleine there was that he took 3 times as much snuff as he used to, and with infinitely more relish, seeing that Monsieur Madeleine treated him to it. The nuns did not use that name, all time. They called Jean Valjean the other fauvant. If these saintly women had had anything of Javert's sharp-sightedness, they would eventually have noticed that whenever there was any errand to be done outside the convent for the upkeep of the garden, it was always the elder Fauchelevent, the old man, the invalid, the cripple, who went, and never the other. But whether eyes always fixed on God are incapable of spying, or whether the nuns preferred to devote their attention to keeping an eye on each other, they did not notice this. In fact, it was just as well for Jean Valjean that he lay low and did not stir. Javert kept the neighborhood under observation for more than a full month. This convent was for Jean Valjean like an island surrounded by perilous depths. These 4 walls now constituted his world. Here, he saw enough of the sky for his own serenity, and enough of Cosette to be happy. Life began to be very tranquil for him again. He lived with old Fauchelevent in the hut at the bottom of the garden. This little cabin, built out of rubble, which was still there in 1845, consisted as we know of 3 rooms, completely stark with just the bare walls. The main room had been forced on Monsieur Madeleine by old Fauchelevent, for Jean Valjean had resisted in vain. Apart from the 2 nails on which to hang the knee-pad and the basket, the wall of this room was adorned with a royalist banknote of 93, set on the chimney breast above the fireplace, of which an exact facsimile appears below. This Vendean promissory note had been nailed to the wall by the previous gardener, a former Chouan counter-revolutionary who died in the convent and had been replaced by Fauchelevent. Jean Valjean worked all day in the garden and was extremely useful there. He had in the past been a tree pruner and was glad to be a gardener again. Remember, he knew all kinds of secrets and lore about cultivating plants. He turned these to advantage. Almost all the trees in the orchard were wildings. He budded them and got them to bear excellent fruit. Cosette was allowed to come and spend an hour with him every day. As the sisters were doleful and he was kind, the child made comparisons and adored him. At the appointed time she would run to the hut. When she came into that tumble-down cottage, she filled it with bliss. Jean Valjean brightened, and felt his own happiness increase with the happiness he gave to Cosette. What is delightful about the joy we inspire is that, far from growing dimmer, as all reflections do, it returns to us more radiant. At playtime, from afar, Jean Valjean watched Cosette running and playing, and he could distinguish her laughter from the laughter of the others. For Cosette now laughed. Cosette's face had to a certain extent even changed, as a result. The gloom had faded from it. Laughter is sunshine. It banishes winter from the human countenance. Still not pretty, Cosette, it must be said, was becoming delightful. She would make wise little remarks in her sweet childish voice. When playtime was over and Cosette had gone back into the house, Jean Valjean would gaze at her classroom windows, and he would get up at night to gaze at the windows of her dormitory. God has his ways, after all. The convent contributed, like Cosette, to sustaining and completing in Jean Valjean the work of the bishop. It is certain that there is an aspect of virtue that leads to pride. There is a bridge there built by the devil. Jean Valjean was perhaps unwittingly quite close to that aspect and to that bridge when Providence cast him into the Petit Picpus convent. So long as he compared himself only with the bishop, he regarded himself as unworthy and remained humble. But for some time past he had been starting to compare himself with other men, and pride was germinating in him. Who knows? He might have ended up returning very slowly to hatred. The convent stopped him on that downward slope. This was the second place of captivity he had seen. In his youth, in what had been for him the beginning of life, and later on, very recently, he had seen another, a dreadful, terrible place whose harshness had always seemed to him the iniquity of justice and the criminality of the law. Now, after the prison hulks, he saw the cloister. And reflecting on how he had been an inmate of the prison and was now, so to speak, an observer of the cloister, he anxiously compared them in his mind. Sometimes he would lean on his hoe and slowly sink into the fathomless convolutions of his musings. He recalled his former companions. How wretched they were. They rose at dawn and toiled until dark. They were all but denied sleep. They lay on camp beds with mattresses only 2 inches thick allowed to them, in rooms that were heated only during the bitterest months of the year. They had to wear dreadful red tunics. As a concession, they were allowed light trousers in the hot season and a woolen jacket in the cold season. They drank wine and ate meat only when they were on a job. Without any names, referred to only by numbers and in a sense turned into ciphers, they lived with their eyes downcast, their voices lowered, their heads shorn, under the rod, in disgrace. Then his mind reverted to the human beings before his eyes. These human beings, too, lived with their heads shorn, their eyes downcast, their voices lowered, not in disgrace but amid the world's jeering, not with their backs bruised by the rod but with their shoulders lacerated by self-mortification. Their names, too, had died among men. They now existed only under an austere nomenclature. They never ate meat and they never drank wine. They often went without food until evening. They were dressed not in red tunics but in black woolen shrouds, heavy in summer, light in winter, unable to take anything off or to put on anything extra, without even the possibility, according to season, of thinner clothing or a woolen overcoat. And for 6 months of the year they wore serge vests that made them feverish. They lived not in rooms heated only during the coldest weather but in cells where no fire was ever lighted. They slept not on mattresses 2 inches thick but on straw. Lastly, they were not even left to sleep. Every night after a day of toil, just as they were falling asleep and beginning to get warm, they had to waken from the heaviness of their first sleep, get up and go and pray, kneeling on stone in a gloomy, freezing cold chapel. On certain days each of these human beings in turn had to remain 12 hours on end kneeling on the flagstones or lying on the ground, face down with arms outstretched in the form of a cross. The others were men, these were women. What had those men done? They had stolen, raped, pillaged, killed, assassinated. They were outlaws, counterfeiters, poisoners, arsonists, murderers, parricides. What had these women done? They had done nothing. On the one hand, highway robbery, fraud, theft, violence, debauchery, homicide, every kind of sacrilege, every type of outrage. On the other, one thing only, innocence. Perfect innocence, gathered up, almost, in a mysterious assumption, still earthly in its virtue, already heavenly in its saintliness. On the one hand, whispered confidences about crimes committed, on the other, the public confession of sins. And what crimes? And what sins? On the one hand, miasmic stenches, on the other, an ineffable perfume. On the one hand, a moral pestilence, incarcerated, under armed guard, and slowly devouring the afflicted. On the other, a pure conflagration of every soul in the one hearth. There, darkness. Here, shadow. But shadow filled with gleams of light and gleams filled with radiance. 2 places of slavery, but in the first, the possibility of being freed, a legal term always in sight, and even escape. In the second place a life sentence to be served, the only hope in the far distant future that glimmer of freedom men call death. In the first the enslaved were fettered only by chains, in the other they were fettered by their faith. What issued from the first? An all-encompassing curse, the gnashing of teeth, hatred, desperate viciousness, a cry of rage against human society, a jeer at heaven. What came from the second? Blessings and love. And in these 2 places, so alike and so unalike, these 2 species of human being, so different from each other, were devoted to the same task, expiation. Jean Valjean well understood the expiation of the former, personal expiation, expiation for oneself. But he did not understand that of the latter, that of these blameless creatures free from sin, and he wondered with a shudder, expiation of what? What expiation? A voice in his conscience replied, that most divine of human generosities, expiation for others. Here, all our own thinking is set aside. As narrator, we are simply putting ourselves in Jean Valjean's position and conveying his impressions from his point of view. He had before his eyes the sublime pinnacle of self-sacrifice, the highest possible peak of virtue. Innocence that forgives men their wrongdoing and expiates that wrongdoing in their stead. Servitude endured, torture accepted, punishment craved by souls that have not sinned in order to spare the souls that have transgressed. Love of humanity steeped in love of God yet remaining distinct from it, and imploring. Frail, gentle creatures embracing the woe of those who are punished with the smile of those who are rewarded. And he remembered that he had dared to feel sorry for himself. Often he would get up in the middle of the night to listen to the grateful song of those innocent creatures crushed by the rigors of their discipline, and his blood ran cold at the thought that those who were justly punished raised their voices to heaven only in blasphemy and, wretch that he was, that he had shaken his fist at God. One striking thing, that like a whispered warning from Providence itself made him deeply pensive, the climb, the barriers overcome, even the risk of death accepted, the dire and difficult ascent, all those same efforts he had made to get out of that other place of expiation, he had made in order to get into this one. Was this a symbol of his destiny? This house was a prison too, and bore a bleak resemblance to the other place he had fled, and yet he had never conceived of anything like it. Here again were gratings, bolts, iron bars, to imprison whom? Angels. Those high walls that he had seen around tigers he now saw around lambs. This was a place of expiation and not of punishment. And yet it was more austere, more dismal, and more pitiless than the other. These virgins were even more heavily bowed down than the convicts. A bitter cold wind, the wind that had chilled his youth, swept through the barred and padlocked pit of vultures. The blast of an even harsher and more biting wind prevailed in this cage of doves. Why? When he thought about these things, everything inside him was humbled before this sublime mystery. In these reflections pride vanished. He made all kinds of reassessments of himself, he felt lowly, and he wept many times. Everything that had entered his life over the last 6 months led him back to the bishop's saintly injunctions, Cosette through love, the convent through humility. Sometimes in the evening at twilight, a time when the garden was deserted, he could be seen kneeling in the middle of the path running alongside the chapel, in front of the window he had looked through on the night of his arrival, turned towards the spot where he knew the sister who was making reparation lay prostrate in prayer. And so he prayed, kneeling before the sister. It was as if he dared not kneel directly before God. He was slowly imbued with everything that surrounded him, this peaceful garden, these fragrant flowers, these children uttering joyful cries, these women of grave simplicity, this silent cloister, and little by little his soul became a creation of silence like this cloister, of perfume like these flowers, of peace like this garden, of simplicity like these women, of joy like these children. And then he reflected how it was two houses of God that had in turn taken him in at two critical moments in his life. The first when all doors were closed to him and human society rejected him, the second when human society started hounding him again and the prison hulks opened up before him once more. And that but for the first he would have fallen back into crime, and but for the second, back into torment. His heart melted through and through in gratitude, and became ever more loving. Thus a number of years went by, and Cosette grew up. Part 3. Marius. Book 1. Paris through the study of one of its atoms. I. Parvulus asterisk. Paris has a child and the forest has a bird. The bird is called the sparrow, the child is called the gamin. Paris, childhood, put together these two concepts, all furnace the one, all new light the other, strike these two sparks against each other, and what this produces is a little being. Homuncio, Plautus would say. This little being is joyous. He does not eat every day, and he sees a show every evening if he feels like it. He has no shirt on his back, no shoes on his feet, no roof over his head. He is like the flies in the air that have none of all that. He is aged between 7 and 13, lives in gangs, roams the streets, sleeps rough, wears an old pair of his father's trousers that come down over his heels, some other father's old hat that comes down below his ears, a single brace made of a strip of yellow cloth. He gads about, keeps his eyes peeled, scrounges, dawdles, breaks in tobacco pipes, swears like a trooper, haunts the tavern, associates with thieves, backchats with whores, talks slang, sings dirty songs, and has not an ounce of wickedness in his heart. The fact is, he has in his soul a pearl, innocence, and pearls do not dissolve in the mire. So long as man is a child, God wants him to be innocent. If you were to ask that huge city, "What is that?" it would reply, "That's my little one." 2. Some of his characteristics. Paris's gamin is the giant's dwarf. Let us not exaggerate, this gutter-snipe cherub does sometimes have a shirt, but then he has only one. He sometimes has shoes, but then they have no soles. He sometimes has a home, and he loves it, for there he finds his mother, but he prefers the street because there he finds freedom. He has his own games, his own mischief, founded on hatred of the respectable citizen, his own metaphors, being dead is called pushing up the daisies, his own jobs, fetching hackney cabs, letting down carriage steps, charging pedestrians to get them from one side of the street to the other in heavy rain, what he calls creating ponts d'arts *, hollering speeches made by those in authority in favor of the French people, scrabbling between the cobblestones. He has his own coinage consisting of all the little bits of wrought copper that can be found on the public thoroughfare. This curious currency, which goes by the name of scrap, has a fixed and well-regulated exchange rate within this little community of vagrant children. Lastly, he has his own fauna, which he studiously observes in out-of-the-way corners, the ladybird, the death's head plant louse, the daddy longlegs, the devil's coachhorse, a black insect armed with two horns that conveys menace by twisting up its tail end. He has his own fabulous monster that has scales on its belly but is not a lizard, that has pustules on its back but is not a toad, that inhabits the nooks and crannies of old lime kilns and dried-out cisterns, a black, hairy, slimy creepy-crawly, sometimes slow-moving, sometimes fast, that makes no cry but stares, and is so terrible that no one has ever seen it. He calls this monster the salamander. Hunting among stones for salamanders is a dreadful kind of pleasure. Another pleasure is to lift up a cobblestone all of a sudden and see woodlice. Each area of Paris is famous for the interesting discoveries to be made there. There are earwigs in the storehouses at Les Ursulines, millipedes at the Pantheon, tadpoles in the Champ de Mars trenches. As for witticisms, this child can match Talleyrand. He is no less cynical, but he is more honest. He is blessed with an unexpected sort of mirth. He baffles the shopkeeper with his fits of laughter. His range extends good-humoredly from high comedy to farce. A funeral procession goes by. Among those accompanying the deceased is a doctor. "Well, I never," exclaims a gamin. "Since when do doctors look after the dead?" Another is in a crowd. A bespectacled and serious-looking gentleman, his watch chain festooned with charms, turns round indignantly. "You rascal, you just pinched my wife." "Search me, monsieur. I haven't got her." 3. He is likable. In the evening, thanks to a few sous that he always manages to come by somehow, the homuncio goes to the theater. On crossing that magic threshold he is transfigured. He was the gamin, he becomes the TT star. Theaters are a kind of upturned ship with the keel in the air. It is in that keel that the TT congregates. The TT is to the gamin what the moth is to the grub, the same creature in flight, soaring high. His presence up there, with his radiant happiness, his tremendous enthusiasm and joy, his clapping hands like beating wings, is reason enough to call that constricted, fetid, dark, sordid, unhealthy, ghastly, dreadful kill the gods. Give a person the unnecessary and deprive him of the essential, what you have is the gammon. The gammon is not without some literary instinct. His natural inclination, and we say this with all due regret, would not be for the classical style. He is not very academic by nature. So, to give an example, the popularity of Mademoiselle Mars among that small audience of rowdy children was seasoned with a touch of irony. The gammon called her Mademoiselle Mush. This creature brawls, joshes and jibes, is young in years and old in experience, fishes in the gutter, hunts in the sewer, extracts merriment from filth, perks up life on the street, grins and bites, whistles and sings, cheers and jeers, tones down his hallelujahs with tralalas, chants all kinds of rhythms from the de profundis to the carnival ditty, finds without seeking, knows what he is ignorant of, is Spartan even in his thieving, wise even in his foolery, lyrical even in his scurrilousness. He would squat down on Mount Olympus, he wallows in the dung heap and emerges from it covered with stars. The Parisian gamin is Rabelais as a boy. He is not happy with his trousers if they have no fob pocket. He is not easily astonished, even less easily scared. He derides superstition, deflates bombast, scoffs at mystery, pokes his tongue out at ghosts, parodies pomposity, caricatures epic aggrandizement. It is not that he is prosaic, far from it, but he replaces the solemn view with the comically phantasmagorical. If Adamastor were to appear before him, the gamin would say, well, if it isn't the bogeyman. 4. He can be useful. Paris starts out with the gawper and ends up with the gamin, two types no other city is capable of producing: passive acceptance, content to look on, and inexhaustible initiative. Prud'homme and Foliot. Paris alone has such specimens in its natural history. Monarchy is all there in the gawper. Anarchy is all there in the gamin. This one child of Paris's poorer neighborhoods lives and develops in hardship, growing up physically stunted, a thoughtful witness to the social realities and human goings-on around him. He thinks he is blithe. He is not. He watches, ready to laugh. And not only to laugh. Whoever you may be, whether your name is prejudice, abuse, ignorance, oppression, iniquity, despotism, injustice, fanaticism, tyranny, beware the gaping gamin. This little lad will grow up. Of what clay is he made? Of any old mud. A handful of dirt, a breath, and behold Adam. A god has only to pass by. One always does, in the case of the gamin. Fortune works on this little creature. By the word fortune we want to suggest an element of fortuity. Ignorant, illiterate, bewildered, coarse, common, this pygmy molded out of ordinary unrefined earth, will he be an Ionian or a Boeotian? Wait. Currit Rhodai *, unlike the Latin potter, the spirit of Paris, that demon creator of children of accident and men of destiny, out of a kitchen jug makes an amphora. V. His boundaries. The gamin loves the city. Having something of the sage in him, he also loves solitude. Like Fuscus, urbis amatior. Like Flaccus, ruris amatior *. To take a contemplative stroll, that is to say to saunter, is for the philosopher a good use of time, particularly in the somewhat hybrid, rather ugly but bizarre and dual-natured countryside that surrounds certain cities, notably Paris. To study the outskirts is to study the amphibious. Where trees end and roofs begin, where grass ends and paving begins, where plowed fields end and shops begin, where rutted tracks end and passions begin, where the divine murmur ends and the human uproar begins, therein lies extraordinary interest. Hence the wool-gatherer's apparently aimless walks, in these not very attractive environs forever branded by the casual passerby with the descriptive term dreary. He who writes these lines for a long time haunted the purlieus of the Paris skates, and this for him is a source of deep-seated memories. That bald turf, those stony paths, that chalk, that marl, that gypsum, those bleak monotonies of untilled and fallow land, early market garden crops suddenly glimpsed in a hollow, that mixture of the feral and the respectable, those vast empty spaces where garrison drummers noisily learn their skills and give a kind of clumsy impression of battle, these spots unfrequented by day, death traps by night, the ungainly windmill turning in the wind, the quarry pulley wheels, the open-air cafes just by the cemeteries, the mysterious charm of high, grim walls squaring off huge wastelands basking in sunlight and full of butterflies, all this attracted him. Hardly anyone on earth is familiar with these strange places: Glacier, Cunette, Grenelle's ghastly wall riddled with bullets, Montparnasse, Fosse aux Loops, Les Aubiers on the banks of the Marne, Montsouris, Tumissoir, Pierre Plate at Chatillon, where there is an old exhausted quarry, now used only for growing mushrooms and closed off at ground level by a trapdoor of rotten planks. The Roman Campagna is one concept, the outskirts of Paris another. To see in a landscape nothing but fields, houses or trees is to see only the surface. All aspects of things are notions of God. The place where a plain meets a city is always steeped in some indefinable pervasive melancholy. Nature and humanity speak to you simultaneously there. Local peculiarities become evident. Anyone who, like us, has roamed those lonely wildernesses adjoining our faubourgs that might be called Paris's limbo is glimpsed here and there, in the most forsaken spot, at the most unexpected moment, behind a scraggy hedge or in the corner of a dank wall, rowdy groups of pallid, muddy, dusty, ragged, disheveled children, crowned with cornflowers, playing hide and seek. These are all young runaways from poor families. The outer boulevard is their breathable environment, the periphery belongs to them. They make it their eternal playground. There, they innocently sing their repertory of dirty songs. There they are, or rather there they exist, far from all eyes, in the mild May or June sunlight, kneeling round a hole in the ground, flicking marbles with their thumbs, quarreling over quarter sous, carefree, on the wing, on the loose, happy. And no sooner do they catch sight of you than they remember they have a trade and must earn their living, and they offer to sell you an old woolen stocking filled with May bugs, or a bunch of lilacs. These encounters with strange children are one of the delights, at once charming and poignant, of the outskirts of Paris. Sometimes among these gangs of boys there are little girls, their sisters. Almost young misses, thin, feverish, with weathered hands, and freckled, wearing spikes of rye and poppies in their hair, cheerful, frenetic, barefoot. You see some of them eating cherries in the wheat fields. In the evening you hear them laughing. In the warm brightness of high noon or glimpsed in the twilight, these groups linger in the wool-gatherer's mind and these visions mingle with his fantasies. Paris, the center, the outlying districts, the perimeter, for these children this constitutes the whole world. They never venture beyond it. They can no more leave the Parisian atmosphere than fish can leave water. For them, 5 miles beyond the gates there is nothing. Ivry, Gentilly, Arcueil, Belleville, Aubervilliers, Menilmontant, Choisy-le-Roi, Billancourt, Meudon, Issy, Vambres, Sèvres, Puteaux, Neuilly, Gennevilliers, Colombes, Romainville, Chatou, Asnières, Bougival, Nanterre, Enghien, Noisy-le-Ouessy, Nogent, Cornay, Drancy, Guinness. Here is where the universe ends. 6. A bit of history. During the period, albeit so recent, in which this book is set, there was not, as there is now, a policeman at the corner of every street, a benefit this is not the time to go into. Paris was full of waifs and strays. The statistics give an average of 260 homeless children rounded up annually by police patrols, on open land, on building sites and under the arches of bridges. One such bolthole of lasting notoriety yielded the Swallows of the Pont d'Arcole. We are in fact talking about the most dire of social symptoms. All the crimes of man begin in the vagabondage of the child. Paris excepted, however. Relatively speaking, and notwithstanding that surviving memory we have just referred to, it is a fair exception. Whereas in any other city a vagabond child is a doomed man, whereas almost everywhere the child left to fend for itself is in a way consigned and abandoned to a kind of fatal submersion in public vices that destroy honesty and conscience in the child, we are adamant that, no matter how damaged and spoiled on the surface, inwardly the Paris gamin is virtually unscathed. Wonderful to relate, and clearly apparent in the splendid integrity of our popular revolutions, a certain incorruptibility ensues from the idea inherent in the air of Paris as from the salt inherent in the waters of the ocean. Inhaling Paris preserves the soul. What we have just said in no way reduces the heartache you feel every time you come across one of these children, around whom you seem to see the fluttering ties of the broken family. In the present as yet very imperfect state of civilization they are not very unusual, these breakups of families spilling their innards in the shadows, not really knowing what has become of their children, and abandoning their offspring on the public highway, where they are left to their obscure fate. This is called, for this sad phenomenon has given rise to a common expression, being cast on to the streets of Paris. Incidentally, this abandonment of children was not discouraged by the former monarchy. An element of Egypt and Bohemia in the nether regions suited the upper echelons and served the interests of those in power. Virulent opposition to the education of children of the lower orders was an article of faith. What good are the semi-educated? That was the watchword. Well, the stray child is the inevitable consequence of the uneducated child. Besides, the monarchy sometimes had need of children, and then it would clean up the streets. Under Louis XIV, to go no further back, the king rightly wanted to create a fleet. A good idea. But let us consider how. Fleet there is none without not only the sailing ship, plaything of the wind, but also, ready to tow it if need be, the vessel that goes where it pleases by the power of oar or steam. Galley ships were then to the navy what steamers are today. So galleys were necessary. But the galley moves only by virtue of the galley slave. So galley slaves were necessary. Colbert required the provincial commissioners and local parliaments to sentence to the galleys as many convicts as possible. The magistracy was very obliging in this matter. If a man kept his hat on when a procession went by, Huguenot behavior, he was sent to the galleys. If you came across a child in the street, as long as he was 15 years old and with nowhere to lay his head at night, you sent him to the galleys. Glorious reign, glorious century. Under Louis XV, children disappeared in Paris. The police abducted them, who knows for what mysterious purpose. Monstrous conjectures about the king's crimson baths were whispered in terror. Barbier naively mentions these things. It sometimes happened that the police, being short of children, took those who had fathers. These desperate fathers attacked the police. In such cases Parliament intervened and they were hanged. Who? The police? No, the fathers. 7. The gamin would have his own place in India's caste system. The brotherhood of the Parisian gamin virtually constitutes a caste. You might almost say, an exclusive caste. This word gamin first appeared in print, and entered the literary language from the language spoken by the people, in 1834. It was in a short work entitled Claude Gueux that the word appeared. There was a considerable outcry. The word survived. The factors that contribute to the regard gamins have for each other are very varied. We have known and spent time with one who was greatly respected and greatly admired for having seen a man fall off the top of Notre Dame's towers, another, for having managed to set foot inside the rear courtyard of Les Invalides where the statues from the dome had been temporarily deposited, and having filched some lead off them, a third, for having seen a coach overturn, yet another, because a soldier he knew had almost blinded some bourgeois or other. Which explains this exclamation from a Parisian gamin, God Almighty, am I unlucky? To think I haven't yet seen anyone fall from the 5th floor, haven't pronounced ain't and fifth, a profound comment the vulgar herd laughs at without understanding. Certainly, the following is a fine peasant riposte. "Old so-and-so, your wife's died of her illness, why didn't you send for the doctor?" "It can't be helped, monsieur, when it comes to dying, us poor folk have to shift for ourselves." But if all the peasant's sly passiveness is contained in that response, all the free-thinking anarchy of the outer city street urchin is contained in this one. A man condemned to death is listening to his confessor in the tumbril. The Paris lad exclaims, "He's talking to his holy man." Ah, the softy! A certain brazenness with regard to religion distinguishes the gamin. Being a free thinker is important. Attending executions counts as a duty. Pointing out the guillotine to his fellows, the gamin laughs. He has all sorts of nicknames for it: the postprandial, the grosser, the mother in the blue yonder, heaven, the last bite, and so on and so forth. In order not to miss anything of what is going on, he scales walls, hoists himself onto balconies, climbs trees, hangs from railings, clings to chimneys. The gamin is a born roofer as he is a born mariner. A roof inspires no more fear in him than a mast does. No entertainment is as good as La Grève. Sanson and Abbé Montez are truly popular names. The victim is jeered at by way of encouragement. He is sometimes admired. As a gamin himself, Lacenaire, on seeing the dreadful Daughton die bravely, made this remark, wherein lay his own future: "I was jealous of him." Among the gamin brotherhood, no one has heard of Voltaire, but they know of Papavoine. Political criminals share legendary status with assassins. What clothes they all wore at the last is part of gamin lore. Talleyrand is known to have worn a fireman's cap, Avril an otterskin cap, Lavelle a bowler hat, old Delaporte was bald and bareheaded, Castaigne was all rosy, and very attractive, Boris had a romantic little beard, Jean Martin still had his braces on, Lecouf and his mother sniped at each other. "Don't spoil it all by squabbling," a gamin yelled out to them. In order to see Debacker go by, another, dwarfed by the crowd, spots a lamppost on the embankment and starts to shin up it. A gendarme posted their scowls. "Let me climb up, Monsieur le gendarme," says the gamin. And to mollify the policeman he adds, "I won't fall." "As if I care whether you fall," replies the gendarme. Among gamins a memorable accident carries a lot of weight. You are held in the highest esteem if you happen to cut yourself very deeply, right to the bone. Putting your fists up is no small element in commanding respect. One of the things the gamin is apt to say is, "Believe me, I'm real tough." Being left-handed makes you very enviable. Being squint-eyed is something revered. 8. Concerning a charming remark made by the last king. In summer he turns into a frog. And in the evening at nightfall, in front of the Pont d'Austerlitz and the Pont d'Iena, he dives off the top of coal wagons and off the washerwomen's boats, head first into the Seine, in all possible contravention of the rules of both modesty and the law. However, the police are on the lookout, and the result is a highly dramatic situation that once gave rise to a memorable fraternal cry. This cry, famous around 1830, is a strategic warning from gamin to gamin. It scans like a verse from Homer, defying transcription almost as much as the Eleusinian chanting at the Panathenian festival, and in it we recognize the ancient Evo. This was it: "Oh hey, TD, oh he, here comes trouble, there's bashers about, grab your stuff and run for it, cut through the sewer." Sometimes this brat, this is how he refers to himself, can read, sometimes he can write. He can always draw. He is eager to acquire, by who knows what mysterious pooling of knowledge, every talent that might serve the common good. From 1815 to 1830 he imitated the turkey's gobble. From 1830 to 1848 he scrawled pears on walls. One summer evening when Louis Philippe was walking home, he saw one of them, a tiny little thing, just so high, sweating and straining to draw a gigantic pear on one of the pillars of the Neuilly gate with a piece of charcoal. With that good-heartedness inherited from Henri IV, the king helped the gamin to complete the pear and gave him a 20-franc coin, saying, "There's a pear on that too." the gamin loves uproar. He likes a certain state of violence. He loathes pastors. One day one of these young scamps was thumbing his nose at the carriage gate of number 69 Rue de l'Université. "Why do that at this entrance?" asked a passerby. The lad replied, "There's a pastor living here." It was in fact the residence of the papal nuncio. However, whatever the gamin's Voltairian attitudes, if the occasion to serve as a chorister presents itself he may well accept, and in that case he serves Mass politely. There are two things that cast him as Tantalus, things he always yearns for without ever attaining: to overthrow the government and to get his trousers mended. The gamin in his prime is thoroughly acquainted with every policeman in Paris, and can always put a name to the face whenever he encounters one. He counts them off on his fingers. He studies their habits and he keeps special notes on each one of them. The souls of the police are an open book to him. He will tell you straight off without hesitation, "This one's slippery, that one's really vicious, this one's great, that one's laughable." All these words, slippery, vicious, great, laughable, have a particular meaning when he uses them. This one thinks he owns the Pont Neuf and stops everyone walking on the ledge outside the parapet. That one's forever twisting people's ears, etc. 9. The Old Spirit of Gaul. There was something of this child in Paquelin, son of Les Halles. There was something of him in Beaumarchais. The essence of the gamin is an aspect of the Gallic spirit. It sometimes combines with common sense to fortify it, as alcohol fortifies wine. Sometimes it is a weakness. Yes, Homer nods, but Voltaire might be said to play the gamin. Camille Desmoulins came from the outer suburbs. Championnet, whose strong-armed miracles sprang from the streets of Paris. He had, as a small lad, flooded the porticos of Este, Jean de Beauvais and of Estienne du Montana. He was on close enough terms with Saint Genevieve's reliquary to be able to command Saint Januarius' file. The Paris gamin is respectful, ironic, and insolent. He has horrible teeth because he is ill-nourished and his stomach aches, and beautiful eyes because he has spirit. In Jehovah's presence, he would hop up the steps of paradise. He is good at footboxing. There is no feat of which he is incapable. He plays in the gutter, and rises to the occasion when there is rioting. His boldness persists in the face of gunfire. Once a scamp, he is now a hero. Like the young Theban, he shakes the lion's pelt. Barras the drummer boy was a Paris gamin. He cries charge, just as the horse in the scriptures says va. And within a moment he is transformed from urchin to giant. This child of the dung heap is also a child of idealism. Measure the range, from Molière to Barras. Finally, to sum it all up, the gamin is a playful creature because he is unhappy. Ecce Paris, ecce homo asterisk. Again, to sum up, the gamin of Paris today, like the Græculus of Rome in the past, is the people in its infancy but with the wrinkled brow of an aged world. The gamin is a credit to the nation, and at the same time a sickness. A sickness that must be cured. How? By light. Light is wholesome. Light is animating. All radiance of social beneficence emanates from science, literature, the arts, education. Create men, create men. Illuminate them so they may reflect warmth on you. Sooner or later the splendid issue of universal education will present itself with the irresistible authority of absolute truth, and then those who govern under the scrutiny of the French idea will have to make this choice: the children of France or the gamins of Paris, beacons in the light or will-o'-the-wisps in the dark. The gamin embodies Paris and Paris embodies the world. For Paris is a summation. Paris is the greatest achievement of the human race. This whole marvelous city is a compendium of ways of life past and present. Anyone who sees Paris fancies that he is seeing what underlies all of history, with the heavens and constellations in between. Paris has a capital, the Hôtel de Ville, a Parthenon, Notre Dame, an Aventine Hill, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, an Asinarium, the Sorbonne, a Pantheon, the Pantheon, a Via Sacra, the Boulevard des Italiens, a Tower of the Winds, public opinion, and for the Gemonian steps it substitutes ridicule. The Parisian Majo is called un Farad, the Parisian Trasteverino is called un Faubourien, the Parisian Hamal is called un Fort de la Halle, the Parisian Lazzaroni is called un Pigre, the Parisian Cockney is called un Gondin. Everything that exists elsewhere exists in Paris. Dumersize's thieving harridan can hold her own against Euripides' herb seller. The discus thrower Vigianus lives again in the tightrope acrobat Furioso. Therapontigonus Miles would happily walk arm in arm with Grenadier Vadebunker. The second-hand art dealer Damasippus would be in his element among Paris's bric-a-brac merchants. Vincennes would put the cuffs on Socrates just as the Agora would clap Diderot in jail. Grimaud de la Reynière has discovered roast beef cooked in dripping, just as Curtillus invented roast hedgehog. The trapeze that features in Plautus we see reappearing under the Arc de l'Étoile balloon. The sword-eater encountered by Apuleius at the Poissel portico is a saber-swallower on the Pont Neuf. Rameau's nephew and Curculio the parasite are a perfect match. Argasilus would have Diegraphule introduce him to Cambyses. Rome's four young fops Alcissimarchus, Phaedromus, Diabolus and Argyrippus joined the end of Carnival parade from La Courtille into Paris in the La Battet post-chaise. Aulus Gellius would stop to watch Sonrio no longer than would Charles Nodier to watch Pulcinello. Martin is no tigress, but Pardalisca was no dragon. Pantalabus the joker joshes the wastrel Nomentanus in the Café Anglais. Hermogenes is a tenor in the Champ Elysees and Thrasius the beggar, dressed up as Babesh, passes the hat round for him. The boar who buttonholes you in the Tuileries makes you repeat 2,000 years later Thesprio's exclamation, "'Cause properintum me prehendit paleo?" Charisen's wine replicates the wine of Alba, de Saugier's glassful of red corresponds to Balatro's huge goblet. In the rain at night the same vaporous glimmerings emanate from Père Lachaise and the Esquiline, and the pauper's grave bought for 5 years is the equivalent of the slave's hired coffin. Try to think of something Paris does not have. Trophonius Cave contains nothing that is not in Mesmer's tub. Ardaphilas lives again in Cagliostro. The Brahmin Vasifanta is reincarnated in the Comte de St. Germain. The cemetery of Estamenid works miracles just as good as those of the Umumai Mosque at Damascus. Paris has an Aesop, he is Mayu, and a Canidia, she is Mademoiselle Lenormand. Like Delphi, Paris takes fright at electrifying glimpses of visionary realities. It turns tables as Dodona turns tripods. It puts the grisette on the throne as Rome puts the courtesan there. And in the end, if Louis XV is worse than Claudius, Madame du Barry is better than Messalina. Paris combines in an extraordinary individual, who actually existed and with whom we were personally acquainted, Grecian nudity, Jewish tribulation, and Gascon wit. It creates a mixture of Diogenes, Job, and Pagliaccio the clown, clothes a spectre in back issues of Le Constitutionnel, and produces Codric Duclos. Although Plutarch says the tyrant rarely grows old, Rome became resigned under both Sulla and Domitian and readily watered its wine. The Tiber was a Lethe, if Verus Vibiscus rather tendentious celebration of it is to be believed, contra Gracchos Tiberum habemus, Bibera Tiberum, ideast seditionum oblivici, Paris consumes 1 million liters of water a day, but that does not prevent it from sounding the clarion call and rising up in arms. Otherwise, Paris is easygoing. Majestically, it accepts everything. It is not too particular as regards Venus, its Callippian beauty is a Hottentot. It will forgive anything for the sake of a laugh. Ugliness cheers it, deformity tickles it, vice distracts it. Be a joker, and you can get away with being a scoundrel. Paris does not even object to the ultimate cynicism, hypocrisy. It is so literary that it does not hold its nose at Basile, and is no more scandalized by Tartuffe's prayer than Horace is offended by Priapus. Eruption. No trait of the universal face is missing from Paris's profile. The dancing at the Ballmobile is no Polymnia-inspired ritual on the Janiculum, but the purveyor of frippery gloats with predatory intent over the flighty Parisienne, just as the Procuress Staphyla eyed the virgin Planesium. The combat gate is no Colosseum, but the fighting there is as ferocious as if Caesar were looking on. The Syrian hostess has more charms than Mère Saget, but if Virgil haunted the Roman inn, David Diage, Balzac and Charlotte have sat at the tables of the Parisian tavern. Paris reigns. Geniuses dazzle there, buffoons prosper. Adonai drives through it in his 12-wheeled chariot of thunder and lightning. Silenus makes his entry seated on his ass. For Silenus read Ramponneau. Paris is synonymous with cosmos. Paris is Athens, Rome, Sybaris, Jerusalem, Pantin Star. It is the epitome of all civilizations, all barbarisms too. Paris would be very aggrieved not to have a guillotine. A modicum of the place de grieve is a good thing. What would all this perpetual festivity be without such seasonings? Our laws have wisely made provision for it, and thanks to them the blade drips over this Mardi Gras. 11. Jocularity reigns. Paris knows no bounds. No other city has exercised this kind of dominion that sometimes baffles those it subjugates. To please you, O Athenians, exclaimed Alexander. Paris does more than set the rules, it sets the fashion. Paris does more than set the fashion, it sets the pattern of daily life. Paris may be stupid if it pleases. It sometimes allows itself this luxury, and the universe is stupid along with it. Then Paris wakes up, rubs its eyes, says, "What a fool I am," and bursts out laughing in the face of humankind. What a marvel is a city such as this! Strange that this grandeur and this buffoonery should sit well with each other, that all this majesty should not be troubled by all this parody, and that the same mouth could today sound the trumpet of doom and tomorrow the tootle pipe. Paris has a lordly jocularity. Its frivolity has the force of a thunderbolt and its prankishness is invested with sovereignty. Its hurricane sometimes originates in a grimace. Its uprisings, its days of trial, its triumphs, its wonders, its glorious past resound throughout the universe, and its cock and bull stories as well. Its laughter is the mouth of a volcano that spills out over the whole world. Its quips are sparks. It imposes on other peoples its caricatures as well as its ideal. The greatest monuments of human civilization accept its ironies and lend their immortal fame to its mischievousness. It is magnificent. It has a marvelous 14th of July that liberates the world. It makes all nations swear the tennis court oath. Its night of the 4th of August dispels in 3 hours 1,000 years of feudalism. It uses its reasoning as the muscle of unanimous will. It proliferates under all forms of the sublime. It infuses with its light Washington, Kosciuszko, Bolivar, Botzaris, Riego, Baim, Menin, Lopez, John Brown, Garibaldi. Wherever the future is kindled, it is there, at Boston in 1773, at the Isla de Leon in 1820, at Pest in 1848, at Palermo in 1860. It whispers the mighty watchword liberty in the ears of the American abolitionists gathered at Harper's Ferry, and in the ears of the patriots of Ancona assembled in the shadows of Gliarchi, by the sea, in front of the Gozzi Inn. It creates Canaris, it creates Quiroga, it creates Pisacane. It radiates greatness on earth. It is by going where prompted by its inspiration that Byron dies at Missolonghi and Mazet dies in Barcelona. It is the floor of the debating chamber under Mirabeau's feet, and the crater under Robespierre's. Its books, theater, art, science, literature, philosophy, are the manuals of the human race. It has Pascal, Régnier, Corneille, Descartes, Jean-Jacques, Voltaire for every moment, Molière for every age. It makes its language one that is spoken universally, and this language becomes the word. It constructs in all minds the idea of progress. The tenets of liberation that it forges are trusty swords for generations, and it is of the spirit of its thinkers and poets that, since 1789, all heroes of all nations are made. This does not stop it behaving like a gammon, and, even while transfiguring the world with its light, this vast genius called Paris blackens the wall of the Temple of Theseus with a charcoal sketch of Bougenet's nose and writes on the pyramids, Créteville's a thief. Paris is always showing its teeth. When it is not snarling, it is laughing. Such is Paris. From its smoking rooftops come the world's ideas. A heap of mud and stone, if you will, but above all a moral entity. It is more than great, its stature is immense. Why? Because it is daring. To dare, that is the price of progress. All sublime conquests are more or less prizes for audacity. For the revolution to happen, it is not enough that Montesquieu should anticipate it, Diderot advocate it, Beaumarchais announce it, Condorcet calculate it, Hérould pave the way for it, Rousseau design it. Danton has to dare it. The cry, "Be bold," is a fiat lux. For the advance of the human race we need to have noble lessons in courage, set permanently on the heights. Audacious deeds dazzle history and are one of mankind's great sources of light. Dawn shows daring when it breaks. To venture, to brave, to persist, to persevere, to be true to ourselves, to grapple with fate, to astound catastrophe by how little it makes us afraid, to challenge unjust power on the one hand, to scorn drunken victory on the other, to resist, to hold out, that is the example nations need and the light that electrifies them. The same tremendous flash of lightning extends from Prometheus' torch to Cambronne's mouth blisterer. 12. The future latent in the people. As for the Parisian populace, even when grown to manhood, it is ever the gamin. To portray the child is to portray the city. And that is why we have studied this eagle and this sparrow. It is, we must emphasize, especially in the faubourgs, that the Parisian race is in evidence. There, the thoroughbred. There, its true incarnation. There, this populace toils and suffers, and suffering and toil are the two faces of the grown man. There, among untold numbers of unidentified individuals, is a proliferation of the strangest types, from the docker at La Rapée to the knacker of Montfaucon. Fex urbis, exclaims Cicero, mob, adds Burke indignantly. Rabble, multitude, riffraff. These words are soon spoken. But even so, what does it matter? What do I care if they go barefoot? They cannot read? Too bad. Would you abandon them for that? Would you doom them to their plight? Cannot the light penetrate these masses? Let us return to that cry, light. And let us keep calling for it. Light. Light. Who knows whether these opacities will not become transparent? Are not revolutions transfigurations? Go to it, philosophers, teach. Enlighten, illuminate, think aloud, speak aloud, run joyously in the full sunlight, become a friend of the marketplace, announce the good news, hand out educational primers, proclaim rights, sing the Marseillaise again and again, sow fervor, tear green boughs from the oak trees. Make a whirlwind of the idea. This multitude can be made sublime. Let us be capable of using this vast conflagration of principles and virtues that at certain moments crackles and blazes and quivers. These bare feet, bare arms, rags, this benightedness, degradation, darkness may be used for the conquest of the ideal. Look through the populace and you will see the truth. This vile sand you trample underfoot, let it be thrown into the furnace, let it melt and bubble there. It will turn into clear crystal, and it is thanks to this crystal that Galileo and Newton will discover the stars. 13. Young Gavroche. 8 or 9 years after the events related in part 2 of this story, on Boulevard du Temple and around the Château d'Eau area, people noticed a little boy of 11 or 12 who would have quite accurately embodied the description given above of the archetypal gamin if, with the laughter of a child his age on his lips, his heart had not been totally bleak and empty. This child was well turned out in a pair of men's trousers, but he had not got them from his father, and a woman's jacket, but he had not got it from his mother. Somebody or other had clothed him in cast-offs, out of charity. Yet he did have a father and a mother. But his father gave no thought to him and his mother did not love him. He was one of those children, most deserving of all of pity, who have both father and mother and who are orphans. This child never felt so happy as on the street. The pavements were less hard to him than his mother's heart. His parents had kicked him out to make his way in life. He had simply spread his wings. He was a boisterous, pallid, resourceful, smart, cheeky lad, animated yet sickly looking. He was always on the go, singing, playing tiddlywinks, scratching about in the gutter, stealing a little, but blithely, like cats and sparrows do, laughing when he was called a scamp, getting cross when he was called a gutter snipe. He had no home, no food, no warmth, no love, but he was cheerful because he was free. When these poor creatures are men, almost invariably they are caught and crushed under the millstone of the social order, but as long as they are children, being small, they escape. The tiniest bolt hole saves them. Yet, neglected as this child was, occasionally, every 2 or 3 months, he would say, "Now, I'm going to see Ma." Then he would turn his back on the boulevard, the Cirque, Porte Saint-Martin, go down to the embankment, cross the bridges, make for the faubourgs, reach La Salpêtrière, and arrive where? At that very same double number, 50 to 52, already known to the reader, at the Gorbeau tenement. At that time the tenement, number 50 to 52, normally empty and forever decorated with the sign rooms to let, happened to be inhabited, extraordinarily enough, by several individuals who in fact, typically of Paris, had no connection or relationship with each other. All belonged to that indigent class that starts with the lowliest petty bourgeois in financial straits and extends through one level of poverty to another, to the lowest depths of society, right down to those two beings with whom all the material things of civilization end up, the sewer man who sweeps up the sludge, and the rag and bone man who salvages the rubbish. The principal tenant of Jean Valjean's day had died and had been replaced by another exactly like her. I am not sure which philosopher said, "There is never any shortage of old women." This latest old woman was called Madame Bergen, and there was nothing remarkable in her life except a dynasty of 3 parrots that successively ruled her heart. The most destitute of those who inhabited the tenement were a family of 4, father, mother and 2 daughters already quite grown up, all 4 of them occupying the same garret, one of those cells we have already mentioned. At first sight there was nothing very distinctive about this family except its extreme destitution. The father, when he rented the room, said his name was Jondrette. Some time after they moved in, which had very much resembled the moving in of nothing at all, to borrow the principal tenant's memorable expression, this fellow Jondrette had said to this woman who, like her predecessor, was both doorkeeper and stair-sweeper, "Mère so-and-so, if anyone should happen to turn up asking after a Pole or an Italian, or maybe even a Spaniard, that would be me." This family was the cheerful little ragamuffins family. He would arrive there and find poverty and want, and what is even sadder, no smile, a cold hearth and cold hearts. When he arrived they would ask him, "Where have you been?" He would reply, "Out on the street." When he left they would ask him, "Where are you going?" He would reply, "Out on the street." His mother would say to him, "What is it you've come here for?" This child lived in this absence of affection like those etiolated plants that grow in cellars. It was not something he minded, and he did not hold it against anybody. He did not actually know how a father and mother should be. What is more, his mother loved his sisters. We have forgotten to mention that on Boulevard du Temple this child was called young Gavroche. Why was he called Gavroche? Probably because his father's name was Jondrette. Breaking ties seems to be the instinct of some destitute families. The room the Jondrettes inhabited in the Gorbeau tenement was the one at the end of the corridor. The cell next door was occupied by a very poor young man called Monsieur Marius. Let us explain who this Monsieur Marius was. Book 2. The Consummate Bourgeois. 90 years old with 32 teeth. Even today in Rue Boucherette, Rue de Normandie and Rue de Saintonge there are a few residents from days past who remember a gent called Monsieur Gillenormand, and speak kindly of him. This gent was old when they were young. For those who look with melancholy on that profusion of blurry shadows called the past, this figure has not yet entirely disappeared from the maze of streets around the Temple that under Louis XIV were given the names of all the provinces of France, in exactly the same way as in our day the streets of the new Tivoli neighborhood have been given the names of all the capitals of Europe, a development, by the way, that shows progress. Monsieur Gillenormand, who was very much alive in 1831, was one of those men who become a curious sight only because they have lived a long time, and who are strange because they once looked like everyone else and now there is not another soul that looks like them. He was a funny old stick and truly a man of another age, a real dyed-in-the-wool and rather haughty bourgeois of the 18th century, wearing his pedigree bourgeois status in the same manner that marquises used to wear their marquisates. He was over 90, walked straight-backed, talked loudly, saw clearly, drank his liquor neat, ate, slept and snored. He had all 32 of his teeth. He wore spectacles only for reading. He was of an amorous disposition but said he had completely and resolutely given up women for the past 10 years. He was unable to please them anymore, he said. He did not add I'm too old but I'm too poor. He would say, if I weren't ruined, all he had left, in fact, was an income of about 15,000 francs. His dream was to come into an inheritance and have an income of 100,000 francs so that he could have mistresses. As you see, he was not of that delicate variety of octogenarian who, like Monsieur de Voltaire, has been dying all his life. His was not the longevity of a cracked pot. This hale old man had always enjoyed good health. He was shallow, quick, irascible. He flew into a rage over anything, mostly in defiance of the truth. When contradicted he would raise his cane. He laid about him, as in the good old days. He had an unmarried daughter in her 50s. When he lost his temper he would give her a terrible tongue-lashing and would have gladly whipped her. He thought of her as being 8 years old. He vigorously boxed his servant's ears and said, you good for nothing. One of his oaths was damned fiddle-faddler's fiddle-faddle. He had some peculiar complacencies. He had himself shaved every day by a barber who had once gone crazy, and who detested him, being jealous of Monsieur Gillenormand on account of his own flirtatiously attractive wife. Monsieur Gillenormand admired his own discernment in all things and declared himself to be very shrewd. This is one of the things he would say, I really am quite perceptive. I can tell when a flea bites me which woman I got it from. The words that he uttered most often were the man of feeling and nature. He did not give the latter word the great significance that our age has imparted to it. But he introduced it in his own way into his little homespun satires. In order that civilization might have a little of everything, he would say. Nature even gives it some specimens of a charming ferocity. Europe has miniature versions of species from Asia and Africa. The cat is a drawing-room tiger, the lizard is a pocket-sized crocodile. The dancers at the opera are pink-skinned savages. They don't eat men, they bleed them. Or, magicians that they are, they transform them into oysters and swallow them. The Caribbeans leave only the bones, the dancers leave only the shell. Such are our ways. We do not devour, we gnaw. We do not kill off, we claw. 2. A house to match its occupant. He lived in the Marais, at 6 Rue de Filles du Calvaire. He owned the house. It has since been demolished and rebuilt, and the number has probably been changed in one of those revolutions in numbering systems the streets of Paris undergo. He occupied an old and spacious apartment on the first floor, between street and gardens, even the ceilings of which were covered with enormous gobelins and Beauvais tapestries representing pastoral scenes. The designs on the ceilings and walls were repeated in miniature on the armchairs. He surrounded his bed with a huge 9-paneled screen in Coromandel lacquer. Long voluminous curtains hung at the casement windows and formed great heaped folds of extraordinary magnificence. The garden situated just below his windows was connected with the one at the corner by means of a flight of 12 or 15 steps, which this old gent went up and down very nimbly. As well as a library next to his bedroom, he had a boudoir he set great store by, an elegant retreat whose walls were lined with a magnificent fabric of pale yellow with fleurs de lis and flower motifs, made on Louis Xides galleys and commissioned from his convicts by Monsieur de Vivonne for his mistress. Monsieur Gillenormand had inherited it from a forbidding great-aunt on his mother's side, who had lived to be over 100. He was twice married. He conducted himself in a manner that was halfway between that of the courtier he had never been and the lawyer that he might have been. He was light-hearted, and affectionate when he wanted to be. In his youth he had been one of those men who are always deceived by their wives and never by their mistresses, because they are at once the most surly of husbands and the most solicitous of lovers. He was a connoisseur of painting. He had in his bedroom a marvelous portrait of some unknown person, painted by Jordians, executed with bold brushstrokes, with countless details of a jumbled and seemingly haphazard kind. Monsieur Gillenormand's attire was not the apparel of Louis XV or even that of Louis XVI. It was the dandy's costume worn by the incroyables asterisk of the Directory period. He had thought of himself as quite young until then and had been a follower of fashion. His coat was of light wool with broad lapels, a long swallowtail and big steel buttons. With this he wore knee breeches and buckled shoes. He always tucked his hands into his fob pockets. He would say authoritatively, "The French Revolution is a bunch of scoundrels." 3. Luc Esprit. One evening at the opera at the age of 16 he had the honor of being given the glad eye, simultaneously, by 2 famous beauties, then in their prime and celebrated by Voltaire, Camargo and Sall. Caught in the crossfire, he had beaten a heroic retreat and fallen back on a young dancer, a little lass named Néanry, who was 16, the same age as he was, a complete unknown, and with whom he was in love. He had memories galore. He would exclaim, "How charming she looked, that Guimard. Guimardini Guimardinette, the last time I saw her at Longchamps, her tresses in tightly curled ringlets, with her turquoise fascinator studs on the heels of her shoes, in her gown of a color worn by the newly successful, and a muff for flourishing." As a youth he had worn a jacket of fine English cloth that he often spoke of with enthusiasm. "I was dressed like a Turk of the Levantine Levant," he would say. Madame de Boufflers, who happened to have seen him when he was 20, described him as a delightful madcap. He was scandalized by all the names he saw in politics and in power, regarding them as low class and bourgeois. He read the journals, the newspapers, the gazettes, as he called them, stifling his explosions of laughter. "Oh," he would say, "who are these people? Corbière, Human, Casimir Purier. Ministers, would you believe? Imagine this appearing in a newspaper, Monsieur Gillenormand, Minister. It would be a joke. Well, they're so stupid, it would be taken seriously." He would gaily call all kinds of things by their proper or improper name, and was not in the least constrained by the presence of ladies. He would say things that were coarse, obscene and scurrilous with an air of ineffable composure and unconcern that was elegant. It was in keeping with the unceremoniousness of the day. It is to be noted that the age of circumlocution in verse was the age of crudeness in prose. His godfather had predicted he would be a man of genius, and had given him these two significant names, Luc Esprit. 4. An aspiring centenarian. As a boy he had won prizes at school in Moulins, where he was born, and he had received the laurels from the hand of the Duc de Nivernais, whom he called the Duc de Nevers. Neither the Convention, nor the death of Louis XVI, nor Napoleon, nor the return of the Bourbons, nor anything else had been able to efface the memory of that coronation. The Duc de Nevers was for him the great figure of the century. What a charming nobleman, he said, and how splendid he looked with his blue sash. In the eyes of Monsieur Gillenormand, Catherine too had made amends for the crime of partitioning Poland by purchasing from Bestuchev, for 3,000 rubles, the secret of the elixir of gold. He was animated on the subject. The elixir of gold, he exclaimed, Bestuchev's yellow tincture, General Lamotte's drops, in the 18th century, at the cost of 1 louis for a half-ounce phial, this was the great remedy against the catastrophes of love, the cure against Venus. Louis XV sent 200 phials of it to the Pope. He would have been greatly provoked and would have flown into a rage if he had been told that the elixir of gold is nothing but ferric chloride. Monsieur Gillenormand adored the Bourbons and abhorred 1789. He was forever relating how he had escaped during the Terror and how it took a great deal of jollity and a great deal of wit to avoid having his head cut off. If any young man ventured to acclaim the Republic in his presence, he would turn blue and almost faint in his fury. He sometimes alluded to his 90 years, saying, "I certainly hope I shan't see 93 a second time." On other occasions he hinted to people that he intended to live to be 100. V. Basque and Nicolette. He had theories. This was one of them. When a man is passionately fond of women, and when he has a wife of his own he does not much care for, who is ugly, bad-tempered, lawfully wedded, fully entitled, well-versed in the statute book, and jealous when occasion arises, there is only one way of dealing with the situation if he wants any peace, and that is to let his wife control the purse strings. This abdication sets him free. His wife then keeps herself occupied, develops a mania for handling cash, getting her fingers stained green in the process, undertakes the nurturing of sharecroppers and the training of tenant farmers, summons lawyers, directs notaries, harangues clerks, calls on magistrates, brings lawsuits, draws up leases, dictates contracts, feels supremely important, sells, buys, settles, promises and compromises, binds and annuls, cedes, concedes and retrocedes, arranges, disarranges, hoards, squanders. She does foolish things, to her tremendous and personal satisfaction, and this is a consolation. While her husband scorns her, she has the gratification of ruining her husband. This theory Monsieur Gillenormand had applied to himself, and it had become his story. His wife, the second one, had administered his fortune in such a way that, when one fine day Monsieur Gillenormand found himself a widower, he was left with just enough to live on, after putting nearly everything into an annuity providing an income of 15,000 francs, 3/4 of which would terminate with his own demise. He had not hesitated, little concerned about leaving any legacy. Besides, he had noticed that unexpected things happened to patrimonies, for instance they became national assets. He had witnessed the vicissitudes of the consolidated third of the public debt, and he had little faith in the public accounts. "That's all Rue Quincampoix," he said. As we have mentioned, the house in Rue de Filles du Calvaire was his own property. He had 2 servants, a male and a female. When a servant came to work for him Monsieur Gillenormand rechristened him. He gave the men the name of their province, Nimois, Comtois, Poitevin, Picard. His latest valet was a fat, worn-out, wheezy man of 55, incapable of running 20 paces but, since he was born in Bayonne, Monsieur Gillenormand called him Basque *. As for the female servants, in his household they were all called Nicolette, even the Magnan woman, of whom, more later. One day a first-rate cook, one of the very best, who came of honorable concierge stock, offered her services. "How much do you want to be paid a month in wages?" asked Monsieur Gillenormand. 30 francs. "What's your name?" "Olympe." "You shall have 50 francs and you shall be called Nicolette." 6. Affording a glimpse of La Magnon and her 2 little boys. With Monsieur Gillenormand, sorrow translated into anger. Being in despair made him furious. He harbored every prejudice and took every liberty. One of the things on which he built his public persona and his private satisfaction was, as we have indicated, to have remained a ladies' man and lustily to pass for one. This he called having royal status. This royal status sometimes attracted some unexpected reversions to the crown. One day a newborn baby boy, bawling his head off and neatly wrapped in swaddling clothes, was brought to his house in a flat basket, like an oyster basket. A servant girl who had been sacked 6 months earlier accused him of fathering it. Monsieur Gillenormand had then already turned 84. Indignation and uproar in the household. And who did that brazen hussy hope to convince of that? What a nerve! What a dreadful slander! Monsieur Gillenormand himself was not at all annoyed. He observed the bundle with the amiable smile of a fellow flattered by the slander and said to anyone who was listening, "Well? So what? What of it? What's the matter? You're making such a fuss, and really behaving like ignoramuses." When he was 85, Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, the bastard son of His Majesty Charles IX, married a silly goose aged 15. Monsieur Virginal, Marquis d'Ailly, brother of Cardinal de Sourdis, Archbishop of Bordeaux, at the age of 83 had a son by one of Madame la Présidente Jacquin's chambermaids, a real lovechild who became a Knight of Malta and a Councillor of State representing the old aristocracy. One of the great men of this century, Abbé Tabarod, is the son of a man of 87. There is nothing out of the ordinary about any of these things. Just think of the Bible. On which I swear this little gentleman is not mine. Let him be taken care of. It's not his fault. It was an accommodating solution. The woman in question, whose name was Magnon, sent him a second bundle the year after. It was another boy. This time Monsieur Gillenormand capitulated. He sent the 2 infants back to their mother, promising to pay 80 francs a month for their maintenance on condition the mother in question did not do it again. He added, "I expect the mother to treat them well. I shall go and see them from time to time." Which he did. He had a brother who for 33 years was a priest and rector of the academy at Poitiers, and who died at the age of 79. "I lost him when he was still young," he said. This brother, who is little remembered, was a complacent miser who, being a priest, felt obliged to give alms to the poor that he encountered, though he never gave them anything but worthless revolutionary coins or demonetized sous, thereby contriving to go to hell by following the path to paradise. As for Monsieur Gillenormand the elder, he did not stint in giving to the poor but gave gladly and nobly. He was benevolent, bluff, charitable, and had he been rich his natural bent would have been princely open-handedness. He wanted everything that involved him to be done in style, even swindles. One day, having been crudely and blatantly cheated over an inheritance by a bailiff, he made this solemn protest, "Bah! That was indecently done. I'm truly ashamed of such fiddles. Everything has deteriorated during this century, even the crooks. By God! This is no way to rob a man of my standing. I've been robbed like a babe in the woods, in a shabby way. Sylvae sint console digni." As we have said, he was twice married. By his first wife he had a daughter, who had remained single, and by the second another daughter, who died at about the age of 30. And for love or by chance or for some other reason, she had married a soldier of fortune who served in the armies of the Republic and of the Empire, won the Legion of Honor Cross at Austerlitz and was made colonel at Waterloo. "He's the bane of my family," the old bourgeois would say. He took an immense amount of snuff and had a particularly graceful way of flicking the ruffle at his throat with the back of his hand. He was no great believer in God. 7. Rule: no visitors before evening. Such was Monsieur Luc Esprit Gillenormand, who had lost none of his hair, which was grey rather than white and always worn in the poodle style, in short, and notwithstanding, a venerable man. He was like the 18th century, frivolous and grand. During the early years of the Restoration, Monsieur Gillenormand, who was still young then, he was only 74 in 1814, lived in Faubourg St. Rue Servandoni, near Sulpice. He retired to the Marais only when he withdrew from society, while after he turned 80. And after withdrawing from society, he found sanctuary in his habits. The principal one, in which he remained constant, was to keep his door categorically closed during the day and never to receive anyone before evening, no matter who it might be, on no matter what business. He dined at 5 o'clock, then his door was open. That was the custom of his age, and he stuck to it. Daytime is vulgar, he said, and deserves only a closed shutter. Well-bred people display their wit when the heavens display their stars. And he barricaded himself against the whole world, including the king. An old-fashioned refinement of his day. 8. 2 do not make a matching pair. We have just spoken of Monsieur Gillenormand's 2 daughters. They were born 10 years apart. As children they were not at all similar, and in character and countenance they had been as little like sisters as could be. The younger one was a delightful soul, attracted to all that was light, devoted to flowers, poetry, music, soaring into glorious expanses, enthusiastic, ethereal, betrothed in her imagination even from childhood to some vague heroic figure. The elder had also her fanciful dream. She saw in her vision of the future some very wealthy big fat army supplier, a splendidly stupid husband, a £1,000,000 made man, or else a prefect, receptions at the prefecture, a gentleman usher with a chain of office around his neck, official balls, town hall speeches, being Madame la Préfète, this world round in her imagination. And so, as young girls, the 2 sisters let their minds wander, each in her own dream. Both had wings, one like an angel, the other like a goose. No ambition is ever fully realized, here below, at least. There is no heaven on earth in our lifetime. The younger wedded the man of her dreams, but she died. The elder did not marry at all. At the point when she enters the story we are relating, she was a sanctimonious old maid, an inveterate prude, one of the sharpest noses and dullest minds imaginable. One telling detail, outside of her immediate family, no one had ever known her first name. She was called the elder. Mademoiselle Gillenormand. In terms of priggishness, the elder Mademoiselle Gillenormand would have needed no lessons from an English governess. She was modesty taken to extremes. She had a memory of a dreadful experience. One day a man had seen her garter. Age had served only to intensify this unforgiving modesty. Her underbodice was never sufficiently opaque and never came up high enough. She wore an increasing number of clasps and pins where no one would have thought of looking. The peculiarity of prudery is to increase the guard in inverse proportion to the threat to the fortress. Yet, can anyone explain these ancient mysteries of innocence? She did not mind being kissed by an officer of the Lancers, her great-nephew, named Theodule. Despite this favored Lancer, the label prude, under which we have categorized her, was entirely appropriate. Mademoiselle Gillenormand was a kind of twilight soul. Prudery is half virtue, half vice. To prudery she added bigotry, the perfect complement. She was a member of the Confraternity of the Virgin, wore a white veil on certain feast days, mumbled special prayers, revered the Holy Blood, worshipped the Sacred Heart, remained for hours in contemplation before a Rococo Jesuit altar in a chapel that was closed to the ordinary faithful, and there allowed her soul to soar amid little marble clouds and through great rays of gilded wood. She had a friend who went to the same chapel, an old maid like herself, called Mademoiselle Vauboy, who was thoroughly obtuse, next to whom Mademoiselle Gillenormand had the pleasure of being razor-sharp. Apart from Agnus Dei's and Ave Marias, Mademoiselle Vauboy had no understanding of anything except different ways of making jam. A paragon of her type, Mademoiselle Vauboy was the white ermine of stupidity without a single fleck of intelligence. Admittedly, Mademoiselle Gillenormand had benefited from getting older, improving rather than worsening. That is the way with passive natures. She had never been unkind, which is a relative goodness, and anyway, the years wore down sharp edges, and she had undergone the smoothing of time. She was sad with an obscure sadness whose secret she herself did not know. Her whole person was an expression of the dazed bewilderment of a life that was over without having begun. She kept house for her father. Monsieur Gillenormand had his daughter with him, as we have seen Monseigneur Bienvenu had his sister with him. These households consisting of an old man and an old maid are not unusual, and always present that touching image of two frailties supporting each other. Along with this old maid and this old man there was also in this house a child, a little boy, always trembling and silent in Monsieur Gillenormand's presence. Monsieur Gillenormand only ever spoke to this child in a stern voice and sometimes with his cane raised. "Here, monsieur. Rascal, scamp, come closer. What have you got to say for yourself, young mischief maker? Let me look at you. Little devil." And so on. He idolized him. This was his grandson. We shall return to this child. Book 3, Grandfather and Grandson. A Salon of the Past. When Monsieur Gillenormand lived in Rue Servandoni, he frequented many very distinguished and very aristocratic salons where, although bourgeois himself, Monsieur Gillenormand was socially acceptable. As he had a double measure of wit, firstly his own wit and secondly the wit attributed to him, he was indeed sought after and welcomed with open arms. There was nowhere he would go unless he could hold sway. There are people determined at all costs to prevail and to have other people pay attention to them. Where they cannot be oracles, they play the fool. This was not in Monsieur Gillenormand's nature. His ascendancy over the royalist salons that he frequented cost him nothing in self-respect. He was everywhere an oracle. He held his own against Monsieur de Bonald, and even against Monsieur Benji Puy-Valley. Round about 1817 he invariably spent 2 afternoons a week at a house in his neighborhood, in Rue Ferreau, the home of Madame la Baronne de T, a worthy and respectable person whose husband had been France's ambassador to Berlin under Louis XVI. Baron de T, who during his lifetime believed passionately in trances and magnetic visions, died bankrupt in exile, leaving as his sole asset 10 manuscript volumes, gilt-edged and bound in red Morocco leather, containing some very curious memoirs about Mesmer and his tub. Out of dignity Madame de T had not published the memoirs and maintained herself on a small income that had somehow been preserved. Madame de T stayed away from court, a very mixed society, as she said, living in noble isolation, proud and poor. A few friends gathered twice weekly around her widow's hearth, and this constituted a thoroughly royalist salon. They drank tea and, depending on whether the mood of the moment was elegiac or melodramatic, bemoaned or bewailed with horror the age, the charter, the Buonapartists, the prostitution of the blue sash to bourgeois recipients or the Jacobinism of Louis XVIII, and spoke in hushed tones of the hopes raised by Monsieur, later Charles X. Ribald songs in which Napoleon was called Nicholas were greeted there with joyous rapture. Duchesses, some of the most refined and charming women in the world, went into ecstasies over verses such as the following, addressed to the federates. Tuck your shirt tails in your trousers, never let them flap about. Patriots with the white flag flying? Never let the word get out. They delighted in making puns they believed to be devastating, in innocent wordplay they imagined to be virulent, in improvising 4-line stanzas, even rhyming couplets, for instance, on the de Soul's ministry, a moderate cabinet that included Messrs. Decazes and Désert. To restore the shaken throne to a firmer footing.
Requires a change de Sol de Solis, e de Serre, de Zerre, e de Case de Cases, asterisco.
Or they took the list of peers in the upper house, that appallingly Jacobin chamber, and made combinations with the names on it to form phrases like the following: Damas, Sabrin, Gouvion Estisir. All in jest. In this social circle the revolution was parroted. For some unknown reason they liked to foment the same violent feelings in reverse. They sang their own little version of CAIRA. Ah! It'll come. It'll come. It'll come. Bonapartists from lampposts strung. Songs are like the guillotine, they cut indiscriminately, today this head, tomorrow that. Variations on a theme. In the Folds affair, which dates from this time, 1816, they sided with Bastide and Jougin, because Folds was Buonapartist. They referred to liberals as friends and brothers, this was the ultimate insult. Like certain church towers, Madame de T's salon had two weathercocks. One of them was Monsieur Gillenormand, the other was the Comte de La Motte Valois, of whom people would whisper in each other's ears with a kind of respect, you know? He's the La Motte of the necklace affair. Political parties have these strange amnesties. Let us add the following: among the bourgeoisie, positions of prestige are diminished by being too socially indiscriminate. You must be careful who you associate with. Just as there is a loss of heat in proximity to those who are cold, there is a dwindling of respect in the company of people who are scorned. However, the upper echelons of old considered themselves as much above this law as any other. Marigny, brother of La Pompadour, is an intimate of Monsieur le Prince de Soubise. Although? No, because Vaubernier's sponsor Du Barry is most warmly received by Monsieur le Maréchal de Richelieu. This society is Mount Olympus. Mercury and the Prince de Guémeny are at home here. A thief gains entry, provided he is a god. There was nothing remarkable about the Comte de La Motte, who in 1815 was an old man of 75, except his taciturn and pompous manner, his cold and angular face, his perfectly polished manners, his coat buttoned up to his cravat, and his long legs always crossed in full-length loose-fitting trousers of a burnt sienna color. His face was the same color as his trousers. This Monsieur de La Motte mattered in this salon on account of his celebrity and, strangely enough but true, because of the Valois name. As for Monsieur Gillenormand, his prestige was thoroughly deserved. He had authority because he had authority. Frivolous as he was, and without its detracting at all from his jollity, he had a certain manner about him, commanding, dignified, honest, with a bourgeois arrogance. And his great age added to it. A man is not a century old with impunity. The years eventually create a venerable dishevelment around his head. Moreover, he made comments that were absolute gems of old-style wit. Thus, when the King of Prussia, having restored Louis XVIII to the throne, came to pay the latter a visit under the name of Count von Ruppen, he was received by the descendant of Louis XIV rather as if he were the mere Margrave of Brandenburg and with the subtlest disrespect. Monsieur Gillenormand approved. All kings who are not the King of France, he said, are provincial kings. One day the following exchange took place in his presence. What sentence did the editor of the Courrier Français receive? Suspension. Preferably by the neck, commented Monsieur Gillenormand. Remarks of this nature create a reputation. At a Te Deum on the anniversary of the return of the Bourbons, he said on seeing Monsieur de Talleyrand pass by, "There goes His Excellency the Devil." Monsieur Gillenormand was always accompanied by his daughter, that lanky spinster who by then had turned 40 and looked 50, and by a handsome little boy of 7, white, pink, fresh-faced, with happy and trusting eyes, who never appeared in that salon without hearing all those voices murmuring around him, "How charming he looks! What a pity! Poor child! This child was the one we referred to earlier. He was called Poor Child because he had for a father a brigand of the lore. This brigand of the lore was Monsieur Gillenormand's son-in-law, already mentioned, and whom Monsieur Gillenormand called the bane of his family. 2. One of the red menaces of those days. Anyone who happened to pass through the little town of Vernon during this period, and who walked across that beautiful stone bridge, which, with luck, will soon be succeeded by some hideous iron cable bridge, might, if he had looked down over the parapet, have observed a man of about 50 years of age, in a leather cap, trousers, and a waistcoat of coarse grey cloth to which was sewn something yellow that had once been a red ribbon. He wore wooden clogs, and was tanned by the sun, his face almost black and his hair almost white, with a big scar running across his forehead and continuing down his cheek. Bowed, stooped, prematurely aged, he went about nearly all day long with a hoe or a sickle in his hand, in one of those walled plots that lie adjacent to the bridge and run along the left bank of the Seine like the links of a chain. Delightful enclosures full of flowers. If they were much bigger you would say, these are gardens, and if a little smaller, these are bouquets. All these enclosures have the river at one end and a house at the other. Around 1817 the man in the waistcoat and wooden clogs whom we have just described occupied the smallest of these enclosures and the humblest of these houses. He lived there alone, in solitude, silence and poverty, with a woman neither young nor old, neither beautiful nor ugly, neither peasant nor bourgeois, who was his servant. The patch of land he called his garden was famous in the town for the beauty of the flowers he cultivated there. He devoted himself to his flowers. By dint of hard work, perseverance, attentiveness and buckets of water, he had, after the Creator, himself succeeded in creating, and contrived to produce, certain types of tulips and dahlias that seem to have been forgotten by nature. He was ingenious. He had anticipated Solang Boden in creating little mounds of peat for the cultivation of rare and precious shrubs from America and China. In summer he was out in his garden from the crack of dawn, planting, pruning, weeding, watering the borders, walking among his flowers with a sad, gentle, kindly air, sometimes daydreaming and motionless for hours on end, listening to the song of a bird in a tree, the babble of a child inside a house, or else gazing transfixed at a dewdrop on the tip of a blade of grass, made jewel-like by the sun. He ate very frugally and drank more milk than wine. He would defer to a small child. His servant scolded him. He was diffident to the point of shyness. He rarely went out, and his only friends were the poor who tapped at his window, and his parish priest Abbé Mabeuf, a good-hearted old man. Yet if any of the town's inhabitants, or any strangers, any passers-by, curious to see his tulips and roses, rang at his little house, he would open the door with a smile. This was the brigand of the Loire. Anyone who, at about the same time, had read military memoirs, biographies, Le Moniteur, and bulletins of the Grand Army would have been struck by a name that cropped up fairly frequently, that of Georges Pontmercy. As a very young man, this Georges Pontmercy had been a soldier in the Saintonge regiment. The revolution broke out. The Saintonge regiment formed part of the Army of the Rhine. For even after the fall of the monarchy, the old regiments under the monarchy kept their names, which were those of their provinces, and were only restructured in brigades in 1794, Pontmercy fought at Speyer, Worms, Neustadt, Turckheim, Alzey and Mainz, where he was one of the 200 who formed Houchard's rear guard. Behind the old rampart of Andernach he held out as 12th man against the Prince of Hesse's entire corps, and only rejoined the main body of the army when the enemy's cannon had opened a breach from the string course on the parapet to the glacis. He served under Kleber at Marchiennes and at the battle for Montpalissel, where a Biscayan bullet broke his arm. Then he crossed the border into Italy, and was one of the 30 grenadiers who defended the Col di Tenda with Joubert. Joubert was consequently made adjutant general and Pontmercy sub-lieutenant. Pontmercy was under fire at Berthier's side that day at Lodi that prompted Bonaparte to say, "Berthier has been gunner, trooper and grenadier." He saw his former general fall at Novi at the very moment when, with sabre raised, Joubert shouted, "Forward!" Embarked with his company, for campaign purposes, on a coastal vessel sailing from Genoa to some small port or other along the coast, he ran into a hornet's nest of 7 or 8 English naval ships. The Genoese captain wanted to throw the guns overboard, hide the soldiers between decks, and slip past in the dark as a merchant vessel. Pontmercy had the tricolour run up the flagpole and sailed proudly past the guns of the British frigates. 50 miles on, his audacity increasing, from his coastal vessel he attacked and captured a large English transport ship carrying troops to Sicily, so loaded with men and horses that it was packed to the gunwales. In 1805 he was with the Malher division that took Gunsberg from Archduke Ferdinand. At Wartingen, under a hail of bullets he took in his arms Colonel Maupetit, mortally wounded at the head of the 9th Dragoons. He distinguished himself at Austerlitz in that magnificent advance in echelon formation under enemy fire. When the cavalry of the Imperial Russian Guard crushed a battalion of the 4th Line, Pontmercy was one of those who took their revenge and routed the Guard. The Emperor awarded him the cross. Pontmercy saw Wurmser, Melas and Mack taken prisoner, one after the other, at Mantua, Alexandria and Ulm. He was part of the 8th Corps of the Grand Army under Mortier's command, which took Hamburg. Then he was transferred to the 55th Line, which was the former Flanders Regiment. At Eylau he was in the cemetery where the heroic Captain Louis Hugo, uncle of the author of this book, alone with his company of 83 men held out for 2 hours against the enemy army's concentrated efforts. Pontmercy was one of the 3 who came out of that cemetery alive. He was at Friedland. Then he saw Moscow, then Beresina, then Lutzen, Bautzen, Dresden, Wacha, Leipzig and the retreat through Gelnhausen, then Montmirail, Château-Thierry, Craonne, the banks of the Marne, the banks of the Aisne and the formidable position of Laon. At Arny-le-Duc, as a captain, he sabred 10 Cossacks and saved not his general but his corporal. He was hacked about on that occasion, and 27 bone splinters were extracted from his left arm alone. Just 8 days before the capitulation of Paris, he swapped posts with a comrade and joined the cavalry. He was what was called under the old regime two-handed, that is to say he was equally adept, as a soldier, with saber and musket, and as an officer, with cavalry squadron and infantry battalion. It is this aptitude, perfected by military training, that has led to the creation of some special forces, the dragoons, for example, who are mounted infantry. He accompanied Napoleon to the island of Elba. At Waterloo he headed a squadron of cuirassiers in Dubois's brigade. It was he who captured the colors of the Lüneburg battalion. He brought the flag and cast it down at the emperor's feet. He was covered with blood. He had been slashed across the face with a saber as he seized the flag. A delighted emperor cried out, "Your colonel now, Baron, an officer of the Legion of Honor." Pontmercy replied, "Sire, on behalf of my widow I thank you." An hour later he fell in the Ohain cutting. Now, who was this Georges Pontmercy? He was this same brigand of the Loire. We have already seen something of his history. After Waterloo, Pontmercy, who had been pulled out, remember, from Ohain's sunken road, managed to rejoin the army and crawled his way from one ambulance to the next to the cantonments on the Loire. The Restoration had put him on half-pay, then sent him home, that is to say, he was placed under house arrest at Vernon. Regarding all that had taken place during the 100 Days as not having happened, King Louis XVIII did not recognize his claim to being an officer of the Legion of Honor, nor his rank as colonel, nor his title of baron. He for his part neglected no opportunity to sign himself Colonel Baron Pontmercy. He had only an old blue coat, and he never went out without fastening to it the rosette of an officer of the Legion of Honor. The Crown Prosecutor gave notice that the authorities would prosecute him for the unlawful wearing of this decoration. When this notification was delivered to him through an officious intermediary, Pontmercy responded with a bitter smile, "I don't know whether it's because I don't understand French anymore or because you don't speak it, but the fact is, what you say doesn't make any sense to me." Then he went out every day for a week wearing his rosette. They dared not challenge him. 2 or 3 times the Minister of War and the General Chief of Staff wrote to him using the following form of address: to Monsieur le Commandant Pontmercy. He returned the letters unopened. Simultaneously, Napoleon in St. Helena was treating in just the same way Sir Hudson Lowe's letters addressed to General Bonaparte. If you will forgive the expression, Pontmercy ended up with the same spittle in his mouth as his emperor. Similarly, there were in Rome Carthaginian prisoners who refused to salute Flaminius and who had a little of Hannibal's spirit. One morning, Pontmercy ran into the crown prosecutor in the street at Vernon, went up to him and said, "Monsieur le Procureur du Roi, am I allowed to wear my scar?" He had nothing, other than his meager half-pay as cavalry major. He rented the smallest house he could find in Vernon. He lived there alone, as we have just seen. In the days of the Empire, in between wars, he found time to marry Mademoiselle Gillenormand. Furious at heart, the old bourgeois had given his consent, sighing and saying, "The greatest families are forced to do likewise." Madame Pontmercy, a wonderful woman, as it happened, in every respect, principled and exceptional and worthy of her husband, died in 1815, leaving a child. This child would have been a joy to the colonel in his solitude, but the grandfather had imperiously claimed his grandson, declaring that if the child were not handed over he would disinherit him. The father had yielded in the little one's interest and, not allowed to have his child, he had taken to loving flowers. He had in fact foregone everything, neither agitating nor conspiring. He divided his thoughts between the innocent things he was doing and the great things he had done. He spent his time looking forward to a carnation or remembering Austerlitz. Monsieur Gillenormand had no contact with his son-in-law. The colonel was for him a brigand and he was for the colonel an old fogey. Monsieur Gillenormand never spoke of the colonel other than occasionally to make derisive references to his barony. It was expressly agreed that Pontmercy should never attempt to see his son or to speak to him, on pain of having the child returned to him disowned and disinherited. For the Gillenormands, Pontmercy was a pariah. They intended to bring up the child as they pleased. Perhaps the colonel was wrong to accept these conditions, but he submitted to them, believing he was doing the right thing and sacrificing no one but himself. Old Gillenormand's estate did not amount to much, but the elder Mademoiselle Gillenormand's was considerable. This unmarried aunt was extremely wealthy by virtue of her mother's side of the family, and her sister's son was her natural heir. The boy, whose name was Marius, knew he had a father, but that was all. No one ever said a word about him to the child. Nevertheless, in the social circles into which he was taken by his grandfather, the whisperings, innuendos and winks eventually impinged even on the little boy's mind. He made some sort of sense of it in the end, and as he absorbed naturally by a kind of infiltration and slow penetration the ideas and opinions that were, so to speak, the air he breathed, he gradually came to think of his father only with shame and a heavy heart. While he was thus growing up, the colonel would surreptitiously slip up to Paris every 2 or 3 months, on the sly, like an ex-convict violating the terms of his release, and go and station himself in Sulpice at the time of day when Aunt Gillenormand took Marius to mass. There, trembling with fear that the aunt might turn round, concealed behind a pillar, motionless, not daring to breathe, he would gaze at his child. This scarred veteran was afraid of that old maid. It was this that brought about his friendship with the parish priest of Vernon, Monsieur l'Abbé Mabeuf. That commendable priest was the brother of a warden of Sulpice who had on several occasions noticed the man gazing at the child, and the scar on his cheek, and his eyes brimming with tears. A man who looked so much the man yet wept like a woman made an impression on the warden. The face stuck in his mind. One day, having gone to Vernon to see his brother, he passed Colonel Pontmercy on the bridge and recognized the man from Sulpice. The warden mentioned it to the priest, and on some pretext or other they both paid the colonel a visit. This visit led to others. Extremely reserved at first, the colonel eventually confided in them, and the priest and the warden at last came to know the whole story, and how Pontmercy was sacrificing his own happiness for his child's future. As a result, the priest developed a deep regard and affection for him, and the colonel on his side developed a fondness for the priest. And besides, when both happen to be sincere and good-hearted, there is nothing like an old priest and an old soldier for understanding each other and getting along together. Fundamentally, they are the same man. One has served the country that is his in this world, the other has served the country that will be his in the next. That is the only difference. Twice a year, on the 1st of January and on St. George's Day, Marius wrote dutiful letters to his father, dictated by his aunt, that read as if they had been copied from some primer. This was all that Monsieur Gillenormand would allow. And the father replied with very loving letters that the grandfather stuffed into his pocket unread. 3. Requiescant asterisk. Madame de T's salon was all that Marius Pontmercy knew of the world. It was the only opening through which he could look out on life. It was a gloomy opening, and through this small window he received more cold than warmth, more darkness than daylight. This child who was all joy and light on entering this strange world soon became unhappy in it and, what is even more incongruous at that age, solemn. Surrounded by all those peculiar and imposing individuals, he looked about with grave surprise. Everything conspired to increase this amazement. There were in Madame de T's salon some very venerable old noblewomen, whose names were Mathon, no, Levis, pronounced Levi, and Cambis, pronounced Cambis. These aged faces and these biblical names mingled in the child's mind with the Old Testament he was learning by heart, and when they were all there, seated in a circle around a dying fire, dimly lit by a green-veiled lamp, every now and then delivering utterances that were both majestic and opinionated, with their severe profiles, their hair gray or white, their long gowns of another age of which all that could be discerned were their lugubrious colors, little Marius stared at them with fear. In his eyes, believing he saw not women but patriarchs and magi, not real beings but phantoms. Consorting with these phantoms were several priests, regulars of this elderly salon, and a few noblemen, the Marquis de Sassenet, private secretary to Madame de Berry, the Vicomte de Valery, who under the pseudonym of Charles Antoine published Mannerheim Odes, the relatively young Prince de Beaufremont, who had graying hair and a pretty, witty wife whose very low-cut dresses of scarlet velvet trimmed with gold braid defied this gloom, the Marquis de Coriolis d'Espinus, in all of France the man best versed in proportionate politeness, the Comte d'Amendra, a fellow with a kindly chin, and the Chevalier de Portugal, a pillar of the Louvre Library, the so-called royal collection. Monsieur de Portugal, bald and old-looking rather than old, would relate how in 1793, at the age of 16, he had been sent to the prison hulks for refusing to swear allegiance to the Republic, and had been shackled to an octogenarian, the Bishop of Mirepoix, also a non-juror, but of the clergy, whereas he himself was a non-juring soldier. They were in Toulon. Their task was to go to the scaffold at night and collect the heads and bodies of those guillotined during the day. They carried on their backs those dripping headless trunks, and on the nape of their necks their red convict cloaks were caked with blood, dried in the morning, wet at night. There were many such tragic tales in Madame de T's salon, where cursing Marat meant applauding Tresdalen. A few deputies of the unfindable kind played whist here, Monsieur Thibaud du Challard, Monsieur le Marchant de Gamacourt, and the famous right-wing taunter Monsieur Cornet d'Incourt. The bailiff of Ferret, with his short breeches and his thin legs, sometimes called in at this salon on his way to visit Monsieur de Talleyrand. He had been Monsieur le Comte d'Artois' companion in pleasure-seeking, and unlike Aristotle on his hands and knees under Campaspe, he had La Gamarde crawling about on all fours, and so showed the world a philosopher avenged by a bailiff. As for the priests, there were Abbé Halma, the one to whom Monsieur Larose, his collaborator at La Faudree, used to say, "Bah! Who isn't 50? Maybe the odd whippersnapper." Abbé Letourneur, preacher to the king, Abbé Freycinet, who was not yet count, or bishop, or minister, or peer, and who wore an old cassock with buttons missing, and Abbé Caravinant, parish priest of St. Germain-des-Prés, also the Pope's nuncio, at that time Monsignor Mackey, Archbishop of Nisibis, later Cardinal, remarkable for his long, pensive nose, and another Monsignor with the following title, Abate Palmieri, domestic prelate, one of the 7 apostolic protonotaries of the Holy See. Canon of the illustrious Liberian Basilica, the Saint's Advocate, Postulator dei Santi, which relates to the process of canonization and more or less means Master of Requests for the Department of Paradise. Lastly, 2 cardinals, Monsieur de la Luzerne and Monsieur de Clermont-Tonnerre. Monsieur le Cardinal de la Luzerne was a writer and was destined a few years later to have the honor of putting his name to articles in lieu. Conservator alongside Chateaubriand. Monsieur de Clermont-Tonnerre was Archbishop of Toulouse and often made trips to Paris to stay with his nephew, the Marquis de Tonnerre, who was Minister for the Navy and Minister of War. The Cardinal of Clermont-Tonnerre was a cheerful little old man who showed off his red stockings under his hitched-up cassock. His particular obsessions were a hatred of the encyclopedia and a passion for playing billiards, and on summer evenings in those days, people walking down Rue Madame where the Clermont-Tonnerre residence then stood would stop to listen to the clacking of billiard balls and the piercing voice of the Cardinal crying out to his conclavist, Monseigneur Cotret, Bishop and party bus of Charist, "Mark that up, Abbé, it was a cannon shot." The Cardinal of Clermont-Tonnerre had been brought along to Madame de Tease by his closest friend Monsieur de Roquelaure, former Bishop of Senlis, and one of the 40. Monsieur de Roquelaure was impressive on account of his great height and his assiduous attendance at the Academy. Every Thursday, through the glass door of the room adjacent to the library where the French Academy then held its meetings, curious onlookers could watch the former Bishop of Senlis, usually on his feet, freshly powdered, in violet hose, with his back to the door apparently so as to give a better view of his embroidered collar. All these ecclesiastics, although most were as much courtiers as they were churchmen, added to the gravity of the de T salon, whose aristocratic credentials were enhanced by 5 peers of France, the Marquis de Vibray, the Marquis de Talaru, the Marquis de Herboville, the Comte d'Ambry and the Duc de Valentinois. This Duc de Valentinois, although Prince of Monaco, in other words a foreign sovereign prince, had so high an opinion of France and its peerage that he saw everything in relation to them. It was he who said, "The cardinals are Rome's peers of France, the lords, England's peers of France." However, as there must be revolution everywhere this century, this feudal salon was, as we have said, dominated by a bourgeois. Monsieur Gillenormand reigned there. In this lay the essence and quintessence of Parisian monarchist society. Those who had made a reputation for themselves, even if they were royalist, were excluded. There is always an element of anarchy in renown. Chateaubriand turning up there would have produced the same effect as Père Duchesne. A few reformed Republicans, who rallied to the Restoration, did nevertheless find their way on sufferance into this orthodox world. Comte Bunat was received there after mending his ways. The noble salons of today bear no resemblance to those of the past. The present Faubourg Saint-Germain has a whiff of heresy about it. Royalists nowadays are demagogues. To their credit, let us say. In the elevated society of Madame de T's salon, taste was fastidious and supercilious beneath a great show of politeness. Here, customary usages included all kinds of unconscious affectations that were quintessentially ancien régime, buried, but alive. Some of these customary usages, especially in the matter of language, seem eccentric. Anyone who did not know better would have interpreted as provincial what was merely old-fashioned. A woman might be called Madame la Générale. Madame la Colonelle was not entirely unknown. The charming Madame de Lyon, in memory no doubt of the Duchesse de Longueville and the Duchesse de Chevreuse, preferred this form of address to her title of princess. The Marquise de Créquy was also called Madame la Colonelle. It was this superior little world that made it a point of etiquette at the Tuileries, when speaking to the king in private, always to address him as the king, in the third person, and never as Your Majesty, the designation Your Majesty having been sullied by the usurper. Here, they criticized events and individuals. They deplored the age they lived in, which saved them having to understand it. They offered each other mutual support in their bewilderment. They passed on to each other whatever light they could shed. Methuselah was Epimenides' informant. The deaf kept the blind up to date with what was going on. They declared null and void the time that had elapsed since Koblenz. Just as Louis XVIII was by the grace of God in the 25th year of his reign, likewise the emigrants were by natural right in the 25th year of their adolescence. All was harmony, nothing was too animated. The spoken word was not much more than a whisper. The newspaper, to match the salon, might have been a papyrus. There were some young people, but they were somewhat lifeless. The domestic staff were time-worn. These completely superannuated individuals were waited on by servants who were just like them. They all looked as if they had lived a long time ago and were refusing to die. Conserve, conservation, conservative, that was more or less the entire lexicon. It was a matter of being in good odor. Indeed, there were aromatic preservatives in the opinions of these venerable groups, and their ideas had the scent of vetiver. It was a mummified society. The masters were embalmed, the servants were stuffed with straw. A worthy old émigré marchioness who had lost her fortune and was left with just one maid continued to talk of my staff. What did they do at Madame de T's salon? They were ultra. To be ultra, this expression no longer has any meaning today, although what it represents may not have disappeared. It requires explanation. To be ultra is to go to extremes. It is to attack the scepter in the name of the throne and the mitre in the name of the altar. It is to ride your horse into the ground. It is to kick over the traces. It is to find fault with the bonfire for undercooking the heretic. It is to reproach the idol for its inadequate idolatry. It is to insult by being over-respectful. It is to find too little popery in the pope, too little royalty in the king, and too much light in darkness. It is to be dissatisfied, in the name of whiteness, with alabaster, snow, the swan, the lily. It is to be so much a supporter of things that you become their enemy. It is to be so strongly for, that you are against. The ultra spirit is especially characteristic of the first phase of the Restoration. Nothing in history resembles that brief moment which begins in 1814 and ends around 1820 with the advent of Monsieur de Villèle, the pragmatist of the right. Those 6 years were an extraordinary interlude, at once uproarious and bleak, cheerful and gloomy, lit up as if by the radiance of dawn and at the same time overcast by the shadows of the great catastrophes still filling the horizon and slowly sinking into the past. There was in that light and that shadow a whole little world, old and new, comic and sad, youthful and aged, rubbing its eyes. A return is like nothing so much as a reawakening. This was a group that regarded France with resentment and that France regarded with scorn. The streets were full of good old marquises who had come out of hiding, returnees and revenants, the old aristocracy, amazed at everything, decent, noble gentlemen smiling because they were back in France, and weeping too, thrilled to see their country again, heartbroken not to find their monarchy in place, the nobility of the Crusades decrying the nobility of the empire, in other words the nobility of the sword, historic dynasties who had lost the sense of history, the sons of Charlemagne's comrades in arms despising Napoleon's comrades in arms. As we have just said, swords traded insults. The sword of Fontenoy was ludicrous and just an old museum piece. The sword of Marengo was loathsome and just a butcher's knife. Yesteryear belittled yesterday. There was no longer any appreciation of what was great, no sense of what was ridiculous. There was someone who called Bonaparte Scapin. This world no longer exists. Let us say again, nothing of it survives. If we pick one of those figures at random and try mentally to bring him to life again, he seems as strange to us as some antediluvian world. That is because he too has actually been swallowed up by a flood. He has disappeared under 2 revolutions. What tidal waves ideas are! How quickly they drown all that it is their mission to destroy and bury, and how swiftly they create tremendous depths. Such was the physiognomy of the salons of those distant and innocent days when Monsieur Martinville had more wit than Voltaire. These salons had their own literature and politics. There, they believed in fv. Monsieur Aguirre's word was law. They discussed the writings of Monsieur Colnet, the journalist bookseller on the Quai Malaquais. Napoleon was quite the Corsican ogre. Later, the introduction into history of a Monsieur le Marquis de Buonaparte, Lieutenant General of the King's armies, was a concession to the spirit of the age. These salons did not long preserve their purity. As early as 1818, a few constitutional monarchists, a disquieting distinction, began to spring up among them. The line they followed was to be royalist and to be apologetic about it. Whereas the ultras were very proud, these doctrinaires asterisk were a little shameful. They were capable of wit, they were capable of silence, their political dogma was suitably starched with arrogance, they were bound to succeed. They favored inordinately, to their advantage in fact, white cravats and buttoned-up coats. The mistake, or the misfortune, of the doctrinaire party was to create old young men. They adopted the attitude of sages. They dreamed of grafting restricted power onto the absolute principle of unrestraint. Against radical liberalism they urged, and sometimes with a rare intelligence, conservative liberalism. They were heard to say, "Spare monarchism. It has done more than a little good. It has restored tradition, worship, religion, respect. It is loyal, brave, chivalrous, loving, dedicated. To the new greatness of the nation it has brought, albeit reluctantly, the age-old greatness of the monarchy. It is wrong in not understanding the revolution, the empire, glory, liberty, young ideas, young generations, the age. But this wrong it does us. Have we not sometimes been guilty of the same wrong towards monarchism? The revolution, whose heirs we are, must have understanding of everything. To attack monarchism is a contradiction of liberalism. What a mistake! And what blindness! Revolutionary France lacks respect for historic France, in other words its mother, in other words itself. After the 5th of September, the monarchy's nobility was treated as the empire's nobility was treated after the 8th of July. They were unjust to the eagle, we are unjust to the fleur-de-lis. Must we always have something to outlaw? Does it serve any purpose to ungild Louis XIV's crown, to scrape away Henri IV's coat of arms? We jeer at Monsieur de Vaublanc who removed the NS on the Pont d'Iéna. Well, what was he doing? What are we doing? Bouvines is as much ours as Marengo. The fleurs-de-lis are ours as well as the NS. That is our patrimony. What is the good of diminishing it? We should not turn our back on our country in the past any more than in the present. Why not accept the whole of history? Why not love the whole of France? So it was that constitutional monarchists criticized and defended monarchism, which was unhappy at being criticized and furious at being defended. The ultras marked the first phase of monarchism, the congregation characterized the second. Ardor gave way to cleverness. Let us end our brief summary there. In the course of his narrative, the author of this book has found in his path this curious moment of contemporary history. He has had to take a quick look at it in passing and describe some of the peculiar features of this now forgotten society. But he does it rapidly and without any bitter or derisive intent. Memories, fond and respectful memories, for they relate to his mother, tie him to this past. Besides, in all fairness, this same little world had its own grandeur. We may smile at it, but we can neither despise nor hate it. It was the France of old. Marius Pontmercy, like all other children, had some sort of education. When he was out of his Aunt Gillenormand's hands, his grandfather entrusted him to a respectable tutor of the purest classical innocence. This developing young mind was passed on from a prude to a pedant. Marius had his school years, then became a law student. He was royalist, fanatical and austere. He had little love for his grandfather, whose levity and cynicism offended him, and his feelings towards his father were grim. All in all, he was an ardent and cold-hearted boy, noble, generous, proud, religious, impassioned, callously self-respecting, ferociously pure. 4. The End of the Brigand. The completion of Marius's classical studies coincided with Monsieur Gillenormand's retirement from society. The old man bade farewell to the Faubourg St. Germain and to Madame de T's salon, and came and settled in the Marais, in his house on Rue de Filles du Calvaire. There, in addition to the porter, he had as servants the Nicolette who succeeded La Magnon as chambermaid and that huffing and puffing Basque mentioned above. In 1827, Marius had just turned 17. On returning home one evening he saw his grandfather holding a letter in his hand. "Marius," said Monsieur Gillenormand, "you'll be going to Vernon tomorrow." "Why?" said Marius. "To see your father." Marius shuddered. He had imagined everything but this, that he might one day have to see his father. Nothing could be more unexpected, more surprising and, it has to be said, more disagreeable to him. It was rapprochement forced on estrangement. It was not upsetting, no, it was irksome. On top of his feelings of political antipathy, Marius was convinced that his father, the saber-slasher, as Monsieur Gillenormand called him on his kinder days, did not love him. This was obvious from the way he had abandoned his son and left him to others. Feeling unloved, he did not love. Nothing simpler, he said to himself. He was so astounded that he did not question Monsieur Gillenormand. The grandfather went on, "Apparently he's ill. He's asking for you." And after a pause he added, "Go in the morning. I think there's a coach from Cour de Fontaine's leaving at 6 o'clock that arrives in the evening. Take it. He says it's urgent." Then he crumpled the letter up in his hand and put it in his pocket. Marius might have set out that very evening and been with his father by the following morning. In those days a stagecoach from Rue du Boulois made the journey to Rouen overnight and passed through Vernon. Neither Marius nor Monsieur Gillenormand thought to make inquiries. The next day at dusk Marius arrived in Vernon. People were just beginning to light their candles. He asked the first person he met for Monsieur Pontmercy's house. For he was, in his own mind, of the same opinion as the Restoration and was no more willing to recognize his father as either colonel or baron. The house was pointed out to him. He rang the bell. A woman came to the door, holding a small lamp. "Monsieur Pontmercy," said Marius. The woman just stood there. "Is this the right address?" asked Marius. The woman nodded. "Can I speak to him?" The woman shook her head. "But I'm his son," said Marius. "He's expecting me." "He's not expecting you anymore," said the woman. Then he noticed she was crying. She pointed to the door of a room on the ground floor. He entered. In this room, lit by a tallow candle on the mantelpiece, were 3 men, one standing, another kneeling, and one lying stretched out on the floor in his nightshirt. The one on the floor was the colonel. The other 2 were a doctor and a priest, who was praying. The colonel had been struck down with brain fever 3 days earlier. At the beginning of his illness, with a sense of foreboding he had written to Monsieur Gillenormand asking for his son. The illness had taken a turn for the worse. On the very evening of Marius's arrival in Vernon the colonel suffered a fit of delirium. Despite the serving woman's efforts to prevent him, he had risen from his bed, crying, "My son isn't going to arrive in time. I'm going out to meet him." Then he left his bedroom and collapsed on the floor of the room next door. He had just breathed his last. The doctor and the priest were summoned. The doctor arrived too late. The priest arrived too late. The sun also arrived too late. Discernible by the dim light of the candle, on the pale and recumbent colonel's cheek was a large teardrop that had trickled from his dead eye. The eye was extinguished, but the tear was not yet dry. That tear represented his son's delay. Marius gazed on that man he was seeing for the first and last time, on that venerable masculine face, those open, unseeing eyes, those white locks, those robust limbs on which brown lines were visible here and there. These were saber scars, and red star shapes of some sort. These were bullet holes. He gazed on that gigantic scar that put the stamp of heroism on the face God had imprinted with kindness. He reflected that this man was his father, and that this man was dead, and he remained unmoved. The sorrow he felt was the sorrow he would have felt in the presence of any other man he might have seen lying dead. There was grief in that room, heartfelt grief. The serving woman was lamenting in one corner, the priest was praying and could be heard sobbing, the doctor was wiping his eyes. Even the corpse was weeping. This doctor, this priest, and this woman stared at Marius in their distress without saying a word. He was the stranger there. Far too little affected. Marius felt ashamed and embarrassed at his own attitude. He had his hat in his hand. He dropped it on the floor to make them think sorrow drained him of the strength to hold it. At the same time he felt a kind of remorse and despised himself for behaving like this. But was it his fault? He just did not love his father. The colonel left nothing. The sale of his furniture barely paid the cost of his burial. The servant found a scrap of paper, which she handed to Marius. Written on it in the colonel's hand was the following: "For my son. The emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes this title that I paid for with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. It goes without saying, he will be worthy of it." Below this the colonel had added, "At this same battle of Waterloo a sergeant saved my life. The man's name is Thénardier. I believe he has of late been the keeper of a small inn in a village outside Paris, at Chelles or Montfermeil. If my son ever meets him, he will do the best he can for Thénardier." Marius took this piece of paper and kept it, not because he felt duty bound to his father but because of that vague respect for death that is always so compelling in the heart of man. Nothing remained of the colonel. Monsieur Gillenormand had his sword and uniform sold to a second-hand clothes dealer. The neighbors plundered the garden and stripped it of its extraordinary flowers. The other plants became overgrown with brambles, or died. Marius stayed only 48 hours in Vernon. After the burial he returned to Paris and resumed his law studies without giving any more thought to his father than if he had never lived. Within 2 days the colonel was buried, and in 3 days he was forgotten. Marius wore a mourning band on his hat. That was all. The usefulness of going to Mass to become a revolutionary. Marius had kept up the religious habits of his childhood. One Sunday when he went to hear Mass at St. Sulpice, at that same chapel of the Virgin where his aunt used to take him when he was little, being more distracted and absent-minded than usual that day, he took a place behind a pillar and without paying attention knelt at a seat of Utrecht velvet on the back of which was written this name: Monsieur Mabeuf, Warden. Mass had hardly begun when an old man came up to Marius and said, "Monsieur, this is my place." Marius hastily stood aside and the old man took his seat. After the Mass had ended, Marius was still standing a few paces away, lost in thought. The old man came up to him again and said, "I beg your pardon, monsieur, for having disturbed you earlier. And for disturbing you again now, but you must have found me annoying, and I owe you an explanation." "Monsieur," said Marius, "there's no need." "But there is," the old man went on. "I don't want you to think ill of me. You see, I'm attached to this place. It seems to me the Mass is better from here." "Why?" "I'll tell you. It was to this spot that I saw a poor man come regularly, every 2 or 3 months, for many years, a fine father who had no other opportunity and no other way of seeing his child because he was prevented from doing so under the terms of a family agreement. He used to come at the time when he knew his son would be brought to Mass. The lad never suspected his father was there. Perhaps he didn't even know he had a father, the little innocent. The father kept behind this pillar so he wouldn't be seen. He would gaze at his child and weep. He adored that child, poor man. I could see that. For me, this spot has become almost sanctified, and I've developed the habit of coming here to hear Mass. I prefer it to the stall where, as warden, I have a right to be. I even got to know that unfortunate gentleman a little. He had a father-in-law, a rich aunt, relatives, I don't quite remember, who threatened to disinherit the child if he, the father, saw him. He sacrificed himself so that his son might someday be rich and happy. They were kept apart on account of political opinions. Certainly, I'm in favor of political opinions, but there are people who don't know where to stop. My God! Just because a man was at Waterloo doesn't make him a monster. You don't keep a father away from his child for that. He was one of Bonaparte's colonels. He's now dead, I believe. He lived at Vernon, where I have a brother who's a priest, and his name was something like Pontmarie or Montpercy. My goodness, he had a fine saber scar. Pontmercy, said Marius, turning pale. Exactly. Pontmercy. Did you know him? Monsieur, said Marius, he was my father. The old warden clasped his hands and exclaimed, Ah! You're the child. Yes, of course, he must be a man by now. Ah well, poor child, you can say you had a father who loved you dearly. Marius offered his arm to the old man and walked him home. The next day he said to Monsieur Gillenormand, I've arranged with a few friends to go hunting. Would you mind if I went away for 3 days? Make it 4, replied his grandfather. Go and enjoy yourself. And he said quietly to his daughter with a wink, it'll be some sweetheart. 6. What meeting a churchwarden can lead to. Where Marius went, we shall see a little later. Marius was away for 3 days, then he came back to Paris, went straight to the law school library and asked for back issues of Le Moniteur. He read Le Moniteur, he read all the histories of the Republic and the Empire, the Memorial d'Essai Hélène, every memoir, newspaper, bulletin, proclamation, he devoured them all. The first time he came across his father's name in the Grand Army bulletins, he had a fever for a whole week. He went to see the generals under whom Georges Pontmercy had served. Comte H among others. Churchwarden Mabeuf, whom he went back to visit, described life at Vernon, the colonel's retreat, his flowers, his solitude. Marius came to know everything about that rare, excellent and gentle man, that sort of lion-lamb that had been his father. Meanwhile, busy with this research that took up his every moment and occupied his every thought, he hardly saw the Gillenormands at all. He would turn up for meals. Then they would look for him and he would be gone. Father Gillenormand smiled. Ah well, it's girls he's interested in now. Sometimes the old man added, I'll be damned. I thought it was just a passing fancy, evidently it's a real passion. It was indeed a passion. Marius was learning to adore his father. At the same time his ideas underwent an extraordinary change. There were numerous successive phases in this change. As this has been the experience of many minds of our time, we think it will be useful to follow these phases step by step and chart them all. He was bewildered by this history he had just begun to study. The first impression it made on him was dazzling. Up until then the Republic, the Empire, had just been monstrous words to him. The Republic, a guillotine in the dusk. The Empire, a saber in the dark. He had now taken a good look and, where he had expected to find only gloomy chaos, with a kind of extraordinary shock mingled with fear and joy, he saw stars shining, Mirabeau, Vergniaud, Saint-Just, Robespierre, Camille Desmoulins, Danton, and a sun rising, Napoleon. He was utterly confused. He shrank back, blinded by the brightness of the light. Little by little, after his initial amazement, he grew accustomed to this radiance. He considered actions without experiencing a sense of vertigo. He examined individuals without experiencing a sense of dread. The revolution and the empire came brilliantly into perspective before the eye of his imagination. He saw these two separate complexes of events and of men encapsulated in two tremendous facts: the Republic and the supremacy of civil law restored to the masses, the empire and the supremacy of the French idea imposed on Europe. He saw emerge from the revolution the great figure of the people, and from the empire the great figure of France. He avowed in his conscience that all this had been good. What his dazzled admiration overlooked in this initial, far too synthetic assessment we do not consider necessary to point out here. It is the state of an evolving mind we are recording. Progress is not made overnight. That said, once and for all, applying as it does to what has already been said as well as to what follows, we continue. He then realized that until that moment he had not understood his country any more than he had understood his father. He knew neither of them, and he had in a way kept himself in the dark. Now he could see. The one he admired, the other he adored. He was full of regret and remorse, and reflected with despair that he could speak only to a grave, now, of all that he had in his soul. Oh! If his father had existed, if he had still had his father, if God in his compassion and goodness had granted that his father were still alive, how he would have gone running to him, how he would have rushed to him, how he would have cried out, "Father! Here I am. It's me. I've the same feelings as you. I'm your son." How he would have embraced his white head, bathed his hair in tears, contemplated his scar, squeezed his hands, adored his garments, kissed his feet. Oh! Why had his father died so soon, before his time, before justice was done, before his son loved him? Marius felt a never-ending ache in his heart, saying over and over again, "Alas!" At the same time, he became more truly earnest, more truly serious, more sure of what he believed and what he thought. At every moment came glimmerings of the truth, to perfect his reasoning. There was some sort of inward development going on inside him. He felt a kind of natural expansion by virtue of these two things, both new to him, his father and his country. Just as, when you have a key, everything opens, he was able to understand what he had previously hated, make sense of what he had previously abhorred. He could now plainly see the providential, divine and human significance of the great things he had been taught to detest and the great men he had been instructed to abominate. When he reflected on his former opinions, of only yesterday and yet seemingly to him already so far in the past, he was infuriated and he smiled. From the rehabilitation of his father he naturally moved on to the rehabilitation of Napoleon, but this, to be truthful, was not achieved without a struggle. From infancy he had been imbued with the way the men of 1814 judged Bonaparte. Well, all the prejudices of the Restoration, all its interests, all its instincts, tended to misrepresent Napoleon. It detested him even more than Robespierre, and it rather cleverly exploited the weariness of the nation and the hatred mothers had of him. Bonaparte had become a kind of monster, almost fabulous, and to portray him to the popular imagination, which as we said earlier is like the imagination of children, the men of 1814 presented a whole series of frightening masks, from one that remains awe-inspiring in its frightfulness to one that in its frightfulness becomes a figure of fun, from Tiberius to the bogeyman. So, in speaking of Bonaparte, you were free to sob or to snort with laughter provided there was an underlying hatred. About that man, as he was called, Marius had never entertained any other ideas. They had combined with the tenacity that was in his nature. There was within him a really stubborn little fellow who hated Napoleon. On reading history, on studying it especially through documents and source materials, the veil hiding Napoleon from Marius's eyes tore, little by little. He glimpsed something immense, and suspected he had been mistaken until now about Bonaparte as well as all the rest. Every day he was better able to see. And, slowly, almost reluctantly at the outset, then with elation and as though drawn by an irresistible fascination, he began to climb one by one, first the dark steps, then the dimly lit steps, finally the bright and splendid steps of enthusiasm. One night he was alone in his small bedroom under the eaves. His candle was lit. He was leaning on his elbows, reading, at the table by his open window. All sorts of fanciful notions came to him from outer space and mingled with his thoughts. What a spectacle the night is! You hear muted sounds, not knowing where they are coming from. You see Jupiter, which is 1,200 times bigger than the Earth, glowing like an ember. The azure is black, the stars twinkle. It is magnificent. He was reading the Grand Army bulletins, those Homeric verses written on the battlefield. He occasionally saw his father's name, and always the name of the emperor. The whole great empire became apparent to him. He felt, as it were, a swelling tide rising within him. At moments it was as if his father passed close by like a breeze, and whispered in his ear. He became gradually abstracted. He thought he heard drums, cannon, trumpets, the measured tread of battalions, the thudding and distant gallop of cavalry. From time to time his eyes turned heavenward and gazed at the stupendous constellations shining in the boundless depths of space. Then he looked down at the book again, and saw stirring there in confusion other stupendous things. His heart was in his mouth. He was in a state of exhilaration, trembling, panting. All at once, without himself knowing what had got into him and what he was obeying, he stood up, reached out of the window with both arms, stared intently at the darkness, the silence, the mysterious infinitude, the eternal immensity, and cried, "Long live the Emperor!" From that moment there was no going back. The ogre of Corsica, the usurper, the tyrant, the monster who was his own sister's lover, the charlatan who took lessons from Talma, the poisoner of Jaffa, the tiger, Bonaparte, all this vanished and gave way in his mind to an indeterminate and brilliant radiance, and, shining high out of reach within it, the pale marble phantom of Caesar. For his father, the emperor had been simply the well-beloved captain, admired and devotedly served. For Marius, he was something more. He was the predestined master-builder of the French order, taking over from the Roman order in ruling the universe. He was the prodigious architect of a collapse, following on from Charlemagne, Louis XI, Henri IV. Richelieu, Louis XIV and the Committee of Public Safety, doubtless with his flaws, his lapses, and even his criminality, in other words, a man, but majestic in his lapses, splendid in his flaws, strong in his criminality. He was the man of destiny who had compelled all nations to recognize the great nation. Better still, he was the actual embodiment of France, conquering Europe by the sword he held, and the world by the light he cast. Marius saw in Bonaparte the dazzling apparition that will always rise up at the frontier and guard the future. Despot, but state-appointed, a dictator produced by a republic and encapsulating a revolution. Napoleon became for him the man-nation just as Jesus Christ is the man-God. Evidently, like all new converts to a religion, he was elated by his conversion, threw himself into it, and went too far. That was his nature. Once he started to follow his inclination, it was almost impossible that he hold himself in check. A zealot's passion for the sword took hold of him and became embroiled in his mind with his enthusiasm for the idea. He did not realize that along with genius, and entangled with it, he was admiring might. In other words, he was setting up in the double niche of his idolatry on the one hand that which is divine, on the other that which is brutal. In several respects he was now misguided in a different way. He accepted everything. In seeking out the truth, there is a way of being misled. He had a kind of impulsive good faith that swallowed everything whole. On the new course he had taken, in condemning the wrongs of the old regime as in measuring the glory of Napoleon, he neglected attenuating circumstances. In any case, a tremendous step had been taken. Where he had previously seen the fall of the monarchy, he now saw the advent of France. His orientation had changed. Where the sun had set, the sun now rose, west was now east. He had about-faced. All these revolutions took place within him, and without his family having any idea of what was going on. When by means of these mysterious workings he had shed his old Bourbon and ultra skin entirely, when he had cast off the aristocrat, the Jacobite and the royalist, when he had become thoroughly revolutionary, deeply democratic and almost republican, he went to an engraver on the Quai des Orfèvres and ordered 100 calling cards bearing this name, Baron Marius Pontmercy. This was nothing but a very logical consequence of the change that had taken place in him, a change in which everything revolved around his father. Only, as he did not know anyone and he could not leave his cards with any porter, he put them in his pocket. Another natural consequence was that as he grew closer to his father, to his memory and to the things the colonel for over 25 years had fought for, he felt correspondingly estranged from his grandfather. We have already said, Monsieur Gillenormand's temperament had long jarred on him. There already existed between them all the divergences between solemn youth and frivolous old man. Geraint's levity shocks and exasperates Werther's melancholy. As long as they shared the same political opinions and the same ideas, Marius had been able to meet Monsieur Gillenormand on that common ground as on a bridge. When this bridge collapsed, there was a gulf between them. And then, in addition to everything else, Marius had inexpressible feelings of outrage at the thought that it was Monsieur Gillenormand who for stupid motives had ruthlessly torn him away from the colonel, thus depriving the father of the child, and the child of the father. So great was his devotion to his father that Marius had come to feel almost hostile towards his grandfather. All the same, none of this, as we have said, showed outwardly. Only, he was increasingly chilly in his manner, laconic at mealtimes, and rarely in the house. When his aunt scolded him about it, he was very meek and gave as an excuse his studies, lectures, examinations, conferences, etc. His grandfather remained convinced of the infallibility of his diagnosis. Lovesick. I know what I'm talking about. Marius was away from home from time to time. Where does he go when he's not here? Said his aunt. On one of these always very brief trips he went to Montfermeil, acting on the information his father had left him, and sought the one-time sergeant of Waterloo, the innkeeper Thénardier. Thénardier had gone bankrupt, the inn was closed, and no one knew what had become of him. Marius was away from the house for 4 days on this quest. He's certainly sowing his wild oats, said his grandfather. It was thought to have been observed that he was wearing on his chest, around his neck, underneath his shirt, something attached to a black ribbon. We have mentioned a lancer. 7. A bit of skirt. He was a great-great-nephew of Monsieur Gillenormand's on the paternal side, and led a garrison life, outside the family and far from any domestic hearth. Lieutenant Théodule Gillenormand had all the requisite elements to be what is called a fine-looking officer. He had a girl's waist, a triumphant manner of trailing his sword, and a handlebar mustache. He came to Paris very rarely, so rarely that Marius had never seen him. The cousins knew each other only by name. Théodule was, as we think we have said already, his aunt Gillenormand's favorite. She liked him better for seeing so little of him. Not seeing people means they can be assumed to have every perfection. One morning the elder Mademoiselle Gillenormand returned to her room as greatly flustered as her sedateness would allow. Marius had just asked his grandfather's permission to make yet another little trip, adding that he meant to set out that very evening. Go ahead, his grandfather replied, and raising both eyebrows to the top of his forehead Monsieur Gillenormand added to himself, he's developing a habit of sleeping in another bed. Mademoiselle Gillenormand went back up to her room most intrigued, and on the staircase let out this exclamation, that's too bad. And this question, But where is it that he goes? She envisaged some more or less illicit amorous liaison, some shadowy woman, an assignation, a mystery, and she would not have minded prying a little more deeply. A mystery to savor is like a foretaste of scandal, saintly souls are not averse to it. In the secret compartments of bigotry there is a curiosity about scandal. So she was possessed with a vague craving to learn of an affair. In order to distract herself from this curiosity that was exciting her a little more than she was used to, she sought refuge in her talents and applied herself to buttonhole stitching, in cotton thread on cotton, one of those Empire and Restoration embroideries with a lot of cabriolet wheel motifs in them. Tedious work, peevish worker. She had been sitting there for several hours when the door opened. Mademoiselle Gillenormand looked up. Lieutenant Theodule stood before her, giving her the regulation salute. She squealed with delight. A person may be old, she may be a prude, she may be pious, she may be an aunt, but it is always a pleasure for her to see a lancer come into her room. "You here, Theodule?" she exclaimed. "Just passing through, aunt." "Well, give me a kiss, then." "There," said Theodule. And he kissed her. Aunt Gillenormand went to her writing desk and opened it. "You'll be staying with us for the rest of the week at least?" "I'm off again this evening, aunt." "You don't mean it?" "Absolutely." "Stay, my dear Theodule, please." "My heart says yes, but my orders say no. It's simply this, the garrison's moving. We were at Melun, we're now at Gaillon. To get from our old posting to the new one we have to go through Paris." "I'm going to see my aunt," I said. "And this is for your trouble." She put 10 gold louis in his hand. "You mean, for my pleasure, dear aunt." Theodule gave her a second kiss, and she had the delight of having her neck a little chafed by the braid on his uniform. "Are you riding there with your regiment?" she asked him. "No, aunt. I wanted to see you. I've got special leave. My batman's taking my horse. I'm traveling by coach. And by the way, I must ask you something." "What?" "My cousin Marius Pontmercy is traveling too, is he?" "How do you know that?" said his aunt, her curiosity instantly roused. "As soon as I arrived I went to make a reservation for a seat in the front compartment." "Well?" A traveler had already come by to make a reservation for a seat next to the driver. "I saw his name on the card." "What name?" "Marius Pontmercy." "The wastrel!" exclaimed his aunt. "Ah! Your cousin isn't a steady lad like yourself. To think he's traveling overnight by coach. Like me. But with you it's duty, with him it's indulgence." "By Jove," said Theodule. At this point something happened to the elder Mademoiselle Gillenormand. She had an idea. Had she been a man, she would have slapped her forehead. She addressed Theodule bluntly. "Your cousin doesn't recognize you, does he?" "No. I've seen him, but he's never deigned to notice me." "So now you're going to travel together?" "He'll be on top, I'm in the front compartment." "Where does this coach go?" "Andelys." "So that's where Marius is going?" "Unless, like me, he stops off on the way. I'm getting off at Vernon to catch the connection for Gaillon. I don't know anything about Marius's travel plans." "Marius. What an ugly name. What was the idea of calling him Marius? Whereas at least your name's Theodule." "I'd rather be called Alfred," said the officer. "Listen, Theodule." "I am listening, aunt." "Pay attention." "I am paying attention." "Are you sure?" Yes. Well, Marius goes off on his own. Aha. He travels. Aha. He doesn't come home at night. Oh ho. We'd like to know what's behind all this. Theodule replied with the composure of a hardened man, a bit of skirt. And with that private chuckle denoting certainty, he added, a sweetheart. Obviously, cried the aunt, who thought she could hear Monsieur Gillenormand speaking, and felt her conviction grow irresistibly from that word sweetheart delivered in almost exactly the same way by great-uncle and great-nephew. She went on, you can do us a favor. Follow Marius for a bit. He doesn't recognize you, it'll be easy for you. Seeing there's a sweetheart, try to get a look at her. You write and tell us about it. It'll amuse his grandfather. Theodule did not have much appetite for this kind of spying, but he was very touched by the 10 louis and thought he could see more where those came from. He accepted the commission and said, if that's what you want, aunt. And he added to himself, here I am, playing chaperone. Mademoiselle Gillenormand gave him a kiss. Now, you wouldn't get up to such mischief, Theodule. You respect discipline, you obey orders, you're a man of conscience and duty, and you wouldn't leave your family to go and see some hussy. The lancer gave the satisfied smirk of Cartouche being praised for his integrity. Following this conversation, that same evening Marius took his place in the coach without suspecting there was someone set to spy on him. As for the spy, the first thing he did was to fall asleep. He slept soundly, with a clear conscience. Argus snored all night long. At daybreak the coach driver shouted, Vernon. Vernon relay station. Travelers for Vernon. And Lieutenant Theodule woke up. Well, he muttered, still half asleep, this is where I get off. Then, his memory gradually clearing as the result of wakening, he remembered his aunt, the 10 louis, and the report he had undertaken to make of what Marius got up to. This set him off laughing. Perhaps he's not in the coach anymore, he thought, as he buttoned up the jacket of his undress uniform. He may have got off at Poissy, he may have got off at Triel. If he didn't get out at Moulins, he may have got out at Nantes, unless he got out at Rolboisy, or went on to Pacy, with the choice of taking a left turn for Evreux or a right turn for La Roche-Guyon. Don't think I'm going to run after him, aunt. What the devil am I to write and tell the old girl? At that moment a pair of black trousers climbing down from the seat above appeared in the window of the front compartment. Could this be Marius? Said the lieutenant. It was Marius. A young peasant girl, standing by the coach among the horses and postilions, was offering flowers to the travelers. Flowers for your ladies, she cried. Marius went up to her and bought the most beautiful flowers in her basket. Well now, said Theodule, jumping down from his compartment, that's intriguing. Who the devil is he going to take those flowers to? She must be a damned pretty woman for such a fine bouquet. I want to see her. And no longer acting for someone else but out of personal curiosity, like dogs that hunt on their own account, he started to follow Marius. Marius paid no attention to Theodule. Some elegant women got out of the coach. He did not look at them. He appeared not to see anything around him. He's in love, thought Theodule. Marius headed for the church. Excellent, said Theodule to himself. The church. Of course. Assignations spiced with a little bit of a mass are the best. Nothing is so exquisite as a stolen glance in the presence of the good Lord. When he got to the church Marius did not go inside but turned off behind the apse. He disappeared round the corner of one of the buttresses. The tryst is outside, said Theodule. Let's have a look at this sweetheart. And he made his way on his boot tips to the corner that Marius had rounded. There, he stopped, astounded. With both hands over his forehead, Marius was kneeling in the grass on a grave. He had strewn his bouquet over it. At the far end of the grave, on a little mound that marked the head, was a black wooden cross with this name in white letters, Colonel Baron Pontmercy. Marius could be heard sobbing. The sweetheart was a tomb. 8. Marble versus granite. It was here that Marius had come the first time he had left Paris. It was here that he had come every time Monsieur Gillenormand said, "He's sleeping in another bed tonight." Lieutenant Theodule was totally nonplussed to find himself unexpectedly confronted with a tomb. It left him with an unpleasant and peculiar feeling he was incapable of analyzing, and which consisted of respect for a grave mingled with respect for a colonel. He retreated, leaving Marius alone in the cemetery, and there was discipline in this retreat. Death appeared to him with large epaulets, and he almost gave it the military salute. Not knowing what to write to his aunt, he decided not to write at all. And probably nothing would have resulted from the discovery made by Theodule about the object of Marius's affections if, by one of those mysterious coincidences that chance so frequently engineers, the scene at Vernon had not almost immediately had a kind of repercussion in Paris. Marius returned from Vernon 3 days later, early in the morning, dropped in at his grandfather's, and, travel-worn after 2 nights spent in the coach and feeling the need to make up for his lack of sleep with an hour's swimming, he went quickly up to his room, taking time only to remove the coat he had been traveling in and the black ribbon he wore round his neck, and headed off to the baths. Monsieur Gillenormand, who like all elderly folk in good health had got up early, heard him come in, and eagerly, as fast as his old legs could carry him, he climbed the stairs up to the attic where Marius lived, in order to embrace him and in so doing to question him and get some idea of where he had been. But the young man took less time to descend than the octogenarian took to go up, and when old Gillenormand entered the attic room, Marius was no longer there. The bed had not been disturbed, and lying unwarily on it were the coat and the black ribbon. "So much the better," said Monsieur Gillenormand. And a moment later he entered the drawing-room where the elder Mademoiselle Gillenormand was already seated, embroidering her cartwheels. His entrance was triumphant. Holding the coat in one hand and the neck ribbon in the other, Monsieur Gillenormand cried, "Victory! We're about to penetrate the mystery. We're going to learn the ultimate secret. We have our furtive friend's philanderings within our grasp. This is it. I have the portrait." Indeed, a black shagreen locket, rather like a medallion, hung from the ribbon. The old man held this locket and gazed at it for some time without opening it, with that look of voraciousness and ecstasy and anger of some poor starving wretch seeing, as it passes right in front of him, a wonderful meal not meant for him. For this here is obviously a portrait. I know what I'm talking about. It's worn on the heart with tender love. What fools they are. Probably some dreadful tart who'd make you shudder. Young men have such bad taste these days. "Let's see, father," said the old maid. The locket opened by pressing a spring. All they found inside was a carefully folded piece of paper. "From addressee to sender," said Monsieur Gillenormand, with a burst of laughter. "I know what it is. A love letter." "Ah! Let's read it," said the aunt. And she put on her spectacles. They unfolded the paper and read the following: "For my son. The Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes this title that I paid for with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. It goes without saying, he will be worthy of it." What the feelings of father and daughter were cannot be described. They felt chilled as if by the breath from a skull. They exchanged not a word. Only Monsieur Gillenormand said in a low voice and as if talking to himself, "It's that saber-slasher's handwriting." The aunt examined the sheet of paper, turned it round in all directions, then put it back in the locket. At the same moment a little oblong packet wrapped in blue paper fell out of one of the coat pockets. Mademoiselle Gillenormand picked it up and unfolded the blue paper. It was Marius's 100 calling cards. She handed one of them to Monsieur Gillenormand, who read, Baron Marius Pontmercy. The old man rang the bell. Nicolette came. Monsieur Gillenormand took the ribbon, the locket and the coat, threw the whole lot onto the floor in the middle of the room, and said, Take this stuff back where it came from. A full hour passed in the most profound silence. The old man and the old maid had sat down with their backs to each other and were thinking their own thoughts, which were probably the same. At the end of this hour Aunt Gillenormand said, A pretty state of affairs. A few moments later Marius appeared. He had just come home. Even before he stepped into the drawing room he saw his grandfather, holding one of his calling cards in his hand. And with that air of sneering bourgeois superiority, which he used to devastating effect, Monsieur Gillenormand exclaimed at the sight of him, Well, you're a baron now. I present my compliments. What's the meaning of this? Marius reddened slightly and replied, It means I'm my father's son. Monsieur Gillenormand stopped laughing and said harshly, I'm your father. My father, Marius continued stiffly with eyes downcast, was a humble and heroic man, who proudly served the Republic in France, who was great in the greatest history that men have ever made, who lived in camp for a quarter of a century, under artillery fire and bullets by day, in the snow and mud and rain at night, who captured 2 flags, who suffered countless wounds, who died forgotten and neglected, and who committed only one wrong, which was to love too well 2 ingrates, his country and myself. This was more than Monsieur Gillenormand could bear to hear. At the word Republic he stood up, or to be more accurate he leapt to his feet. Every word that Marius had just uttered had the effect on the old royalist's face of blasts of air pumped from a pair of bellows on to a burning ember. From dark, it turned to red, from red to purple, and from purple to incandescent. Marius, he cried. You abominable child. I don't know what your father was. I don't want to know. I don't know anything about him and I don't know him. But what I do know is, there were never anything but miserable wretches among all those people, they were all villains, murderers, revolutionaries, thieves. All of them, I say. All of them. I know of not one exception. All of them, I say. Do you hear, Marius? I'm telling you, you're no more a baron than is my slipper. They were all of them criminals who served Robespierre. All of them brigands who served Bonaparte. All of them traitors who betrayed their legitimate king. All of them cowards who ran away from the Prussians and the English at Waterloo. That's what I know. Whether the gentleman your father is among them, I don't know, I'm sorry, it can't be helped, that's all I have to say. It was Marius, in his turn, who was now the ember, and Monsieur Gillenormand, the bellows. Marius was shaking in every limb, he did not know what was to become of him, his brain was on fire. He was the priest who sees all his holy wafers thrown to the wind, the fakir who sees a passerby spit on his idol. It was not possible that such things could be said with impunity in front of him. But what was he to do? His father had just been ridden roughshod over and trampled on, in his presence. But by whom? By his grandfather. How was he to avenge the one without attacking the other? It was impossible to insult his grandfather and it was equally impossible not to avenge his father. On the one hand was a sacred grave, on the other a hoary head. For a few moments he was reeling drunkenly, with all this whirling in his head. Then he looked up, stared intently at his grandfather and cried in a voice of thunder, down with the Bourbons and with that fat swine Louis XVIII. Louis XVIII had been dead for 4 years, but he did not care. Crimson as he was, the old man suddenly grew whiter than his hair. He turned to a bust of Monsieur le Duc de Berry that stood on the mantelpiece and bowed low towards it with a sort of peculiar majesty. Then, like a walking stone statue, he strode slowly and silently from the fireplace to the window and from the window to the fireplace, twice traversing the whole room and making the parquet floor creak. The second time he leaned towards his daughter, who had witnessed this clash with the obtuseness of an old sheep, and said to her, smiling with a smile that was almost calm, "A baron like this gentleman and a bourgeois like me cannot remain under the same roof." And all of a sudden drawing himself up, deathly pale, trembling, terrible, his brow seemingly magnified in the frightful blaze of his anger, he flung his arm towards Marius and shouted, "Get out!" Marius left the house. The following day Monsieur Gillenormand said to his daughter, "You will send 600 francs every 6 months to that bloodthirsty revolutionist and you will never speak of him to me again." Left with a vast reserve of fury to expend and not knowing how to vent it, he continued to address his daughter formally as vous for more than 3 months. Marius, for his part, had gone off feeling outraged. One incident that must be mentioned had further aggravated his indignation. There are always these little accidents of fate that complicate domestic dramas. As a result, resentments increase although no additional wrongs may have been done. While hurriedly carrying Marius's stuff back to his room as instructed by his grandfather, Nicolette had without noticing dropped, probably on the attic staircase, which was dark, that black shagreen locket containing the note penned by the colonel. Neither the note nor the locket could be found. Marius was convinced that Monsieur Gillenormand, from that day on he never called him anything else, had thrown his father's will on the fire. He knew by heart the few lines written by the colonel and therefore nothing was lost. But the piece of paper, the handwriting, that sacred relic, all this was the very heart of him. What had been done with it? Marius left without saying where he was going and without knowing where he was going, with 30 francs, his watch and a few clothes in an overnight bag. He climbed into a cab at a cab stand, hired it by the hour, and set off for the Latin Quarter to take his chances. What was to become of Marius? Book 4 Friends of the ABC. A group that came close to becoming historic. In those days, a period of apparent passivity, a certain vague sense of revolutionary excitement prevailed. Murmurs rising from the depths of 89 and 93 were in the air. Callow youth, if we may be forgiven the expression, was spreading its wings. People were changing, almost unawares, just by virtue of the progress of time. The hand that advances around the clock face advances, too, in people's souls. Each individual was taking whatever step forward was his to take. Royalists were becoming liberals, liberals were becoming Democrats. It was like a rising tide, complicated by countless undertows. It is in the nature of undertows to create turbulence, hence some very peculiar combinations of ideas. People adored both Napoleon and liberty. We are writing history here. These were the mirages of that period. Opinions go through phases. Voltairean monarchism, a peculiar variety, had in Bonapartist liberalism a no less strange counterpart. Other schools of thought were more serious. This one sought to establish first principles. That one set great store by rights. There was enthusiasm for the absolute, with infinite materializations of it envisaged. The absolute by its very rigor turns minds skyward and sets them loose in the limitless blue. There is nothing like dogma for giving birth to dreams. And nothing like dreams for generating the future. Today's utopia is tomorrow's flesh and blood. Progressive opinions were subversive. An incipient secretiveness menaced the established order, which was suspicious and devious. A supremely revolutionary sign. In underground warfare, the hidden motives of the authorities and the hidden motives of the populace cross paths. The hatching of insurrections prompts the planning of coups d'état. There were not yet in France at that time those vast underground organizations such as the German Tugendbund and Italian Carbonarism, just the odd subversive enclave extending its reach. The Cougorde was first coming into being at Aix. There was in Paris, among other associations of this kind, the Society of Friends of the ABC. What was this Friends of the ABC? A society dedicated ostensibly to the education of children, in reality to the elevation of men. Members declared themselves Friends of the ABC, * the abyss was the people. They were to be raised up. A pun not to be scoffed at. Puns sometimes have a serious bearing on politics. For instance, the castratus ad castra that made an army general of Narses, or Barbarieti Barberini section, or Fueros y Fuegos paragraph, or Tuius Petrucitis super Hanc Petram ***, etc. The Friends of the ABC were few in number. It was a secret society in embryo, we would say almost a clique, if cliques culminated in heroes. They met in Paris in two places, near Les Halles in a tavern called the Corinth, of which we shall hear more later, and near the Pantheon in a little café on Rue Saint-Michel called Café Musain, which has now been pulled down. The first of these meeting places was situated close to working men, the second, to students. The secret meetings of the Friends of the ABC were usually held in a back room of Café Musain. This room, quite separate from the café itself, with which it was connected by an extremely long corridor, had two windows and an exit with a staircase hidden from view leading on to the little Rue de Grèce. There was smoking and drinking, gambling and laughter. There was talking in very loud voices about all sorts of things, and in very low voices about other things. Nailed to the wall was an old map of France under the Republic, evidence enough to rouse the suspicions of any policeman. Most of the Friends of the ABC were students who had an amiable understanding with a number of workers. Here are the names of the leading figures. They belong in some measure to history: Enjolras, Combeferre, Jean Prouvaire, Feuilly, Courfeyrac, Bourrel, Lessel, or Legal, Joly, Grantaire. So strong was their friendship, these young men were a kind of family to each other. All, apart from Legal, were from the south. This group was remarkable. It has vanished into the invisible depths that lie behind us. At the point we have now reached in this drama, it is perhaps worth casting a ray of light on these young individuals before the reader sees them swallowed up into the darkness of a tragic episode. Enjolras, the first name we have chosen to mention, it will be seen why later, was an only son, and well off. Enjolras was a charming young man, capable of being fearsome. Of angelic beauty, he was a grim-faced Antinous. Seeing the pensiveness reflected in his gaze, you would have thought he had already lived through the revolutionary apocalypse in some previous existence. That tradition was part of him, as of someone who had experienced it. He knew every little detail about that great cataclysm. He had a sacerdotal and warlike nature, at odds with his boyishness. He was both ministering and militant, in the immediate context, a soldier of democracy, above and beyond present circumstances, a priest of the ideal. He had fathomless eyes, slightly red eyelids, a full lower lip that was readily disdainful, a high forehead. A good deal of forehead in a face is like a good deal of sky in a landscape. Like certain young men at the beginning of this century and the end of the last who distinguished themselves at an early age, he was extraordinarily youthful, with a girlish bloom, though pale at times. Already a man, he seemed still a child. At 22 years old he looked only 17. He was serious, he seemed unaware that there was on earth a creature called woman. He had only one passion, rightfulness. Only one thought, to remove any obstacle to it. On the Aventine Hill he would have been Gracchus, in the Convention, he would have been Saint Just. He barely perceived roses, he was oblivious of spring, he did not hear birds sing. Evadne's bared breast would have moved him no more than it would have moved Aristogiton. For him, as for Harmodius, the only thing flowers were good for was to conceal the sword. He was stern in his delights. Before all but the Republic he chastely lowered his gaze. He was liberty's marmoreal lover. He was a fiercely inspired speaker with a hymnic thrill to his eloquence. He was liable to spread his wings unexpectedly. Woe betide any attempt to make a romantic conquest of him. If any grisette from Place Cambrai or Rue Estienne de Beauvais, seeing that truant schoolboy face, that page-boy neck, those long fair eyelashes and those blue eyes, that wind-tousled hair, those rosy cheeks, fresh lips, perfect teeth, had hankered after all this youthfulness in its prime and come to try her charms on Enjolras, a shocking, dreadful glance would have abruptly revealed the abyss to her and taught her not to confuse Ezekiel's awesome cherub with Beaumarchais' gallant cherubino. Alongside Enjolras, who represented the logic of revolution, Combeferre represented its philosophy. Between the logic of revolution and its philosophy there is this difference: its logic may lead to war whereas its philosophy can only lead to peace. Combeferre was both complement and corrective to Enjolras. He was less elevated and more accommodating. He wanted minds to be instilled with the broad principles of general ideas. He said, revolution but with civilization. And around the sheer mountain he opened up a vast blue horizon. Hence an element of accessibility and feasibility in Combeferre's whole outlook. Revolution was more sustainable with Combeferre than with Enjolras. Enjolras gave expression to its divine right and Combeferre to its natural right. The former aligned himself with Robespierre, the latter stood close to Condorcet. Combeferre shared the common experience of life more than did Enjolras. If these two young men had been granted a place in history, one would have been the righteous, the other the wise man. Enjolras was more manly. Combeferre was more human. Homo and vir, therein lay the subtle difference between them. Combeferre was gentle in the same way that Enjolras was severe, through natural purity of soul. He loved the word citizen but preferred the word man. He would gladly have used hombre, as the Spanish did. He read everything, went to the theater, attended public lectures, learned from Arago about the polarization of light, was fascinated by a talk in which Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire explained the twin functions of the external carotid artery and the internal carotid artery, the one that leads into the face and the other that leads into the brain. He was well informed, keeping pace with scientific developments, comparing Saint-Simon with Fourier, deciphering hieroglyphics, splitting the stones that he found and studying geology, drawing a silkworm moth from memory, pointing out the incorrect French in the Dictionnaire de l'Académie, reading Pisgah and Deleuze, affirming nothing, not even miracles, denying nothing, not even ghosts, dipping into old issues of l'Humaniteur, pondering. He declared that the future lies in the hands of the schoolmaster, and devoted himself to educational matters. He wanted society to work unfailingly at raising moral and intellectual standards, popularizing science, putting ideas into circulation, developing the minds of young people, and he was afraid that the inadequacy of the methods currently employed, the woeful narrowness of literary outlook confined as it was to 2 or 3 so-called classic centuries, the tyrannical dogmatism of the official pedants, scholastic prejudices and learning by rote, would end up turning our schools into artificial oyster beds. He was erudite, a purist, a polymath, meticulous, hard-working, and at the same time, his friends said, quixotically thoughtful. He believed in every dream, the railways, the suppression of pain in surgical operations, the fixing of the image in the darkroom, the electric telegraph, dirigibles. Little daunted, moreover, by the bastions erected on all sides against humankind by superstition, despotism, and prejudice, he was one of those who think knowledge will eventually circumvent them. Enjolras was a leader. Combeferre was a guide. You would have wanted to fight with one and march with the other. It is not that Combeferre was not capable of fighting. He was not unwilling to grapple with any obstacle and tackle it by direct force and explosive power. But making the human race gradually conform to its destiny through the teaching of basic principles and the implementation of practical laws was more to his liking. And between the two types of brightness he was inclined to favor illumination over conflagration. A fire can certainly create a glow, but why not wait for daybreak? A volcano gives light, but dawn gives even better light. Maybe Combeferre preferred the pure white of the beautiful to the blaze of the sublime. A light obscured by smoke, progress bought by violence, only half satisfied this tender-hearted and serious-minded individual. The pitching of a nation headlong into the truth, a 93, appalled him. Yet he was even more averse to stagnation, he sensed in it putrefaction and death. All things considered, he preferred spume to miasma, the torrent to the cesspool. Niagara Falls to Montfaucon's Lake. In short, he wanted neither halt nor haste. Whereas his turbulent friends, chivalrously enamored of the absolute, adored splendid revolutionary adventures, and invited them. Combeferre was inclined to let progress take its course. Steady progress, passionless perhaps but pure, methodical but beyond reproach, stolid but undeterred. Combeferre would have gone down on his knees and joined his hands in prayer that the future might arrive in all its blamelessness and nothing disturb the immense and virtuous development of nations. Good must be innocent, he kept repeating. And indeed, if the greatness of revolution is to gaze steadily on the radiant ideal and fly towards it, thunderbolts notwithstanding, with fire and blood in your grip, the beauty of progress is to be untarnished. And between Washington who represents the one and Danton who embodies the other there is the same difference as that which sets apart the swan-winged angel from the eagle-winged angel. Jean Prouvaire was a shade even gentler than Combeferre. He called himself Jahan, out of that little touch of whimsy which was part of the powerful and far-reaching movement that gave rise to the much-needed study of the Middle Ages. Jean Prouvaire was of an amorous disposition, tended pot plants, played the flute, wrote poetry, loved the people, pitied women, wept for children, made no distinction between his trust in the future and his trust in God, reproached the revolution for a royal beheading, that of André Chenier. His usually delicate voice could suddenly become manly. He was well read, indeed, something of a scholar, and little short of an Orientalist. Above all, he was good. And quite naturally enough to anyone who knows how close goodness and greatness are to each other, as regards poetry he had a preference for the sublime. He knew Italian, Latin, Greek and Hebrew, and used this knowledge to read only 4 poets, Dante, Juvenal, Aeschylus and Isaiah. In French he preferred Corneille to Racine and Agrippa d'Aubigné to Corneille. He was fond of whiling away his time in meadows of wild oats and cornflowers, and clouds were almost as much the object of his concern as were events. He had 2 turns of mind, one directed towards man, the other towards God, study or contemplation. All day long he delved into social issues, remuneration for work, capital, credit, marriage, religion, freedom of thought, freedom and love, education, penal justice, poverty, the right of association, property, production and distribution, the earthly conundrum that casts in shadow the human ant-hill. And at night he gazed up at those enormous entities, the stars. Like Enjolras, he was wealthy and an only son. He spoke softly, kept his head bowed, his eyes lowered, smiled diffidently, dressed badly, behaved awkwardly, blushed at next to nothing, was extremely shy. Otherwise, fearless. Feuilly was a fan-maker, an orphan without father or mother, who earned 3 francs a day for his toil and had but one thought, to free the world. He had one other preoccupation, to educate himself, which he also termed to free himself. He had taught himself to read and write. Everything he knew he had taught himself. Feuilly was big-hearted. He had a huge embrace. This orphan had adopted nations. In the absence of his mother, his thoughts had dwelt on the motherland. He did not want any man on earth to be without a motherland. With the man of the people's profound and prophetic instinct he nurtured within himself what we now call the idea of national identity. He had studied history with the express purpose of being able to cry scandal in full possession of the facts. In this club of young utopians mainly concerned with France, he represented the outside world. He had expert knowledge of Greece, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Italy. He was always bringing up these names, in and out of season, with the persistence of rightfulness. The assaults of Turkey on Crete and Thessaly, of Russia on Warsaw, of Austria on Venice, incensed him. That great iniquity of 1772 roused him above all others. There is no eloquence more supreme than righteous indignation, and that was the kind of eloquence he had. He was always talking about that infamous date 1772, about that noble and valiant people overcome by treachery, about that tripartite crime, about that monstrous attack, prototype and model for all those dreadful eliminations of states that have since struck down many a noble nation and, as it were, annulled their birth certificates. All today's social outrages derive from the partition of Poland. The partition of Poland is a theorem of which all present political crimes are the corollaries. Not a despot or a traitor for nearly a century who has not examined, endorsed, countersigned and annealed, any varietor asterisk, the partition of Poland. When the record of modern treacheries is examined, this one comes first. The Congress of Vienna took account of this crime before perpetrating its own. The year 1772 was the kill, 1815 the division of the spoils. This was Feuilly's usual theme. This poor worker had made himself the guardian of justice, and justice rewarded him by making him great. For the fact is, there is perpetuity in rightfulness. Warsaw can no more be Tartar than Venice can be Teutonic. Monarchs waste their efforts and lose their honor in the enterprise. Sooner or later the submerged nation floats to the surface and reappears. Greece becomes Greece again, Italy is once more Italy. Rightfulness is everlastingly persistent in its protest against such doings. There is no statute of limitation on the theft of a nation. These great swindles have no future. A nation's identity cannot be removed like the initials from a pocket handkerchief. Courfeyrac had a father who was called Monsieur de Courfeyrac. One of the misapprehensions of the bourgeoisie under the Restoration, with regard to aristocracy and nobility, was to believe in the particle. The particle, as everyone knows, means nothing. But in the days of La Minerve that poor de was so highly rated by the bourgeoisie that they felt an obligation to renounce it. Monsieur de Chauvelin insisted on being called Monsieur Chauvelin, Monsieur de Comartin, Monsieur Comartin, Monsieur de Constant de Rebec, Benjamin Constant, Monsieur de Lafayette. Monsieur Lafayette. Courfeyrac did not want to lag behind, and called himself plain Courfeyrac. As far as Courfeyrac is concerned we might almost leave it at that, and for the rest simply say for Courfeyrac, see Tholomyès. Courfeyrac did indeed have that vivacity of spirit that might be called the waggish charm of youth. Later on, this fades, like a kitten's winsomeness, and all this appeal leads in the end, on 2 feet, to the bourgeois and, on 4 paws, to the tomcat. This sort of waggishness is handed down by the generations that go through the educational institutions, passed on from one to the next by the successive intakes of young people, quasi-cursors asterisk, and always more or less the same. So that, as we have just pointed out, anyone listening to Courfeyrac in 1828 might have thought they were hearing Tholomyès in 1817. Only, Courfeyrac was a decent lad. Beneath the apparent similarities in their outward dispositions, the difference between Tholomyès and him was considerable. The latent man inside the former was quite unlike the one inside the latter. There was in Tholomyès a public prosecutor, and in Courfeyrac a chivalrous knight. Enjolras was the leader, Combeferre was the guide. Courfeyrac was the center. The others gave more light, he gave more warmth. The fact is, he had all the qualities of a center, roundedness and radiance. Bahorel had been involved in the bloody disturbances of June 1822 that marked young Lallemand's funeral. Bahorel was good-humored and disreputable, brave, spendthrift, generous in his lavishness, eloquent in his chatter, brazen in his audaciousness, the damned finest fellow there ever could be, with gaudy waistcoats and fiery opinions. A great brawler, that is to say, he loved nothing so much as a quarrel, short of a riot, and nothing so much as a riot, short of a revolution. Always ready to smash a window pane, then tear up cobblestones, then bring down a government, to see the effect. 11 years a student, he sniffed around the law but did not apply himself to it. He had taken for his motto, never a lawyer, and for his heraldic device a bedside cabinet in which could be glimpsed a judge's hat. Every time he went past the law school, which was a rare occurrence, he buttoned up his frock coat, the paletot had not yet been invented, and took health-protecting measures. Of the school porter he said, "What a fine-looking old man," and of the dean, Monsieur Delvincourt, "What a phenomenon." He found subject matter for songs in his lectures and opportunities for caricature in his professors. He consumed quite a considerable allowance, something like 3,000 francs a year, doing nothing. His parents were peasants in whom he had been able to instill a respect for their son. He used to say about them, "They're not bourgeois, they're peasants, that's why they've got some intelligence." A man of fitful fancy, Bahorel spread his custom over several cafés. The others had habits, he had none. He sauntered. To stray is human, to saunter is Parisian. Basically, a penetrating mind and more of a thinker than he seemed. He served as a link between the friends of the ABC and other as yet amorphous groups that were to take shape later. There was one bald head among this conclave of youngsters. The Marquis d'Avare, whom Louis XVIII had made a duke for having helped him into a hackney cab the day he emigrated, used to relate that as the king was disembarking at Calais on his return to France in 1814 a man handed him a petition. "What is your request?" said the king. "Sire, a stage post office." "What is your name?" "Legal." The king frowned, glanced at the signature on the petition and saw the name written as Lessel. This scarcely Bonapartist spelling tickled the king and he began to smile. "Sire," continued the man with the petition, "I had for ancestor a keeper of hounds, and the dogs earned him the nickname Lescoules. That nickname is now my name. I'm called Lescoules, by contraction Lessel, and by corruption Legal." This made the king's smile broaden. He later gave the man the stage post office of Meaux, intentionally or otherwise, *. The bald member of the group was the son of this Lessel, or Legal, and signed himself, Legal, de Meaux. His comrades called him Bossuet for short. Bossuet was a cheerful fellow who had bad luck. His speciality was being unable to succeed at anything. On the other hand, he laughed at everything. By the age of 25 he was bald. His father had finished up owning a house and a field but he, the son, had had nothing more urgent to do than to lose that house and field in an unsound speculative venture. He was left with nothing. He had learning and wit but he was a failure. Everything went wrong for him and everyone took advantage of him. Any endeavor he was involved in redounded badly on him. If he was chopping wood he would cut off a finger. If he had a mistress he would soon discover he had also a friend. Some mishap was always befalling him. Hence his cheerfulness. He used to say, "I live under a roof of falling tiles." Little could surprise him because for him the accidental was predictable, and he took his bad luck with equanimity and smiled at the taunts of fate like someone who could see the joke. He was poor, but his fund of good humor was inexhaustible. He was soon down to his last sou, never his last laugh. When he was visited by adversity he warmly greeted this old acquaintance. He was on intimate terms with catastrophe, and so familiar with misfortune he called it by its nickname. "Hello, Lady Jinx," he would say. These persecutions on the part of fate had made him inventive. He was full of resources. He had no money but he contrived, when he felt like it, to indulge in unbridled extravagance. One night he went so far as to blow 5 gold louis on supper with some flibberty-gibbet, which inspired him to make a memorable quip in the middle of that orgy, "You 5 louis whore, pull off my boots." Bossuet was heading slowly towards the profession of lawyer. He was pursuing his law studies just like Bahorel. Bossuet did not have much of a home, sometimes none at all. He would stay with one person, then another, most often with Joly. Joly was studying medicine. He was 2 years younger than Bossuet. Joly was a young hypochondriac. What he had got out of medicine was to be more of an invalid than a doctor. At 23 he thought he was ailing and spent his life inspecting his tongue in the mirror. He maintained that man becomes magnetized like a needle, and in his room had positioned his bed with head to the south and foot to the north so that the circulation of his blood would not be countered at night by the globe's great magnetic current. During thunderstorms he would feel his pulse. Otherwise, the merriest of all. All these contradictions, being young and cranky, ailing and cheerful, happily coexisted, and the result was an eccentric and delightful individual whom his comrades, lavish with winged consonants, called Joly. With 4 ls asterisk you can take flight. Jean Prouvaire said to him. Joly had a habit of touching his nose with the end of his cane, an indication of a shrewd mind. All these very diverse young men, who when all is said and done cannot but be taken seriously, shared the same religion, progress. All were sons of the French Revolution by direct descent. The most flippant of them became solemn when mentioning that date, 89. Their flesh and blood fathers were or had been moderates, royalists, constitutional monarchists. Never mind. This muddle before their time had nothing to do with them. They were young. The pure blood of principle ran in their veins. They subscribed without any intermediary subtlety to incorruptible right and absolute duty. Underground associates and initiates, they were secretly shaping the ideal. Among all these impassioned hearts and earnest minds was one skeptic. How did he come to be there? By contiguity. This skeptic's name was Grantaire, and he was in the habit of signing himself with this rebus. Our asterisk Grantaire was a man who took great care not to believe in anything. Furthermore, he was one of the students who learned the most during their time in Paris. He knew that the best coffee was to be had at Café Lemblin and the best game of billiards at Café Voltaire, that good pancakes and pretty girls were to be found at the Hermitage on Boulevard du Maine, spatchcocked chickens at Mère Saugei's, and excellent fish stew at the Cunette Tollgate and a particularly drinkable white wine at the Combat Gate. He knew the right place to go for everything. He was also adept at 2 types of footboxing, sabat and chausson, knew a few dances, was very good at stick fighting, and a heavy drinker into the bargain. He was extremely ugly. Vexed by his ugliness, the prettiest bootstitcher of the day, Irma Boissy, delivered this verdict on him: Grantaire is impossible. But Grantaire was unabashed in his self-complacency. He gazed fondly and intently at every woman, seeming to say about all of them, mine if I wanted, and trying to make his comrades believe he was much in demand. All those words, justice for the people, rights of man, social contract, French Revolution, republic, democracy, humanity, civilization, religion, progress, for Grantaire came very close to having no meaning whatsoever. He could not take them seriously. Skepticism, that dry rot of the intellect, had left him with not a single idea intact. He lived with irony. This was his fundamental premise: there's only one sure thing, my full glass. He derided any self-sacrifice on the part of anyone, father or brother. Loiseroles or the younger Robespierre. A lot of good it's done them to end up dead, he would cry. He used to say about the crucifix, that was a good piece of carpentry. A womanizer and a gambler, dissolute, often drunk, he liked to annoy these young idealists by constantly singing to himself, to the tune of Long Live Henri IV, I loves the girls and I loves good wine. Asterisk. However, this skeptic had one obsession. This obsession was not an idea, nor a dogma, nor an art, nor a science. It was a man, Enjolras. Grantaire admired, loved, and revered Enjolras. Which of this phalanx of absolutists did this doubting anarchist stand by? The most absolute. How did Enjolras enthrall him? By his ideas? No. By his character. A phenomenon often observed. The skeptic attracted to the believer is as elementary as the law of complementary colors. We are drawn to what we lack. No one loves daylight as much as the blind man. The dwarfish girl idolizes the drum major. The toad's eyes always look skyward. Why? To watch the bird in flight. With insidious doubt creeping through him, Grantaire loved to watch faith soar in Enjolras. He needed Enjolras. Without being clearly aware of it, and without any notion of explaining it to himself, he was spellbound by that chaste, wholesome, steadfast, honest, rigorous, straightforward nature. By instinct, he admired his opposite. His weak, flaccid, inconsistent, sickly, distorted ideas fastened on Enjolras as to a backbone. His moral feebleness relied on that firmness. In Enjolras's company Grantaire once again became somebody. In fact, he was himself made up of two apparently incompatible elements. He was ironic and he was well-meaning. His apathy cared. His mind dispensed with conviction, but his heart could not do without friendship. A profound contradiction, for affection is belief. That was his nature. There are men who seemingly are born to be the verso, the inverse, the reverse. They are Pollux, Patroclus, Nisus, Eudamidas, Hephaestion, Pechmagia. Their existence depends on being fronted by another man. Their names follow on and are never written without the conjunction "and" in front of them. Their lives do not belong to them. They are the adjunct of a fate that is not theirs. Grantaire was one of these men. He was the reverse of Enjolras. One might almost say that affinities begin with the letters of the alphabet. In that sequence, O and P are inseparable. You might just as well say O and P as Orestes and Pylades. A true satellite of Enjolras, Grantaire lived within this circle of young men. He dwelt among them, only with them was he happy, he followed them everywhere. His pleasure was to watch these figures come and go in a wine-induced haze. They put up with him because of his good humor. In his belief, Enjolras looked down on this skeptic, and in his sobriety, on this drunkard. He spared him a little lordly pity. Grantaire was an unwanted Pylades. Always snubbed by Enjolras, spurned, rebuffed and back again for more, he said of Enjolras, "What marmoreal magnificence!" 2. Bossuet's funeral oration for Blondeau. One particular afternoon, coinciding as we shall see with events related in an earlier chapter, L'Aigle de Meaux was languidly leaning back against the doorpost of Café Musain. He looked like a caryatid on holiday, with nothing to support but his reverie. He was gazing at Place Saint-Michel. Leaning back against something is a way of lying down upright, to which thinkers are not averse. L'Aigle de Meaux was thinking, without despondency, about a little mishap that had befallen him at the law school 2 days earlier, one that altered his personal plans for the future, plans that were in any case rather vague. Reverie does not prevent a cab from passing by, nor the daydreamer from noticing that cab. L'Aigle de Meaux, whose eyes were roaming in a kind of unfocused, leisurely way, in this state of semi-consciousness saw a two-wheeled vehicle moving through the square at walking pace in apparent indecision. Who was this cab stalking? Why was it going at walking pace? L'Aigle observed it more closely. In the cab next to the driver was a young man, and in front of the young man was a rather bulky travel bag. The bag displayed to bystanders the following name inscribed in large black letters on a card sewn to the cloth: Marius Pontmercy. This name prompted a change of attitude in L'Aigle. He straightened up and cried out to the young man in the cab, "Monsieur Marius Pontmercy." The cab he called out to halted. The young man, himself apparently deep in thought, looked up. "Ha," he said. "You're Monsieur Marius Pontmercy?" "Certainly." "I was looking for you," L'Aigle de Meaux went on. "What do you mean?" asked Marius. For he it was, having just left his grandfather's, and in front of him was a face he had never seen before. "I don't know you." "And I don't know you," replied L'Aigle. Marius thought he had encountered some kind of joker, that this was the overture to some sort of horseplay. He was not in a very relaxed mood at that moment. He frowned. L'Aigle de Meaux went on, undeterred. "You weren't in school the day before yesterday." "That's possible." "That's for sure." "You're a student?" asked Marius. "Yes, monsieur." "Like yourself." "The day before yesterday I happened to go into school." You know, you sometimes get these ideas. The professor was just calling the register. You must be aware of how very absurd they are about it. The third time your name's called and you don't respond, you're struck off the list. 60 francs down the drain. Marius began to listen. L'Aigle went on. It was Blondeau taking the roll call. You know Blondeau, he's very sharp-nosed, and vicious with it, and he loves sniffing out absentees. He cunningly began with the letter P. I wasn't listening, since that letter didn't apply to me. The roll call wasn't going badly. No names struck off. Everybody present. Blondeau was dejected. I said to myself, Blondeau, my dear, you'll have not the most trifling execution to carry out today. All of a sudden Blondeau calls out, Marius Pontmercy. No one answers. Full of hope, Blondeau repeats more loudly, Marius Pontmercy. And he picks up his pen. Monsieur, I have feelings. I swiftly said to myself, here we have a decent fellow who's going to get struck off. This is a real human being, mind, who isn't conscientious. This isn't a good student. This isn't one of your desk-bound swatters, a student that studies, a pedant in the making, good at sciences, literature, theology and bookishness, one of those boring clever dicks that excel in every subject. This is an honorable idler who whiles away his time, who goes on country jaunts, who devotes himself to grisettes, who pays court to the fair sex, who at this very moment perhaps is with my mistress. Let's save him. Death to Blondeau. At that moment Blondeau dipped into the ink his black pen for striking out names, let his predatory gaze wander around the lecture hall, and repeated for the third time Marius Pontmercy. I replied, present. Which meant you weren't crossed off. Monsieur, said Marius. And I was, added L'Aigle de Meaux. I don't understand, said Marius. L'Aigle continued. Nothing more straightforward. I was close to the rostrum to answer the roll call and close to the door to make my escape. The professor stared at me with a certain intensity. Suddenly Blondeau, who must have that shrewd nose that Boileau spoke of asterisk, skipped to the letter L. L is my letter. I'm from Meaux, and my name is Lussel. L'Aigle, exclaimed Marius. What a fine name. Monsieur, Blondeau comes to this fine name, and calls out L'Aigle. I reply present. Then Blondeau looks at me with the sweetness of a tiger, smiles, and says, if you're Pontmercy, you're not L'Aigle. A turn of phrase invidious to you but inauspicious only to me. That said, he strikes me off. Marius exclaimed, Monsieur, I'm mortified. First of all, L'Aigle interrupted, allow me to embalm Blondeau in a few phrases of heartfelt praise. I assume he's dead. There'd be no great change for his thinness, his pallor, his coldness, his stiffness and his smell to undergo. And I say, erudimini cajudicatus terram. Here lies Blondu. Blondu the nose, Blondu Nazica, enforcer of discipline, boss discipline section, watchdog of the rulebook, angel of the roll call, who was uncompromising, stolid, precise, rigid, honest, and frightful. God eliminated him as he eliminated me. Marius said, I'm so sorry. Young man, said L'Aigle de Meaux, let this serve as a lesson to you. In future, be conscientious. I truly beg you 1,000 pardons. Don't ever again put yourself in the position of being responsible for having your fellow student struck off. I'm devastated. L'Aigle burst out laughing. And I'm delighted. I was on the way to becoming a lawyer. Being struck off has saved me. I renounced the glories of the bar. I shan't defend the widow and I shan't attack the orphan. No more gown, no more studying. I already have my disbarment. And it's to you that I owe it, Monsieur Pontmercy. I intend to call on you and thank you formally. Where do you live? In this cab, said Marius. A sign of opulence, said L'Aigle placidly. I congratulate you. You're paying a rent of 9,000 francs a year. At that moment Courfeyrac emerged from the café. Marius smiled sadly. I've been in this rented accommodation for the past 2 hours and I'm eager to move out. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know where to go. Monsieur, come and live with me, said Courfeyrac. I should have priority, observed L'Aigle, but I have no home to invite you to. Shut up, Bossuet, said Courfeyrac. Bossuet, said Marius. But I thought your name was L'Aigle. De Meaux, replied L'Aigle. Metaphorically speaking, Bossuet. Courfeyrac climbed into the cab. Coachman, he said, Hôtel de la Porte Estigeac. And that very evening Marius was settled in a room at the Hôtel de la Porte Estigeac next door to Courfeyrac. 3. Marius bemused. Within a few days Marius was Courfeyrac's friend. Youth is the season of friendships quickly forged and wounds quickly healed. In Courfeyrac's company Marius breathed freely, something quite new for him. Courfeyrac asked no questions. He did not even think of it. At that age faces tell all straight away. Words are unnecessary. Of young men such as these you could say they have talkative faces. At a glance, they know each other. One morning, however, Courfeyrac suddenly raised this query, by the way, have you any political view? Certainly, said Marius, almost offended by the question. What are you? A Bonapartist Democrat. A safe mousy grey, said Courfeyrac. The next day Courfeyrac took Marius along to Café Musain. Then he whispered in his ear with a smile, I must introduce you to the revolution. And he led him into the room where the friends of the ABC gathered. He presented him to his other comrades, saying in an undertone this single word that Marius did not understand, a novice. Marius had fallen into an intellectual hornet's nest. And although grave and silent, he was not the least equipped to defend himself. A loner until then, and inclined by habit and personal preference to commune with himself or just one or two others, Marius was a bit bewildered by this swarm of young men around him. He was torn between all these various claims being made on him at once. The boisterous cut and thrust of these free spirits at work sent his thoughts into a spin. Sometimes in the confusion they went so far beyond him that he had difficulty recovering them. He heard philosophy, literature, art, history, religion being talked about in an unexpected way. He caught glimpses of unfamiliar viewpoints, and unable to put them in perspective he was unsure that it was not chaos he was seeing. In giving up his grandfather's opinions for his father's, he thought that had settled it for him. He now suspected, uneasily and without daring to admit it to himself, that it had not. The angle from which he saw everything was again beginning to shift. A certain unsteadiness was tilting all the horizons in his brain. A peculiar inner turbulence. It was almost painful. It seemed that for these young men nothing was sacred. On every topic Marius heard remarkable things said that discomfited his still timorous mind. At the sight of a theater poster displaying the title of a tragedy from the old, so-called classical, repertoire, Bahorel cried, "Down with the bourgeoisie's beloved tragedy." And Marius heard Combeferre reply, "You're mistaken, Bahorel. The bourgeoisie likes tragedy, and on that score the bourgeoisie should be left alone. Tragedy in wigs has its own justification, and I'm not one of those who in the name of Aeschylus dispute its right to exist. There are in nature some crude designs, there are in creation some ready-made parodies, a beak that's not a beak, wings that aren't wings, flippers that aren't flippers, feet that aren't feet, a plaintive cry that makes you want to laugh, and there you have the duck. Now, since poultry and birds coexist, I don't see why classical tragedy shouldn't play opposite ancient tragedy." On another occasion Marius happened to be walking down Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, flanked by Enjolras and Courfeyrac. Courfeyrac took his arm. Take note. This is Rue Plâtrière, now called Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, on account of an unusual couple that lived here 60 years ago. They were Jean-Jacques and Therese. From time to time there were little ones born here. Therese brought them into the world, Jean-Jacques brought them to the Foundling Hospital. And Enjolras rebuked Courfeyrac. "Not a word against Jean-Jacques. He's a man I admire. Even if he did disown his children, he adopted the people as his own." Not one of these young men mentioned that word, the emperor. Jean Prouvaire was the only one who sometimes said Napoleon, all the others said Bonaparte. Enjolras pronounced it Bunaparte. Marius was vaguely surprised. Initium sapientiae *. 4. The back room of Café Musain. One of the conversations between these young men, conversations Marius witnessed and sometimes took part in, really shook up his thinking. It took place in the back room of Café Musain. Nearly all the friends of the ABC had convened that evening. The argan lamp was solemnly lit. They talked of one thing and another, at low temperature but high volume. With the exception of Enjolras and Marius, who remained silent, each person held forth somewhat at random. Chatting among friends is sometimes characterized by this peaceful clamor. It was a game and a scramble as much as a conversation. Words were tossed about and caught. It was a kind of verbal puss in the corner. No woman was allowed into this back room except Louison, the café's washer-up, who passed through it from time to time to get from the scullery to the laboratory. A thoroughly inebriated Grantaire was deafening the corner he had taken over. Ranting and raving at the top of his voice, he shouted, "I'm thirsty. Mortals, I have a dream, that the Heidelberg Tun will have a fit of apoplexy, and I'm one of the dozen leeches that will be applied to it. I want to drink. I want to forget life. Life as I don't know whose hideous invention. It's over in no time and not worth the candle. You kill yourself living. Life's a stage set with very little that's real. Happiness is an old scenery flat painted on one side only. Ecclesiastes says, all is vanity. I agree with that fellow, who probably never existed. Not wanting to go about stark naked, Zero clothed himself in vanity. Oh vanity! Dressing everything up in big words. A kitchen is a laboratory, a dancer is a master, a tumbler is a gymnast, a boxer is a pugilist, a drug dispenser is a chemist, a wigmaker is an artist, a builder's mate is an architect, a jockey is a sportsman, a woodlouse is a pterygibranchia. Vanity has a wrong side and a right side. The right side is idiotic, it is the savage with his glass beads. The wrong side is foolish, it is the philosopher in his rags. I weep at the one and laugh at the other. What are called honors and distinctions, and even honor and distinction themselves, are generally fake gold. Kings make a plaything of human pride. Caligula appointed a horse as consul. Charles II knighted a sirloin *, so now take pride of place between consul incitatus and baron of beef. As for people, their intrinsic merit is scarcely any worthier of respect. Listen to the fine things they say about their fellow men. White is vicious about white. If the lily could speak, what it would have to say about the dove. One sanctimonious old biddy gossiping about another is more venomous than the asp or the blue crate. It's a shame I'm an ignoramus, otherwise I'd be able to give you loads of examples, but I know nothing. However, I've always been witty. When I was a pupil of Grow, instead of messing about with paints I spent my time filching apples. Painting is an art of abstraction. So much for myself. As for the rest of you, you're no better than I am. I couldn't care less about your perfections, superiorities, qualities. Every virtue degenerates into a vice. Thrift is akin to avarice, generosity is close to extravagance, boldness borders on swagger. Whoever says very dutiful is saying a little holier than thou. There are just as many vices in virtue as there are holes in Diogenes' cloak. Whom do you admire, the man killed or his killer? Caesar or Brutus? Generally people are in favor of the killer. Long live Brutus. He killed a man. That's virtue for you. Virtue? Maybe, but madness too. These great men are strangely flawed. The Brutus who killed Caesar was fond of a statue of a little boy. This statue was by the Greek sculptor Strongyllion, who also carved that figure of an Amazon known as the shapely-legged, Eupnemos, which Nero took with him on his travels. This Strongyllion left only two statues that put Nero and Brutus in agreement with each other. Brutus was fond of one of them, Nero of the other. All history is nothing but endless repetition. One century is the plagiarist of the other. The Battle of Marengo is a copy of the Battle of Pydna. Clovis's Tolbiac and Napoleon's Austerlitz are as like each other as 2 drops of blood. I don't set great store by victory. Nothing is so dull-witted as winning the battle. True glory lies in winning the argument. Well, you just try to prove something. You settle for winning? What mediocrity! And for conquering? What pusillanimity! Alas, vanity and cowardice everywhere. Everything obeys success, even grammar. Sibalit usus, says Horace *, so I scorn the human race. Shall we descend from the general to the particular? You want me to start admiring nations? Which nation, if you please? Is it Greece? The Athenians, those Parisians of an earlier age, slew Phocion, another Coligny, and fawned on tyrants to such an extent that Anicephorus said of Pisistratus, his urine attracts bees. The most prominent man in Greece for 50 years was that grammarian Philetus, who was so small and puny he was obliged to weight his shoes with lead so as not to be blown away by the wind. There was in the great square in Corinth a statue carved by Silanion and recorded by Pliny. This statue represented Epistats. What did Epistats do? He invented a wrestler's leg hook. That sums up Greece in glory. Let us move on to other candidates. Shall I admire England? Shall I admire France? France? Why? Because of Paris? I have just told you my opinion of Athens. England? Why? Because of London? I hate Carthage. And besides, London, that metropolis of luxury, is the capital of destitution. In the parish of Charing Cross alone there are 100 people a year dying of hunger. Such is Albion. And to cap it all, I've seen an Englishwoman dance wearing a coronet of roses and blue spectacles. So I thumb my nose at England. And if I don't admire John Bull, shall I admire Brother Jonathan? I don't much care for that slave-owning brother. Take away time is money, and what's left of England? Take away cotton is king, and what's left of America? Germany is all lymph, Italy is all bile. Shall we go into raptures about Russia? Voltaire admired it. He also admired China. I grant that Russia has its attractions, among them strong despotism. But I pity the despots. Their health is delicate. An Alexis beheaded, a Peter stabbed, a Paul strangled, another Paul trampled, various Ivans assassinated by having their throats cut, numerous Nicolases and Basils poisoned. All this indicates that the palace of the emperors of Russia is in a flagrantly unwholesome state. All civilized nations offer for the admiration of the thinking man this particular feature, war. Now war, civilized war, reduces and subsumes all forms of banditry, from the brigandage of Spanish irregulars in the gorges of Mount Jaxa to marauding Comanches in Doubtful Pass. Bah! You'll tell me that Europe's none the less better than Asia? I agree that Asia is a joke. But I don't really see that you peoples of the West can afford to mock the Grand Lama, having included in your manners and refinements all the complicated squalors of majesty, from Queen Isabella's dirty shift to the Dauphin's commode. Gentlemen of the human race, I've nothing to say to you. Brussels is where the most beer is consumed, Stockholm the most brandy, Madrid the most chocolate, Amsterdam the most gin, London the most wine, Constantinople the most coffee, Paris the most absinthe. That's all you need to know. In short, Paris wins. In Paris even the ragpickers are sybarites. Diogenes would just as soon have been a ragpicker on Place Malbert as a philosopher in Piraeus. Something else you should know, the ragpickers' taverns are called bibines. The most famous are the Casserole and the Abattoir. So, garden cafes, glee clubs, taverns, tap houses, bars, bistros, music halls, dance halls, ragpickers' drinking dens, caliphs' caravanserais, I declare, a voluptuary. I eat at Richard's at 40 sous a head. I must have Persian carpets in which to roll naked Cleopatra. Where is Cleopatra? Ah! It's you, Louison. Hello. From his corner in the back room of the Café Musain, more than drunk, Grantaire held forth in this manner, detaining the washer-up on her way through. Stretching out his hand towards him, Bossuet tried to silence him, but Grantaire was off again with renewed energy. Hands down, Aigle de Meaux. I'm utterly unimpressed by that gesture, of Hippocrates refusing. Artaxerxes trifles. You've no need to quieten me. Besides, I feel sad. What do you expect me to say? Man is no good, man is a monstrosity. The butterfly turned out well, man turned out badly. God failed with that one. A crowd is but a selection of uglinesses. All and sundry are wretches. Woman, thy name is infamy. Yes, I'm in a peevish mood, compounded with melancholy and nostalgia, plus hypochondria, and I sulk, I rage, I yawn, I'm fed up, I'm bored to death and I don't know what to do with myself. To hell with God. Now shut up, capital R, said Bossuet, who was discussing a point of law with no one in particular, and, practically up to his armpits in legal jargon, the sentence he was delivering concluded thus, and as for me, although I'm no legal authority, at most an amateur jurist, I would say this, that in accordance with Normandy custom, every year at Michaelmas except where other rights prevail a compensatory payment must be made in favor of the lord of the manor by each and every householder be he landowner in his own right or by right of inheritance, and that this applies to all long leases, short leases, freeholds and contracts bona fide, mala fide, de jure and de facto. Echo, plaintive nymph, Grantaire sang under his breath asterisk. Just next to Grantaire, on an almost silent table, a sheet of paper, an ink pot and a pen between two glasses of wine indicated work in progress on a vaudeville play. This great enterprise was being discussed in an undertone by the two playwrights, bent over their task, heads touching. Let's start with the names. Once you've got the names, you hit on the subject. That's right. You dictate. I'll write. Monsieur Doraemon. A gentleman of independent means? Indeed. His daughter, Celestine. Tyne. Next. Colonel Sainville. Sainville's hackneyed. I'd say Valson. Beside the aspiring vaudevillians, another group, they too taking advantage of the hubbub to talk quietly, were discussing a duel. An old hand, aged 30, was counseling a youngster, aged 18, and explaining to him what sort of an adversary he was up against. Hell! You be careful. He's a fine swordsman. He strikes clean. He goes straight into the attack, no wasted feints, he has a strong wrist, he's light on his feet, he's quick, parries well and returns with mathematical precision, damn it, and he's left-handed. In the corner opposite Grantaire, Joly and Bowerl were playing dominoes and talking of love. You're a lucky one, Joly was saying. You have a mistress who's always laughing. That's a mistake on her part, replied Bowerl. A man's mistress shouldn't laugh. It's an encouragement to be unfaithful to her. To see her looking cheerful relieves you of an uneasy conscience. If you see her looking sad, you feel guilty. You heartless brute. A woman who laughs is such a delight. And you never quarrel. That's because of the pact we've made. When we made our own little holy alliance, we set boundaries for each other that we never cross. What lies on the northerly side belongs to Vaud, on the southerly side to Gex. Hence the peace. Peace is happiness settling down. And you, Joly, what stage have you reached in your tiff with Mamselle? You know who I mean. She's cruelly unforgiving in her sulkiness towards me. Yet you're pitifully thin in your lovesickness. Alas! If I were you, I'd jilt her. Easily said. And done. Isn't Musichetta her name? Yes. Ah. My poor Bowerl, she's a fine girl, very literary, with dainty feet and dainty hands, well-dressed, white and plump, with the eyes of a fortune-teller. I'm crazy about her. Well then, my dear fellow, you must please her, be elegant, and get down on your knees. Buy yourself a good strong pair of twill trousers at Staub's. That helps. How much? Shouted Grantaire. The third corner was deeply involved in a poetical discussion. Pagan mythology was taking on Christian mythology. The subject of the discussion was Olympus, which Jean Prouvaire was defending out of sheer romanticism. Jean Prouvaire was shy only when calm. Once excited, he sparkled, a kind of merriment marked his enthusiasm, and he was at once lyrical and light-hearted. Let's not insult the gods, he said. The gods may not have gone away. Jupiter doesn't strike me as being dead. The gods are fanciful notions, you say. Well, even in nature, such as it is today, after these notions have taken flight, all the great old pagan myths are still there. Any mountain with the outline of a citadel, like the Vignemale, for example, is still to me Cybele's headdress. I'm not convinced that Pan doesn't come at night and blow into the hollow trunks of willows, stopping up the holes by turns with his fingers. And I've always believed that Io has something to do with the Pisavake waterfall. In the last corner they were talking politics. The 1814 charter was coming under criticism. Combeferre was weakly defending it, Courfeyrac energetically attacking it. On the table was an offending copy of the famous Touquet Charter. Courfeyrac had seized it and was waving it, accompanying his arguments with the rustling of this sheet of paper. Firstly, I want no kings. If only from the economic point of view, I don't want them. A king is a parasite. Kings don't come free. Listen to this, the cost of kings. When François died, France's national debt was 30,000 francs a year. By the time Louis XIV died, it was 2,600 million at 28 francs to the mark, which was equivalent in 1760, by Desmaretz's reckoning, to 4,500 million, which today would be 12,000 million. Secondly, with all due respect to Combeferre, the granting of a charter is a poor expedient for civilization to resort to. To ease the transition, smooth the changeover, minimize the upheaval, shift the nation from monarchy to democracy by the implementation of constitutional fictions, these are all odious justifications. No. No. Let us never illuminate the people with artificial light. Principles wilt and fade in your constitutional cellar. No vitiation. No compromise. No granting to the people by royal favor. In all such grants there is an Article 14. Alongside the hand that gives is the claw that takes back. I flatly reject your charter. A charter is a mask. It conceals a lie. A people that accepts a charter abdicates. What is rightful only in its integrity. No. No charter. It was winter. A couple of logs were crackling in the hearth. This was tempting, and Courfeyrac did not resist the temptation. He crumpled up the poor Touquois charter in his fist and threw it on the fire. The paper blazed. Combeferre philosophically watched Louis XVIII's masterpiece burn, and confined himself to the remark, the charter that turned to ashes. Asterisk and taunts, quips, jibes, that French thing called entrain, that English thing called humor, good taste and bad, good reasons and bad, all the wild pyrotechnics of conversation, simultaneously rising in crossfire from all parts of the room, produced a kind of merry bombardment overhead. V. Broadening horizons. The wonderful thing about the collision between young minds is that you can never predict the spark or anticipate the flash. What will the next moment bring? No one knows. The burst of laughter succeeds compassion. In the comic instant seriousness comes into play. Impulses are prompted by a chance word. Each individual's verve is paramount. A joke is enough to create an opening for the unexpected. These are exchanges that take abrupt turns, with sudden realignments of perspective. Fortuitousness is the scene shifter in such conversations. A somber thought, bizarrely emerging from the verbal cut and thrust, suddenly arose from the confusion of wordplay in which Grantaire, Bahorel, Prévert, Bossuet, Combeferre and Courfeyrac were crossing swords with each other. How does a phrase crop up in conversation? How does it suddenly make itself conspicuous to those who hear it? As we have just said, no one knows. All at once in the midst of the hubbub Bossuet concluded some tirade addressed to Combeferre with this date, the 18th of June 1815, Waterloo. At the name of Waterloo, Marius, who had his elbows resting on the table and a glass of water beside him, removed his hand from under his chin and began to stare intently at everyone in the room. By God, exclaimed Courfeyrac, by Jove was falling into disuse at that time. It's strange, that number 18, and am struck by it. It's Bonaparte's fateful number. Put Louis in front of it and Brumaire after it, and you have the man's whole destiny, with this telling detail, that the end follows close on the heels of the beginning. Enjolras, who had not spoken until then, broke his silence and made this comment to Courfeyrac, you mean, atonement on the heels of the crime. To Marius, already deeply stirred by the unexpected reference to Waterloo, that word crime exceeded the bounds of the acceptable. He stood up, walked slowly over to the map of France displayed on the wall and at the bottom of which you could see an island in a separate box, put his finger on this box and said, Corsica. A little island that made France truly great. This came as an icy blast. Everyone stopped talking. There was a sense of something about to begin. Balmoral was just striking a favorite pose encountering Bossuet. He abandoned it to listen. Enjolras, whose blue gaze was not fixed on anyone and who seemed to be staring into space, without glancing at Marius replied, France needs no Corsica to be great. France is great by virtue of being France. Quia nominier Leo ***. Marius felt no desire to back down. He turned to Enjolras, and his voice rang with a quiver that came from a visceral contraction inside him. God forbid I should belittle France. But to identify Napoleon with her is not to belittle her. Come, let's talk. I'm a newcomer among you, but I confess you amaze me. Where do we stand? Who are we? Who are you? Who am I? Let's discuss the emperor. I hear you say Bonaparte, accenting the you like the royalists. I warn you, my grandfather goes one better. He says Bonaparte. I thought you people were young. So where's your fervor? And what are you doing with it? Whom do you admire if you don't admire the emperor? And what more do you want? If you won't accept that great man, which great men will you accept? He had everything. He lacked nothing. His brain contained normal human faculties to the power of 3. He was Justinian in lawmaking, he ruled with Caesar's authority, his conversation combined Pascal's lightning wit with the mighty thunder of Tacitus. He made history, and wrote it. His bulletins are Iliads. He combined Newton's mathematics with Muhammad's metaphors. In the East, he left behind words as great as the pyramids. At Tilsit he taught Emperor's Majesty, at the Academy of Sciences he challenged Laplace, in the Council of State he held his own against Merlin. He brought soul to the geometry of some and to the pettifogging of others. He was a jurist with lawyers and a stargazer with astronomers. Like Cromwell blowing out every other candle, he went off to the temple to bargain for a curtain tassel. He saw everything, he knew everything. Which did not prevent him, at his little child's cradle, from laughing with simple fatherly delight. And all at once Europe listened in alarm, armies went on the march, artillery parks mobilized, pontoon bridges extended across rivers, hosts of cavalry went galloping into the storm, everywhere cries, trumpets, thrones trembling, on the map the frontiers of kingdoms wavered, the sound could be heard of a superhuman sword being drawn from its sheath, and there, standing on the horizon, with burning fire in his hand and radiance in his eyes and, in the midst of thunder, spreading his 2 wings. The Grand Army and the Old Guard, the Archangel of War. Everyone remained quiet and Enjolras bowed his head. Silence always tends to give the impression of agreement, or of a sort of inability to disagree. Almost without drawing breath, with increased fervor Marius went on, let's be fair, my friends. What a splendid destiny for a nation to be the empire of such an emperor, when that nation is France and adds its own genius to the genius of that man. To come onto the scene and rule, to march and to triumph, to have every capital city mark the steps of your progress, to take grenadiers and make kings of them, to decree the demise of dynasties, to forge ahead with the transformation of Europe, to give the sense when you threaten that you have your hand on the hilt of God's sword, to follow, in the person of one man, Hannibal, Caesar, Charlemagne, to be the people of someone who with every dawn brings glorious news of a battle won, to have the canon of Les Invalides as your morning alarm call, to cast into pits of light fabled words that blaze forever, Marengo, Arcola, Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram. To keep filling the century's highest heavens with constellations of victories, with the French Empire to emulate the Roman Empire, to be the great nation and give birth to the Grand Army, to send your legions swooping across the whole earth as a mountain sends its eagles in all directions, to conquer, dominate, crush, to be in Europe a kind of gilded nation by virtue of being bathed in glory, to sound through history a fanfare of titans, to conquer the world twice, by conquest and bedazzlement, that is sublime. And greater than this, what is there? To be free, said Combeferre. Marius in turn bowed his head. That stark and coldly delivered word cut through his epic outpouring like a steel blade, and he felt it die away inside him. When he looked up, Combeferre was no longer there. Probably satisfied with his response to this deification, he had just departed, and everyone, with the exception of Enjolras, had followed him. The room had emptied. Left alone with Marius, Enjolras gazed at him solemnly. Marius, however, having somewhat rallied his thoughts, was not ready to admit defeat. There was something still seething inside him that would no doubt have translated into syllogistic arguments deployed against Enjolras, when suddenly someone could be heard singing on the stairs as he went. It was Combeferre, and this is what he was singing. If Caesar had offered me glory in war, but on pain of forsaking my mother's love, I'd have told great Caesar his prizes to keep. I love my mother more, tra-la, I love my mother more. The fierce yet tender voice in which Combeferre sang this song gave it a sort of strange grandeur. Thoughtfully, looking up at the ceiling, Marius repeated almost mechanically, my mother? At that moment he felt Enjolras's hand on his shoulder. My mother, citizen, Enjolras said to him, is the Republic. 6. Res Angusta ***. That evening left Marius deeply shaken and with a sad bewilderment in his soul. He felt what the earth may possibly feel when it is cut with the blade for the wheat seed to be planted in it. It feels only the wound. The thrill of germination and the joy of fruition do not come until later. Marius was downcast. He had only just fashioned a faith for himself. Must he then reject it already? He assured himself he need not. He told himself he did not want to doubt, and he began to doubt in spite of himself. To stand between two religions, one of which you have not yet put behind you and the other that you have not yet embraced, is intolerable. And only bat-like souls are happy in such twilight zones. Marius's frank gaze demanded proper light. The shadows of doubt caused him distress. However much he might have wanted to stay where he was and stand by the position he held, he was irresistibly compelled to keep going, to advance, to question, to think, to go further. Where would this lead him? After having taken so many steps that had brought him closer to his father, he was afraid now to take any that would distance them from each other. With every thought that occurred to him his perplexity increased. The ground fell away from him on all sides. He was in accord with neither his grandfather nor his friends, being seen as headstrong by the former and reactionary by the latter, and he realized he was doubly isolated, from old and young alike. He stopped going to the Café Musain. In this moral quandary he now gave very little thought to certain serious aspects of existence. The realities of life do not allow themselves to be forgotten, however. Suddenly, they came and nudged him. The owner of the hotel entered Marius's room one morning and said, Monsieur Courfeyrac has vouched for you. Yes. But I must have my money. Ask Courfeyrac to come and talk to me, said Marius. When Courfeyrac came, the hotel keeper left them. Marius told him what he had not thought to tell him before, that he was as good as alone in the world, with no relatives. What's to become of you, said Courfeyrac. I've no idea, replied Marius. What are you going to do? I've no idea. Have you any money? 15 francs. Do you want me to lend you some? Never. Have you any clothes? These. Have you any jewelry? A watch. Silver? Gold. Here it is. I know a clothes dealer who will take your frock coat and a pair of trousers. Very well. You'll then have only one pair of trousers, a waistcoat, a hat and a coat. And my boots. What? You won't go barefoot? What luxury! It'll be enough. I know a watchmaker who'll buy your watch. That's good. No, it's not good. What will you do after that? Whatever I have to. As long as it's honest. Do you know English? No. Do you know German? No. Too bad. Why? Because one of my friends in the book trade is publishing some sort of encyclopedia for which you might have been able to translate articles from English or German. It's badly paid, but it's a living. I'll learn English and German. And in the meantime? In the meantime, I'll live on my clothes and my watch. The clothes dealer was sent for. He bought the garments for 20 francs. They went to the watchmaker's. He bought the watch for 45 francs. That's not bad, Marius said to Courfeyrac on their way back to the hotel. With my 15 francs, that makes 80. And the hotel bill, said Courfeyrac. Oh, I was forgetting about that, said Marius. Hell, exclaimed Courfeyrac. You'll have 5 francs to live on while you're learning English, and 5 while you learn German. That means getting a language under your belt very quickly or making 100 sous go a very long way. Meanwhile, his Aunt Gillenormand, at heart quite a kind person in difficult moments, had finally tracked down Marius's lodgings. One morning on his return from the law school, Marius found a letter from his aunt and 600 francs in gold coin in a sealed box. Marius returned the 30 louis to his aunt, with a polite letter declaring he was making his living and would be able to pay his own way in future. At the time he had 3 francs left. His aunt did not tell his grandfather of this refusal for fear of thoroughly provoking him. Besides, had he not said, "I never want to hear another word about that bloodthirsty revolutionist"? Marius moved out of the Hôtel de la Porte Stijac, not wanting to run into debt there. Book 5 Virtue in Adversity. Marius in penury. Life became hard for Marius. Using his clothes and his watch for food was nothing. There was much worse he had to stomach. Terrible hardship, consisting of days without bread, nights without sleep, no candle in the evening, no fire in the hearth, weeks without work, a future without hope, a coat worn through at the elbows, an old hat that makes young girls laugh, a door found locked at night because the rent has not been paid, the insolence of the doorman and the eating housekeeper, the sneering of neighbors, humiliations, dignity trampled underfoot, having to accept any kind of work, demoralization, bitterness, despondency. Marius learned how to swallow all this, and how it might often be all there was to swallow. At that time in a man's life when he needs self-respect because he needs love, he felt mocked because he was badly dressed and laughable because he was poor. At the age when youth swells the heart with an imperial pride, he lowered his eyes more than once to his boots with holes in them, and he experienced the unjust disgrace and agonizing shame of poverty. Awesome and terrible test from which the weak emerge degenerate, the strong emerge sublime. Crucible into which fate casts a man whenever it wants a villain or a demigod. For many great feats are performed in small struggles. There are dogged deeds of valor, overlooked, that hold out step by step in the darkness against the fatal onslaught of destitution and depravity. Noble and mysterious triumphs that no eye sees, no renown honors, no fanfare salutes. Life, adversity, isolation, abandonment, poverty are battlefields that have their heroes, the obscure sometimes greater than the illustrious. In such a way are steadfast and rare natures created. Almost always a stepmother, poverty is sometimes a mother. Deprivation begets strength of soul and of mind. Hardship is the wet nurse of pride. Adversity is a good milk for the noble in spirit. There was a time in Marius's life when he swept his own landing, when he bought his sous worth of brie from the dairy, when he waited until dusk to go to the baker's to buy bread that he furtively carried back to his attic as though he had stolen it. Sometimes an awkward young man, shy and angry-looking, carrying books under his arm, was to be seen slipping into the butcher's shop on the corner, among the jeering housewives who crowded in with him. On entering he would remove his hat, the sweat beading on his brow, bow deeply to the astonished butcher woman, give another bow to the butcher boy, ask for a mutton cutlet, pay 6 or 7 sous for it, wrap it up in paper, tuck it under his arm between 2 books, and be on his way. This was Marius. And that cutlet, which he cooked for himself, he lived on for 3 days. On the first day he ate the meat, on the second he ate the fat, on the third he gnawed the bone. His aunt Gillenormand made several attempts to send him the 600 francs. Marius kept sending them back, saying he needed nothing. He was still in mourning for his father when that revolution we have spoken of occurred within him. From then on he adhered to wearing only black. But his black clothes did not adhere to him. The day came when he no longer had a coat. The trousers were still all right. What was to be done? Courfeyrac, for whom he had himself done a few good turns, gave him an old coat. For 30 sous Marius got it turned by some porter or other, which made it a new coat. But this coat was green. So Marius went out only after nightfall. This made his coat black. Wanting to be dressed always in mourning, he clothed himself in darkness. While all this was going on he qualified as a lawyer. He was supposedly living in Courfeyrac's room, which was respectable and where a certain number of law books, propped up and augmented by a few odd volumes of novels, represented the library required by the regulations. He had his mail sent to Courfeyrac's address. When Marius qualified he informed his grandfather in a letter coldly written but full of deference and respect. Tremulously, Monsieur Gillenormand took the letter, read it and threw it into the waste-paper basket, torn in 4. 2 or 3 days later Mademoiselle Gillenormand heard her father, who was alone in his room, talking out loud to himself. This happened whenever he was very upset. She listened. The old man was saying, "If you weren't a fool, you'd know it was impossible to be both a baron and a lawyer." 2. Marius in poverty. It is the same with poverty as with everything else. It can become bearable. It eventually arranges itself and settles down. You vegetate, in other words you develop in some sort of stunted way, but enough to stay alive. This is the kind of existence Marius Pontmercy had fashioned for himself. He had survived the worst. Ahead of him, the straits were becoming a little less narrow. By virtue of hard work, courage, perseverance, and willpower he was managing to earn from his labors about 700 francs a year. He had learned German and English. Thanks to Courfeyrac, who had put him in touch with his friend the bookseller, Marius played the modest role of hack-writer in the publishing side of the business. He produced advertising brochures, translated journals, annotated editions, compiled biographies, and so forth. Annual net income on average, 700 francs. He lived on this. How? Not badly. As we shall see. At an annual cost of 30 francs Marius occupied in the Gorbeau tenement a cheerless room without a fireplace, described as a box room, that in terms of furniture had only the strictly essential. This furniture belonged to him. He gave 3 francs a month to the old principal tenant to come and sweep and to bring him a little hot water every morning, with a fresh egg and a bread roll costing 1 sou. He breakfasted on this roll and this egg. Depending on whether eggs were dear or cheap, the cost of his breakfast varied between 2 and 4 sous. At 6 o'clock in the evening he would go down Rue Esti-Jacques to eat at Rousseau's, opposite Basset the stamp dealer, on the corner of Rue de Mathurin's. He did not have soup. He took a plate of meat at 6 sous, a half portion of vegetables at 3 sous, and a dessert at 3 sous. And for 3 sous, as much bread as he wanted. As for wine, he drank water. When he paid at the desk, where, as fat as ever at that time and still in her prime, Madame Rousseau majestically presided, he gave the waiter a sou and Madame Rousseau gave him a smile. Then he went home. For 16 sous he had had a smile and a meal. This Rousseau restaurant, where so few bottles of wine and so many pitchers of water were emptied, was palliative rather than restorative. Today it no longer exists. The owner had a splendid nickname. He was called Aquatic Rousseau, *. So 4 sous for breakfast, 16 sous for supper. His food cost him 20 sous a day, which came to 365 francs a year. Add the 30 francs rent and the 36 francs to the old woman, plus a few minor expenses. For 450 francs Marius was fed, lodged, and had his housekeeping done. His clothing cost him 100 francs, his linen 50, his laundry 50. His total outgoings came to less than 650 francs. That left him with 50 francs. He was rich. He sometimes lent 10 francs to a friend. Courfeyrac had once been able to borrow 60 francs from him. As for heating, having no fireplace, Marius economized. Marius always had 2 suits of clothes, one old, for every day, the other brand new, for special occasions. Both were black. He had only 3 shirts, one on him, the second in his chest of drawers, the third with the laundrywoman. He replaced them as they wore out. They were usually ragged, which made him keep his coat buttoned up to the chin. It had taken years for Marius to reach this flourishing state. Arduous years, difficult to get through, some of them, others difficult to get over. Not for a single day had Marius faltered. He had suffered everything in the way of privation. He had done everything except contract debts. He said in his own favor that he had never owed anyone a sou. To him, a debt was the beginning of slavery. He even told himself that a creditor is worse than a master, for the master is master only of your person, whereas a creditor is master of your dignity and can give it a beating. Rather than borrow, he did not eat. There were many days when he had gone hungry. Sensing that all extremes are akin, and that, if you are not careful, being down on your luck can lead to low-mindedness, he kept a jealous watch on his pride. Some formality of expression or behavior that in any other situation would have seemed to him polite, now seemed to him servile, and he bridled at it. He ventured nothing, not wanting to back down. There was in his face a kind of austere flush. He was shy even to the point of rudeness. Through all his trials he felt encouraged and sometimes even sustained by a secret strength within him. The soul lends aid to the body and at certain moments uplifts it. It is the only bird that supports its own cage. Besides his father's name, another name was graven in Marius's heart, the name Thénardier. Given his fervent and solemn nature, Marius surrounded with a kind of halo the man to whom in his own mind he owed his father's life, that intrepid sergeant who had saved the colonel amid the cannonballs and bullets of Waterloo. He never separated the memory of this man from the memory of his father, uniting them in his veneration. It was a sort of two-level form of worship, the high altar for the colonel, the lesser altar for Thénardier. What made his gratitude towards Thénardier all the more heartfelt was the idea of the hard times he knew Thénardier had fallen on and in which he had been swallowed up. Marius had learned at Montfermeil of the ruin and bankruptcy of the unfortunate innkeeper. He had since made extraordinary efforts to trace him and to try to find him in that black hole of poverty into which Thénardier had disappeared. Marius had scoured the whole region. He had gone to Chelles, Bondy, Gournay, Nogent, Lagny. For 3 years he had kept at it, spending on these searches the little money that he saved. No one had been able to give him any news of Thénardier. He was thought to have gone abroad. His creditors had also been looking for him, with less fond regard than Marius but just as assiduously, and had been unable to lay hands on him. Marius considered himself to be at fault and was almost angry with himself for his lack of success in his investigations. It was the only debt the colonel had left him, and Marius felt honor-bound to repay it. After all, he thought, when my father lay dying on the battlefield, Thénardier managed to find him through the smoke and the grapeshot and to carry him away on his shoulders, and yet he owed him nothing. And I who owe so much to Thénardier couldn't contrive to find him in that darkness where he languishes, and in my turn save him from death and restore him to life. Oh! I will find him. Indeed, Marius would have given one of his arms to find Thénardier, and to rescue him from misery, his every drop of blood. To meet Thénardier, to do Thénardier any service whatsoever, to say to him, "You don't know me but I know you. Here I am. Make use of me." This was Marius's sweetest and most splendid dream. 3. Marius attains manhood. By that time Marius was 20 years old. It was 3 years since he had left his grandfather. On either side they held their ground, making no attempt at reconciliation and no attempt to see each other. In any case, what was the good of seeing each other? To battle it out? Which of them would have triumphed? Marius was the brass vase, but old Gillenormand was the iron pot. It must be said, Marius was mistaken about his grandfather's feelings. He had taken it into his head that Monsieur Gillenormand had never loved him, and that the only affection felt for him by this testy, difficult, and spirited old gent, who cursed, railed, stormed and brandished his cane, was at most that affection at once capricious and stern of the dotards of classical comedy. Marius was wrong. There are fathers who do not love their children. There is no grandfather that does not adore his grandson. Deep down, as we have said, Monsieur Gillenormand idolized Marius. He idolized him after his own fashion, to the accompaniment of harsh words and even boxed ears. But once this child was gone, he felt a black void in his heart. He insisted that no one was to mention the child to him, all the while secretly regretting he was so well obeyed. In the early days he hoped this Buonapartist, this Jacobin, this terrorist, this Septembrist, would return. But the weeks went by, the months went by, the years went by. To Monsieur Gillenormand's great despair, the bloodthirsty revolutionist did not reappear. Yet I couldn't do otherwise than turn him out, the grandfather said to himself. And he wondered, given another chance, would I do it again? His pride instantly answered yes, but his aged head, which he shook in silence, replied sadly, no. He had his hours of despondency. He missed Marius. Old men need affection as they need the sun. For its warmth. Regardless of his strength of character, Marius's absence had changed something in him. Not for anything in the world would he have been willing to make any move towards that young whippersnapper. But he suffered. He never made any inquiries about him, but he thought about him constantly. He lived more and more as a recluse in the Marais. He was still bright and vehement, as of old, but his brightness had a convulsive harshness to it as if it contained sorrow and anger, and his vehement outbursts always culminated in a kind of meek and dour dejection. He sometimes said, "Oh, if he came back, what a good hiding I'd give him." As for his aunt, she was too little given to thinking to feel much love. Marius was no more than some kind of vague black figure to her now, and she had ended up worrying about him a lot less than about the cat or the parrot she probably had. What increased old Gillenormand's secret suffering was that he kept it all locked up inside himself and let none of it show. His sorrow was like those recently invented furnaces that burn their own smoke. Occasionally, some interfering busybody would speak to him about Marius and ask, "What's your grandson doing?" Or "What's become of the young gentleman?" Sighing if he was very sad, or flicking his cuff if he wanted to appear cheerful, the elderly bourgeois gentleman would reply, "Monsieur le Baron de Pontmercy is pettifogging somewhere or other." While the old man was regretful, Marius congratulated himself. As with all good-hearted people, misfortune had taken away his bitterness. He thought of Monsieur Gillenormand only with tenderness, But he was determined not to accept anything more from the man who had been unkind to his father. This was the now toned-down version of his initial indignation. He was, moreover, happy to have suffered and to be suffering still. For his father's sake. The harshness of his life satisfied and pleased him. He said to himself with a kind of joy that it was the least he could do. That it was an atonement. That otherwise he would have been punished in some other way, later on, for his sacrilegious heartlessness towards his father. And such a father! That it would not have been right for his father to have had all the suffering, and he none of it. That in any case, what were his own tribulations and hardship compared with the colonel's heroic life? That, in short, the only way for him to make it up to his father and to be like him was to meet penury with courage, as the other had met the enemy with valor. And that, surely, this was what the colonel meant by that phrase, "He will be worthy of it." Words that Marius continued to wear not on his chest, since the colonel's note had disappeared, but in his heart. And besides, when his grandfather turned him out he had still been just a child, now he was a man. He felt this. Destitution, let us emphasize, had been good for him. The wonderful thing about poverty in youth, when it is effective, is that it directs the will entirely to effort, and the soul entirely to aspiration. Poverty instantly lays bare the materialistic life and renders it hideous. Hence, the ineffable impulse towards the life of the ideal. The wealthy young man has countless seductive and vulgar distractions, horse racing, hunting, dogs, tobacco, gaming, good meals and all the rest. Pursuits that engage the baser aspects of the soul at the expense of its higher and more discerning aspects. It is a struggle for the impoverished young man to keep himself alive. He eats. When he has eaten he can only dream. He attends the spectacles that God provides at no cost. He observes the sky, space, stars, flowers, children, humankind among whom he suffers, creation amid which he shines. So closely does he observe humankind that he sees its soul, so closely does he observe creation that he sees God. He dreams, and he feels noble. He continues to dream, and he feels tender-hearted. From the egotism of the man who suffers he moves on to the compassion of the man who reflects. A wonderful feeling develops in him, self-forgetfulness and pity for all. Thinking of the countless joys that nature offers, gives, lavishes on the open-hearted while refusing them to hearts that remain closed, he, the millionaire in understanding, comes to feel sorry for the money millionaire. All hatred goes from his heart as a perfect light enters his soul. In any case, is he unhappy? No. A young man's penury is never misery. However poor, any young lad with his health, his strength, his brisk pace, his sparkling eyes, his blood that circulates its warmth, his black hair, his fresh cheeks, his red lips, his white teeth, his untainted breath, will always be the envy of an old emperor. And then, every morning he applies himself again to earning his bread, and while his hands earn bread, his backbone gains pride and his brain reaps ideas. His work finished, he returns to ineffable ecstasies, contemplations, joys. He lives with his feet among woes and impediments, on the streets, among thorns, sometimes in the mud, and with his head in the light. He is steadfast, serene, gentle, quiet, considerate, serious, content with little, kindly. And he thanks God for having given him these two riches that many a rich man lacks, work, which frees him, and thought, which dignifies him. This is what Marius had undergone. To tell the truth, he even tended a little too much towards contemplation. From the day he could be more or less sure of earning his living, he had settled for that, considering it good to be poor, and cutting down on work in favor of thought. What this meant was that he sometimes spent all day long thinking, steeped and absorbed like a visionary in the silent delights of ecstasy and inward radiance. This is how he had formulated the problem of his life, to apply himself as little as possible to practical work in order to apply himself as much as possible to intangible work. In other words, to spare a few hours for real life and lavish the rest on the infinite. Believing he lacked for nothing, he did not realize that, interpreted in this way, contemplation ends up being one of the forms of idleness. That he had settled for mastering only the basic necessities of life, and that he was taking his rest too soon. It was obvious that for such an energetic and generous nature this could only be a transitory phase, and that at the first collision with the inevitable complications of destiny Marius would wake up. In the meantime, although he was a lawyer, and whatever old Gillenormand might have thought, he was not doing any lawyering, he was not even pettifogging. Reverie had deterred him from lawyering. Pursuing solicitors, haunting the law court, chasing cases, what a bore. Why do it? He saw no reason to change his livelihood. That obscure bookselling venture had in the end provided him with work he could depend on, work that was not very demanding and with which, as we have explained, he was satisfied. One of the booksellers he worked for, Monsieur Magimel, I believe, offered to take him into his own home, comfortably house him, set him up with a regular job and pay him 1,500 francs a year. To be comfortably housed. 1,500 francs. Certainly. But to give up his freedom. To be a wage slave. A kind of literary minion. To Marius's way of thinking, by accepting, his position would become at once better and worse, he would gain in comfort and lose in dignity. It was consummate, noble adversity turned into squalid, absurd constraint, rather as if a blind man were to become one-eyed. He declined. Marius lived a solitary life. Because of that liking he had for remaining outside of everything, and also because he had been far too disconcerted by it, he had decidedly not joined the group presided over by Enjolras. They remained on good terms. They were ready to help each other in every possible way if need be, but nothing more. Marius had two friends, a young man, Courfeyrac, and an old man, Monsieur Mabeuf. The old man was dearer to him. In the first place Marius was indebted to him for the revolution that had occurred within him, and he was indebted to him for having known and loved his father. He removed my cataracts, Marius said. Certainly, this churchwarden had played a key role. It was not, however, that Monsieur Mabeuf had been in this instance anything other than the calm and impassive instrument of Providence. He had enlightened Marius by chance, and without knowing it, like a candle that someone brings along, he had been the candle and not the someone. As for Marius's interior political revolution, Monsieur Mabeuf was totally incapable of comprehending it, wanting it, or directing it. As we shall be encountering Monsieur Mabeuf again later, a few words will not come amiss. 4. Monsieur Mabeuf. The day Monsieur Mabeuf said to Marius, "Of course I approve of political opinions," he was expressing his true state of mind. All political opinions were alike to him, and he approved of them all indiscriminately, so that they would leave him in peace, in the same way that the Greeks called the Furies the Eumenides, the beautiful ones, the kindly ones, the gracious ones. Monsieur Mabeuf's political opinion was his passionate love of plants, and especially of books. Like everyone else, he had his own ending, without which no one could have existed at that time, but he was neither a royalist, a Bonapartist, a Chartist, an Orleanist, or an anarchist, he was a book specialist. He did not understand how men could get involved in hating each other over such nonsense as the Charter, democracy, legitimacy, the monarchy, the republic and the like, when there were in this world all sorts of mosses, grasses and shrubs they might be looking at, and stacks of folio volumes and even some in 32mo that they might be leafing through. He was most anxious not to be idle. Having books did not prevent him from reading, being a botanist did not prevent him from being a gardener. When he met Pontmercy there had been that fellow feeling, between the colonel and him, that what the colonel did with flowers, he did with fruit. Monsieur Mabeuf had managed to produce pears, grown from seed, as tasty as the Saint-Germain pear. It was one of his cross-fertilizations, apparently, that had resulted in the October Mirabelle, now renowned, and no less perfumed than the summer Mirabelle. He attended mass more out of good-heartedness than piety, and also because, loving men's faces but hating their noise, it was only in church that he found them gathered in silence. Feeling that he ought to do something connected with the church, he had chosen the career of churchwarden. In any case, he had never succeeded in loving any woman as much as a tulip bulb or any man as much as an Elzevir edition. He was long past 60 when someone asked him one day, "Were you never married?" "I've forgotten," he said. When he sometimes happened to say, "And who doesn't?" "Oh, if I were rich," it was not with his eye on a pretty girl, as was the case with old Gillenormand, but in contemplation of a rare book. He lived alone with an elderly housekeeper. He had a touch of gout in his hands, and when he was asleep his old fingers, stiffened with rheumatism, dug into the folds of his sheets. He had compiled and published a flora of the environs of Cauteretz, with color plates, quite a respected work, of which he owned the copper plates, and which he sold himself. 2 or 3 times a day people would come calling at his house in Rue Mazires to buy it. He earned as much as 2,000 francs a year from the copies he sold. This was just about his entire fortune. Although poor, with patience and time and the sacrifices he made, he had the talent to build up a valuable collection of all kinds of rare editions. He never went out without a book under his arm, and he often returned with 2. The 4 rooms on the ground floor that together with a small garden constituted his lodgings had no decoration other than framed herbariums and engravings of the old masters. To him, the sight of a sword or a gun was chilling. He had never in his life been near a cannon, not even at Les Invalides. He had a reasonably good digestion, a brother who was a parish priest, completely white hair, not a tooth in his head, literally or metaphorically, a trembling in his whole body, a Picardy accent, a childlike laugh, a fearful nature, and the look of an old sheep. And besides that, no friend or close acquaintance among the living other than an old bookseller at Port de Séjac named Royal. His dream was to naturalize the indigo plant in France. His housekeeper, too, embodied a kind of innocence. The poor old dear was a virgin. Her cat, Sultan, which could have meowed Allegri's Miserere in the Sistine Chapel, had claimed her heart and satisfied the amount of passion she had in her. None of her dreams had ever gone so far as to include a man. She had never been able to progress beyond her cat. Like the cat, she had whiskers. She prided herself on her caps, always white, they were. After Mass on Sundays she would spend her time going through her linen chest and laying out on her bed dresses, bought ready to be sewn, that she never had made up. She could read. Monsieur Mabeuf had nicknamed her Mère Plutarque. Monsieur Mabeuf had taken a liking to Marius because Marius, being young and gentle, gladdened his old age without alarming his timidity. Youth with gentleness has the effect on old folk of sun without wind. When Marius had had as much as he could take of military glory, gunpowder, marches and countermarches, and all those extraordinary battles in which his father had delivered and received such mighty saber slashes, he went to see Monsieur Mabeuf, and Monsieur Mabeuf told him about the hero from the viewpoint of flowers. His brother the parish priest died in about 1830, and almost immediately, as when night falls, the whole horizon darkened for Monsieur Mabeuf. A bankruptcy, of a lawyer, deprived him of the sum of 10,000 francs, which was everything he possessed both in his brother's right and in his own. The July Revolution brought a slump in the book trade. When times are hard, the first thing that does not sell is a flora. Sales of the flora of the environs of Cauteretz dried up completely. Weeks went by without a single buyer. Sometimes Monsieur Mabeuf started at the sound of the doorbell. "Monsieur," Mère Plutarque would say sadly, "it's the water carrier." In short, one day Monsieur Mabeuf left Rue Mazires, resigned from his job as churchwarden, gave up estate sulpice, sold not his books but some of his prints, those he was least attached to, and moved into a small house on Rue Montparnasse, where, though he stayed only 3 months, and for 2 reasons. Firstly, the ground floor with garden cost 300 francs and he dared not spend more than 200 francs on his rent. Secondly, being next door to Fatou's shooting range, he heard pistol shots all day long, which he could not bear. He packed up his flora, his copperplates, herbariums, portfolios and books, and went to live near La Salpêtrière in some sort of thatched cottage in the village of Austerlitz, where for 150 francs a year he had 3 rooms and his own garden with a hedge round it, and a well. He took advantage of this move to sell off nearly all his furniture. On the day he moved into these new lodgings he was very cheerful and put up the picture hooks himself on which to hang his engravings and herbariums, spent the rest of the day digging his garden, then in the evening, seeing Mère Plutarque looking doleful and pensive, he tapped her on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Never mind. We have the indigo." Only 2 visitors, the bookseller from Port-Estijac and Marius, came to see him in his thatched cottage at Austerlitz, a contentious name that, to be truthful, was rather objectionable to him. However, as we have just suggested, minds engrossed in wisdom or folly, or, as is often the case, both at the same time, are only very slowly pervious to matters of everyday life. Their own destiny is far removed from them. Resulting from this kind of concentration is a passivity, which, if there were any reasoning behind it, would seem philosophical. Such minds go into a decline, they sink, they languish, they even come to grief without really being aware of it. True, this always ends with an awakening, but a belated one. In the meantime it is as if they had no interest in the game that plays out between their happiness and their unhappiness. They who are themselves at stake watch the game with indifference. Thus, as the darkness gathered, as all his hopes died, one by one, Monsieur Mabeuf remained serene, a little childishly, but profoundly so. His mind behaved like a swinging pendulum. Once wound up by an illusion, it kept going for a very long time, even after the illusion was gone. A clock does not stop dead the very moment the key is lost. Monsieur Mabeuf had his innocent pleasures. These pleasures were inexpensive and unexpected. The merest chance provided them. One day Mère Plutarque was reading a novel in a corner of the room. She was reading aloud, thinking she understood better this way. To read aloud is to lend authority to your reading. There are people who read very loudly and seem to be vouching on their word of honor for what they are reading. It was with this sort of energy that Mère Plutarque was reading the novel she held in her hand. Monsieur Mabeuf heard without listening. As she was reading, Mère Plutarque came to this phrase, about a cavalry officer and a young beauty, La belle Bouddha et le dragon asterisk. At this point she broke off to wipe her glasses. Buddha and the dragon, asterisk Monsieur Mabeuf echoed quietly. Yes, it's true, there was a dragon that from the depths of its cave spouted flame from its mouth and burned the heavens. Many stars had already been incinerated by this monster, which also had the claws of a tiger. Buddha went into its den and managed to convert the dragon. That's a good book you're reading, Mère Plutarque. There's no legend more beautiful. And Monsieur Mabeuf fell into a delightful reverie. V. Poverty, misery's good neighbor. Marius was fond of this guileless old man who saw himself becoming slowly impoverished and who little by little came to wonder at it, yet without grieving. Marius would meet up with Courfeyrac and visited Monsieur Mabeuf. Quite rarely, however, twice a month at most. Marius's pleasure was to take long walks by himself on the outer boulevards or in the Champ de Mars, or along the least frequented paths of the Luxembourg Gardens. He sometimes spent half a day contemplating a market garden, the lettuce beds, the chickens on the dung heap and the horse turning the water wheel. Passers-by stared at him in surprise, and some regarded the way he was dressed with suspicion and thought him sinister looking. He was only a poor young man aimlessly daydreaming. It was on one of his strolls that he had come across the Gorbeau tenement, and tempted by its isolation and its cheapness he had taken a room in it. He was known there by no other name but Monsieur Marius. Some of the old generals and old comrades of his father had invited him, when he met them, to come and see them. Marius had not declined their invitations. They were opportunities to talk about his father. So now and again he would call on Comte Pigeon, General Bellavesne, General Frérien, or pay a visit to Les Invalides. There was music and dancing. On such evenings, Marius put on his new coat. But he never went to these receptions and dances except on days when it was freezing cold, because he could not afford a cab and did not want to turn up with his boots other than mirror-like. He sometimes said, but without bitterness, men are such that, in a drawing room, you can have mud sticking to you all over except on your shoes. To be welcome there, only one thing is expected to be beyond reproach. Your conscience? No, your boots. All passions except those of the heart subside in idle musing. Marius's political fanaticisms were dispelled in this way. By satisfying and calming him, the 1830 revolution had helped in this. He remained the same, without the anger. He still had the same opinions, only, they had mellowed. Strictly speaking, he no longer had opinions, he had sympathies. To which party did he belong? Humanity. Among humanity he favored France. Among the nation he favored the people. Among the people he favored women. That was mostly where his pity went. Now he preferred an idea to a deed, a poet to a hero, and he admired a book like Job more than an event like Marengo. And when after a day of pondering he returned in the evening along the boulevards and glimpsed, through the branches of the trees, fathomless space, nameless glimmerings, infinite reaches, obscurity, mystery, all that is merely human seemed very petty to him. He thought he had come to understand what the truth of life and of human philosophy was, and indeed perhaps he had, and in the end he no longer looked at anything else but the sky, the only thing that truth can see from the bottom of her well. This did not stop him from elaborating endless plans, schemes, blueprints, projects for the future. Any eye that might have looked inside Marius in this state of wishful thinking would have been dazzled by the purity of that soul. For had it been given to our eyes of flesh to see into the conscience of others, our judgment of a man would be much sounder were it based on what he dreams rather than on what he thinks. There is will in thought, there is none in dreams. Dreams, which are wholly spontaneous, take on and retain the cast of our spirit, even in their vastness and their idealism. Nothing proceeds more directly and more sincerely from the very depths of our souls than our intuitive and boundless aspirations to the glories of destiny. In these aspirations, much more than in considered, reasoned, composed ideas, is the true character of every man to be found. Our fanciful dreams are what most resemble us. Everybody dreams of the unknown and the impossible according to his nature. Sometime around the middle of that year 1831, the old serving woman Marius employed told him that his neighbors, the wretched Jondrette family, were going to be thrown out onto the street. Marius, who was out of the house almost all day and every day, hardly knew he had any neighbors. "Why are they being evicted?" he asked. "Because they don't pay their rent. They owe 2 quarters. "How much is that?" 20 francs, said the old woman. Marius had 30 francs saved up in a drawer. "Take this," he said to the old woman, "that's 25 francs. Pay the rent for those poor people, give them 5 francs, and don't tell them it came from me." 6. The substitute. It just so happened that the regiment Lieutenant Theodule belonged to was sent to Paris on garrison duty. This gave Aunt Gillenormand another idea. She had first of all dreamed up the idea of getting Theodule to spy on Marius. Her new scheme was for Theodule to replace Marius. In any event, and in case the grandfather should have the vague need of a young face around the house, these dawn rays are sometimes sweet to the decrepit, it was advisable to find another Marius. Very well, she thought, it's a simple erratum like the ones I see in books. For Marius, read Theodule. A great-nephew is an approximation to a grandson. Failing a lawyer, a lancer will do. One morning when Monsieur Gillenormand was reading Le Quotidien or some such, his daughter came into the room and said to him in her most saccharine voice, for she was talking about her favorite, "Father, Theodule is going to call on you this morning to pay his respects." "Who's Theodule?" "Your great-nephew." "Ah," said the grandfather. Then he resumed his reading, gave no more thought to his great-nephew, who was just some Theodule or other, and before long was feeling very bad-tempered, which almost always happened to him whenever he read. The paper in his hand, albeit royalist, that goes without saying, baldly gave notice for the following day of one of those minor events that were everyday occurrences in Paris at that time. The students of the schools of law and medicine were to assemble on Place du Panthéon at noon for a debate about one of the issues of the day, the artillery of the National Guard, and a clash between the Minister of War and the citizens' militia over the cannon parked in the courtyard of the Louvre. The students were to debate the matter. It did not take much more than this to infuriate Monsieur Gillenormand. He thought of Marius, who was a student, and who would probably go along with the others to debate, at noon, in Place du Panthéon. As he dwelt on this painful thought, Lieutenant Theodule entered, not in uniform, which was clever, but discreetly shown in by Mademoiselle Gillenormand. The Lancer had reasoned as follows: the old fossil hasn't put everything into a life annuity, so it's well worth dressing up as a salon fop from time to time. Mademoiselle Gillenormand said aloud to her father, "Theodule, your great-nephew," and in an undertone to the lieutenant, "agree with everything." And she withdrew. Little accustomed to such venerable meetings, the lieutenant stammered out with some timidity, "Good day, uncle." And he performed a complicated gesture of greeting composed of an automatic, involuntary attempt at a military salute that finished as a bourgeois bow. "Ah! It's you. Very well, sit down," said the old man. That said, he forgot all about the Lancer. Theodule sat down and Monsieur Gillenormand stood up. Monsieur Gillenormand began to pace to and fro with his hands in his pockets, talking aloud and fiddling with his restless old fingers at the 2 watches he had in his 2 fob pockets. That bunch of juveniles assembling on Place du Panthéon. My goodness! Young pups who were still suckling only yesterday. Squeezed their noses and milk would come out. And we're debating tomorrow at noon. What's the world coming to? What's the world coming to? It's clear we're heading towards the abyss. This is what the descamisados have brought us to. The citizen artillery. A debate on the citizen artillery. Going around jabbering in the open air about the National Guard and their popguns. And who's going to join them there? Just look what Jacobinism leads to. I'll wager anything you like, $1 million against damn all, there'll be no one there but old lags and freed convicts. Republicans and convicts are nose and handkerchief to each other. When Carnot said, "Where do you expect me to go, traitor?" Fouché replied, "Wherever you like, imbecile." That's Republicans for you. You're right, said Theodule. Monsieur Gillenormand half turned his head, saw Theodule, and carried on. When you think that Mischief-Maker has had the gall to become a Carbonaro, why did you leave my house? To go and become a Republican. Bah! In the first place, the people want nothing to do with your republic, they want none of it, they've got common sense, they know very well there have always been kings and there always will be. They know that, after all, the people are only the people. They don't give 2 hoots for your republic, do you understand, you idiot? It's quite dreadful, this willfulness. Becoming infatuated with Père Duchesne, making eyes at the guillotine, singing serenades and playing the guitar under the balcony of 93, they're such fools all these young fellows, they deserve to be horsewhipped. That goes for all of them. Without a single exception. Breathing the air in the street is enough to drive you mad. The 19th century is poison. Take any young pipsqueak, he grows a goatee beard, thinks he's a real somebody, and turns his back on his elderly relatives. It's Republican, it's romantic. What does that mean, romantic? Will someone be kind enough to explain? Every conceivable madness. A year ago it meant going to see Hernani. I ask you, Hernani. Antitheses. Abominations not even written in French. And now we have cannons in the courtyard of the Louvre. Such is the lawlessness of this age. You're right, uncle, said Theodule. Monsieur Gillenormand resumed. Cannons in the courtyard of the museum. What for? Cannons, would you believe? So you want to take a shot at the Apollo Belvedere? What have cartridges to do with the Venus de Medici? Oh. The young men of today are all good-for-nothings. What a nonentity their Benjamin Constant is. And those who aren't villains are dolts. They do everything they can to be ugly, they're badly dressed, they're scared of women, their pathetic behavior in female company has the young hussies in gales of laughter. On my word of honor, the wretches behave as if they were ashamed of love. They're unsightly, and they complete the effect by being stupid. They repeat puns made by Tiercelin and Potier, they wear shapeless coats, stable lads' jackets, coarse linen shirts, thick woolen trousers, rough leather boots, and their blather matches their plumage. They could use their cant to resole their old shoes. And this incompetent rabble have political opinions, if you please. It should be strictly forbidden to have political opinions. They invent systems, they reorder society, they demolish the monarchy, they throw out every law, they put the attic in place of the cellar and my porter in place of the king, they turn Europe upside down, they rebuild the world, and their love life consists of sneaking a look at a laundress's legs as she climbs into her cart. Ah! Marius! Ah! You devil! Go and shout in the public square. Discuss, debate, take measures. Measures, they call them, for heaven's sake. It's disorder on a scale reduced to silliness. I've seen chaos, now I'm seeing muddle. Schoolchildren deliberating about the National Guard, you wouldn't see that among the Ojibwe or the Catadak Indians. Savages that go about stark naked with their heads dressed up like shuttlecocks, and carrying clubs, are less brutish than these young gentlemen. Overweening upstarts. And they're agreeing this and decreeing that. Deliberating and ratiocinating. It's the end of the world. Obviously it's the end of this wretched terraqueous globe. One last death rattle was needed, and France is now emitting it. Go on deliberating, my little mischief makers. Such things will happen as long as they go on reading newspapers under the Odeon arcades. It costs them a so, not to mention their common sense, intelligence, heart, soul, and mind. They come away from there, and the next thing they're leaving home. All newspapers are a scourge, all of them, even Le Drapeau Blanc. Martinville was fundamentally a Jacobin. By heaven! You may well be able to boast of having driven your grandfather to despair. It stands to reason, said Theodule. And taking advantage of Monsieur Gillenormand's pausing to draw breath, the Lancer added pompously, there should be no other newspaper than the Moniteur, and no other book than the Army List. Monsieur Gillenormand continued, it's like that fellow size of theirs. A regicide ending up as a senator. For that's how they always end up. They make it a badge of honor to be called citizen and come to be addressed as Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur le Comte, my eye. September assassins. Philosopher sighs. I will say this for myself, I've never taken any more notice of all those philosophers' philosophies than of the antics of the man who pulls faces in the Tivoli gardens. I saw the senators one day walking along Quai Malplaquet in their purple velvet mantles and Henri IV-style hats. They were hideous. They looked like the monkeys at the Tiger's Court, *citizens, I tell you, your progress is madness, your humanity's a dream, your revolution's a crime, your republic's a monster, your young and virginal France hails from the brothel, and I tell you all, whoever you might be, whether journalists or economists or lawyers, or greater experts in liberty, equality and fraternity than the blade of the guillotine. That's what I'll have you know, my fine fellows. By God, cried the lieutenant. Well said. Monsieur Gillenormand broke off in mid-gesture, turned, looked Lancer Theodule straight in the eye, and said, You're an idiot. Book 6. The Conjunction of Two Stars. I. The nickname, a way of inventing family names. Marius was now a handsome young man of medium height, with thick jet-black hair, an intelligent high forehead, flared, sensuous nostrils, an air of sincerity and calm, and with something indefinable, proud, thoughtful, innocent, about his whole face. His profile, rounded in all its contours without any loss of definition, had a certain Germanic softness that has made its way into the French physiognomy by way of Alsace and Lorraine, and that complete absence of angularity that made the Sicambri so easily recognizable among the Romans, and distinguishes the Leonine race from the Aquiline. He was at that stage in life when the mind of the thinking man consists in nearly equal proportion of profundity and naivety. Given a serious situation, he had everything it takes to be stupid. With some fine-tuning, he could be sublime. He was reserved, cold, courteous, not very congenial in his manner. Because his mouth was attractive, his lips the reddest of red and his teeth the whitest of white, his smile compensated for all the severity in his face. At certain moments, that chaste forehead and that voluptuous smile presented a peculiar contrast. He had narrow eyes and a broad vision. During his time of greatest hardship he had noticed that young girls would turn round when he went by, and he would hurry away or hide, feeling mortified. He thought they were staring at him because of his old clothes, and laughing at them. The fact is, they stared at him because of his attractiveness and the yearnings it prompted in them. This unspoken misunderstanding between him and the pretty passers-by had made him shy. He chose none of them, for the excellent reason that he fled from all of them. He went on like this indefinitely, stupidly. Courfeyrac said. Courfeyrac also said to him, Don't aim for venerability. They were now addressing each other as two, such informality is soon adopted in youthful friendships. A piece of advice, my friend. Don't read so many books and spend a little more time looking at the lasses. Oh Marius, there's something to be said for the fair sex. Keep running away and blushing, and you'll turn into a bore. On other occasions Courfeyrac would meet him and say, Good morning, Monsieur l'Abbé. After Courfeyrac had made some remark of this kind, for the next week Marius would avoid women more than ever, young or old, and he would also avoid Courfeyrac. Yet in all the boundlessness of creation there were two women Marius did not flee, and to whom he paid no attention whatsoever. To tell the truth, he would have been very much amazed if he had been told they were women. One was the bearded crone who swept his room and of whom Courfeyrac used to say, Seeing as his serving woman has a beard, Marius doesn't have one. The other was a little girl he saw very often and never looked at. For more than a year Marius had noticed on an unfrequented path in the Luxembourg Gardens, the one that skirts the parapet of the tree nursery, a man and a very young girl, almost always seated side by side on the same bench, at the most deserted end of the path, towards Rue de l'Ouest. Whenever chance, which takes a hand in the walks of people whose gaze is turned inward, brought Marius along this path, and that was nearly every day, he found this pair there. The man was probably about 60. He appeared sad and serious. His whole person had that robust and weary look of military men who have retired from service. If he had worn a decoration, Marius would have said, He's a former officer. He had a kindly but unapproachable air and he never met anyone's gaze. He wore blue trousers, a blue frock coat and a broad-brimmed hat that still looked new, a black cravat and a Quaker shirt, that is to say, one that was dazzling white but of coarse linen. A grisette passing him one day said, "That's a jolly smart widower." He had very white hair. The first time the young girl who accompanied him came and sat on the bench they seemed to have adopted, she was a slip of a thing of 13 or 14 years of age, so thin as to be almost ugly, awkward, unremarkable, but with some promise perhaps of having quite attractive eyes. Only, they were always raised with a kind of disagreeable self-confidence. Attired in the manner, at once old-maidish and childish, of girls who grow up in a convent, she wore a badly cut dress of black merino wool. They looked like father and daughter. For 2 or 3 days Marius observed this elderly man who was not yet old and this little girl who was not yet a person, and then paid no more attention to them. They for their part appeared not even to notice him. They chatted together quietly, taking no interest in him. The girl would prattle on gaily. The old man said little, and from time to time he would settle on her, his eyes filled with ineffable fatherliness. Marius developed the unthinking habit of strolling along that path. He invariably found them there. This is what would happen. Marius was most likely to come by from the end of the path furthest from their bench. He would walk the whole length of the path, pass in front of them, then turn round and go back the way he had come, then start all over again, from one end to the other. He would do this to ing and fro ing 5 or 6 times during his walk, and do this walk 5 or 6 times a week, and never once did they exchange a greeting, those people and he. Although, and perhaps because, they appeared to shun all glances, this individual and this young girl had naturally attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 students who strolled past the tree nursery now and then, the studious ones after lectures, the others after their game of billiards. Courfeyrac, who was among the latter, observed them for a while, but finding the girl ugly he very quickly made a point of keeping his distance. He fled from them, like a Parthian, firing a sobriquet as a parting shot. Struck solely by the child's dress and the old man's hair, he had dubbed the daughter Mademoiselle Lenore * and the father Monsieur Leblanc, and since no one knew who they were, in the absence of any other name this nickname stuck. The students would say, "Ah, Monsieur Leblanc is on his bench." And Marius, like the rest, found it convenient to call this unknown gentleman Monsieur Leblanc. We shall do likewise, and call him Monsieur Leblanc as a useful expedient in the telling of this tale. So that first year Marius saw them nearly every day, at the same time. He found the man to his liking but the girl rather sullen. 2. Lux facta estate. In the second year, at precisely the point that the reader has reached in the story, this Luxembourg habit was interrupted without Marius himself quite knowing why, and for nearly 6 months he did not go near his path. One day he eventually returned there. It was a cloudless summer morning and Marius was cheerful, as anyone is when the weather is fine. He felt as if he held in his heart all the birdsong he could hear and all the fragments of blue sky he could see through the leaves of the trees. He went straight to his path, and when he reached the end of it he saw that familiar couple, still on the same bench. Only, when he came close, it was certainly the same man but it seemed to him it was no longer the same girl. The person he now saw was a tall and beautiful creature with all the loveliest of womanly curves at that very moment when they are still combined with all the most artless of childish graces. A fleeting and innocent moment that can only be conveyed by these 3 words, 15 years old. This meant wonderful chestnut brown hair with threads of gold, a brow seemingly made of marble, cheeks seemingly made of rose petal, a pale bloom, a flushed whiteness, exquisite lips on which the smile was a kind of radiance and the words spoken were a kind of music, a head such as Raphael would have given the Virgin Mary, set on a neck that Jean Goujon would have given to Venus. And so that there should be no defect in this bewitching face, her nose was not handsome, it was pretty. Neither straight nor curved, neither Italian nor Greek, it was the Parisian nose, that is to say, something spirited, delicate, irregular and pure, the despair of painters and the delight of poets. When Marius passed close by her he could not see her eyes, which were always kept lowered. He saw only her long chestnut brown eyelashes steeped in shadow and modesty. This did not prevent the beautiful child from smiling as she listened to the white-haired man talking to her, and nothing could be lovelier than that radiant smile with those downcast eyes. In the first instance, Marius thought she was another daughter of the same man, surely a sister of the other. But when the invariable pattern of his walk brought him close to the bench for the second time and he had scrutinized her, he realized it was the same girl. In 6 months the little girl had become a young woman. That was all. Nothing is more frequently encountered than this phenomenon. There is a moment when girls blossom in the twinkling of an eye, and all at once become roses. You left them yesterday as children, you come back today and find them disquieting. This one had not only grown up, she had become the embodiment of an ideal. Just 3 days in April are enough for some trees to become covered in blossom. 6 months had been enough for her to clothe herself in beauty. Her April had come. You sometimes see people who, having been poor and shabby, seem to wake up and all at once switch from penury to luxury, go on a spending spree, and suddenly start to sparkle, become lavish, magnificent. This is due to some injection of cash. Yesterday was payment day. The young girl had received her half-year allowance. And besides, she was no longer the convent girl with her felt hat, merino wool dress, school shoes, and reddened hands. Along with beauty she had acquired taste. This person was well dressed with a kind of simple, costly, and unaffected elegance. She wore a black damask dress, a cape of the same material, and a white crepe hat. Her white gloves showed the daintiness of her hand toying with the Chinese ivory handle of a parasol, and her laced silk ankle boot defined the smallness of her foot. When you passed by her, her entire outfit exuded a youthful and subtle fragrance. As for the man, he was the same as ever. The second time Marius came near her, the young girl looked up. Her eyes were a deep celestial blue, but in that veiled azure there was as yet only a child's gaze. She stared at Marius with indifference as she would have stared at the little boy running about under the sycamores, or the marble urn that cast a shadow on the bench. And Marius for his part continued his walk, thinking about something else. He passed by the bench where the young girl was, another 4 or 5 times, but without even glancing in her direction. On the days that followed he returned as usual to the Luxembourg Gardens. As usual he found father and daughter there but paid no further attention to them. He thought no more about the girl now that she was beautiful than he had thought about her when she was ugly. He always passed very close to the bench where she sat, because that was his habit. 3. The effect of spring. One day the air was warm, the Luxembourg Gardens were suffused with shade and sunshine, the sky was as pure as if the angels had washed it that morning, the sparrows were twittering in the thick of the chestnut trees. Marius had wholly opened his soul to nature, he was not thinking of anything, simply living and breathing. He walked by the bench, the girl looked up at him, their eyes met. What was in the girl's gaze on this occasion? Marius could not have said. Nothing and everything. It was a strange flash of brilliance. She lowered her eyes, and he continued on his way. What he had just seen was no longer the ingenuous and uncomplicated gaze of a child, it was a mysterious chasm that had opened up, then abruptly closed again. There comes a day when every girl has such a look. Pity the man who happens to be there. That first glance of a soul as yet unknown to itself is like dawn breaking in the sky. It is the awakening of something resplendent and strange. Nothing can convey the dangerous charm of that unexpected glimmering that all of a sudden vaguely illuminates an enchanting darkness, and that comprises all present innocence and all future passion. It is a sort of undefined tenderness and waiting that accidentally reveals itself. It is a trap that innocence unwittingly lays, in which it catches hearts without intending to, and without knowing it. It is a virgin with a woman's gaze. It is rare that where that glance falls a deep reverie does not ensue. All innocence and passion are concentrated in that heavenly and faithful beam that, more than the glad eyeing of the most practiced flirt, has the magical power to bring about the sudden blossoming deep within a soul of that ominous flower, full of perfumes and poisons, which we call love. That evening when he returned to his garret, Marius took a look at his clothes and noticed for the first time that he had been so slovenly, so coarse, so inconceivably stupid as to go for his walk in the Luxembourg Gardens in his everyday clothes, in other words, a hat that was split near the hatband, heavy clodhoppers, black trousers with faded knees and a black coat worn thin at the elbows. 4. Start of a great sickness. The next day at the usual time Marius took out of his wardrobe his new coat, his new trousers, his new hat and his new boots. He dressed in the full panoply, put on gloves, a tremendous luxury, and set off for the Luxembourg Gardens. He passed Courfeyrac on the way and pretended not to see him. When Courfeyrac got home he said to his friends, "I just ran into Marius's new hat and new coat, with Marius inside them. He was probably going to sit an exam. He looked a complete dolt." On arriving at the gardens Marius walked round the fountain and stared at the swans. Then, for a long time, he stood in contemplation in front of a statue with a head completely black with mildew, and a missing hip. Near the fountain was a pot-bellied bourgeois of about 40 holding a 5-year-old by the hand and saying to the little boy, "Avoid extremes. Keep an equal distance, my son, from despotism and anarchy." Marius listened to this bourgeois gentleman. Then he circled the fountain once again. At last he headed towards his path, slowly, and as if he were going there reluctantly. He looked as if he was being compelled to go there, and at the same time prevented from doing so. He was utterly unaware of any of this and thought he was behaving just as he did every day. When he came to the path he saw at the other end of it Monsieur Leblanc and the young girl on their bench. He buttoned up his coat, smoothed it down over his chest so there would be no wrinkles, examined with a certain satisfaction the glossy blackness of his trousers, and marched on the bench. There was in his approach something of an attack, and certainly a desire for conquest. So I say, he marched on the bench, as I would say, Hannibal marched on Rome. In fact all his movements were quite unconscious, and he had in no way suspended his usual intellectual preoccupations nor those relating to his work. At that moment he was thinking that the baccalaureate manual was a stupid book, and that it must have been compiled by exceptional idiots for 3 of Racine's tragedies to be analyzed in it as masterpieces of the human spirit, yet only 1 comedy by Molière. There was a high-pitched whistling in his ears. As he approached the bench he smoothed the folds of his coat and his eyes settled on the young girl. It seemed to him that she filled the whole end of the path with a bright blue haze. As he drew nearer, his pace became slower and slower. When he got to a certain distance from the bench, and long before he had reached the end of the path, he stopped, and was himself at a loss to know why it was that he turned and retraced his steps. He did not even say to himself that he was not going right to the end. The girl could hardly have noticed him from so far away or seen how fine he looked in his new clothes. Yet he held himself very erect in case there should be anyone looking at him from behind. He reached the far end, then walked back, and this time he came a little nearer to the bench. He even got to within the distance of 3 spaced-out trees, but there he felt some inexplicable impossibility of going any further, and he hesitated. He thought he had seen the young girl's face turn towards him. Nevertheless, with a tremendous manly effort he overcame his hesitation and kept going. A few seconds later he walked past the bench, erect and resolute, blushing to his ears, without daring to glance to left or right and, statesmanlike, his hand tucked into his coat. As he passed, right in the line of cannon fire, he felt a terrible thumping of his heart. She was wearing her damask gown and crepe hat, as on the previous day. He heard an ineffable voice that must have been her voice. She was chatting away quietly. She was very pretty. He sensed this although he made no attempt to look at her. Yet she couldn't help but have some respect and regard for me, he thought, if she knew that I was actually the author of the dissertation on Marcos Obregon de la Ronda, which Monsieur François de Neufchâteau put at the front of his edition of Gil Blas, passing it off as his own. He carried on beyond the bench, went to the end of the path, which was very close by, then returned, passing in front of the lovely girl again. This time he was very pale. In fact, there was nothing at all pleasant about the way he felt. He walked away from the bench and the girl, and while he had his back turned to her, he fancied she was watching him, and this made him stumble. He did not attempt to go near the bench again. He stopped about halfway along the path, and there he sat down, which was something he never did, casting sidelong glances and thinking in the haziest depths of his mind that, after all, it was unlikely that anyone whose white hat and black gown he admired should be totally unimpressed by his glossy trousers and his new coat. After a quarter of an hour he got to his feet as if he were about to start walking back towards that bench, with its aura of light. Yet he remained standing there, motionless. For the first time in 15 months he said to himself that the gentleman who sat there every day with his daughter had no doubt noticed him too, and probably considered his persistent presence peculiar. For the first time, also, he felt disrespectful in referring to this stranger, even in his own mind, by the nickname of Monsieur Leblanc. He stood there like that for several minutes with his head bowed, drawing lines in the sand with a stick he was holding in his hand. Then he abruptly turned in the opposite direction, away from the bench, from Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter, and went home. That day he forgot to go and eat. At 8 o'clock in the evening he realized this, and as it was too late for Rue St. Jacques he said, "Fancy that." And he ate a piece of bread. He went to bed only after he had brushed his coat and carefully folded it. V. For Mame Bougon, thunder strikes in more ways than one. The next day Mame Bougon *, this is what Courfeyrac called the old caretaker principal tenant housekeeper of the Gorbeau tenement. Her name was actually Madame Bergen, as we have said, but he had no respect for anything, this hooligan Courfeyrac. Mame Bougon was astounded to see Monsieur Marius going out in his new coat again. He returned to the Luxembourg Gardens, but went no further than his bench halfway along the path. He sat there as on the previous day, observing from a distance and seeing clearly the white hat, the black dress and above all the blue light. He did not stir from where he sat and only went home when the gates of the Luxembourg closed. He did not see Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter leave. He concluded they had made their way out of the garden by the gate on Rue de l'Ouest. When he thought about it later, several weeks afterwards, he could not for the life of him remember where he had dined that evening. The next day, the third day, yet again Mame Bougon was thunderstruck. Marius went out in his new coat. 3 days in a row, she exclaimed. She tried to follow him, but Marius walked briskly, taking huge strides. It was like a hippopotamus trying to pursue an antelope. She lost sight of him within 2 minutes and came home panting, almost choked by her asthma, in a fury. "Is there any sense," she grumbled, "in putting on your best clothes every day and making people run after you like that?" Marius had gone to the Luxembourg Gardens. The girl was there with Monsieur Leblanc. Marius went as near as he could, pretending to be reading a book, but he was still a long way off. Then he came back and sat on his bench where he spent 4 hours watching the sparrows hopping about on the path, which gave him the feeling they were making fun of him. A fortnight elapsed in this way. Marius went to the Luxembourg Gardens no longer to take a stroll but always to sit in the same place, without knowing why. Once there, he did not stir. He put on his new coat every morning only so as to remain inconspicuous, and he would do the same all over again the next day. She was without question amazingly beautiful. The only observation that might be made that constituted any kind of criticism was that the contradiction between her gaze, which was sad, and her smile, which was happy, gave her an air of slight distraction, which meant that at certain moments that sweet face, though nonetheless lovely, had a strangeness about it. 6. Captivated. On one of the last days of the second week Marius was sitting on his bench as usual, holding in his hand an open book, not having turned a page for the last 2 hours. All at once he started. Something was happening at the other end of the path. Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter had just left their bench. The daughter had taken her father's arm, and both were slowly heading towards where Marius was, halfway along the path. Marius closed his book, then opened it again, then tried very hard to read. He was trembling. The aura of light was coming straight towards him. Oh my God, he thought, I shall never have time to make the right impression. Meanwhile, the white-haired man and the girl continued moving towards him. It seemed to him this went on for ages and that it took only a second. What are they coming down here for, he wondered. She's actually going to pass this way. Her feet will walk on this sand, on this path, right by me. He was thrown into confusion. He wished he was very handsome. He wished he had the Legion of Honor cross. He heard the quiet, regular sound of their footsteps approaching. He imagined Monsieur Leblanc glancing at him with annoyance. Is this gentleman going to speak to me? He thought. He bowed his head. When he raised it again, they were very close to him. The girl walked by and as she passed she looked at him. She looked steadily at him with a pensive sweetness that thrilled Marius from head to foot. It was as if she were reproaching him for not having come to her in such a long time, and saying to him, I've come to you. Marius was dazzled by those eyes full of light and unfathomable depths. He felt his brain was on fire. She had come to him. How marvelous! And then the way she looked at him. She seemed to him more beautiful than he had ever yet seen her. Of a beauty that was wholly feminine and angelic, a perfect beauty that would have made Petrarch sing and brought Dante to his knees. He felt as if he were floating in the blue heavens. At the same time he was horribly upset because there was dust on his boots. He felt sure she had also looked at his boots. He followed her with his eyes until she disappeared. Then he began to walk about the Luxembourg Gardens like a madman. It is probable that at times he laughed to himself and talked out loud. He was so dreamy that every one of the children's nannies nearby thought he was in love with her. He came out of the gardens, hoping to find her in the street. He ran into Courfeyrac under the arcades of the Odeon and said to him, Come and have dinner with me. They went off to Rousseau's and spent 6 francs. Marius ate like a horse. He gave the waiter 6 sous. Over dessert he said to Courfeyrac, Have you read the paper? What a fine speech Audrey de Puyraveau gave. He was hopelessly in love. After they had eaten he said to Courfeyrac, Let's go to the theatre, it's on me. They went to Porte St. Martin to see Frederick in L'Auberge d'Adrets. Marius enjoyed himself enormously. At the same time he was twice as unworldly as before. When they came out of the theatre he refused to look at a hat shop girl's garter as she stepped over a gutter, and Courfeyrac came close to horrifying him by saying, I'd gladly add that woman to my collection. Courfeyrac invited him to lunch at the Café Voltaire the next morning. Marius went, and ate even more than on the previous evening. He was very thoughtful and very cheerful. He seemed to take every opportunity to burst out laughing. He warmly hugged some provincial nobody who was introduced to him. A group of students gathered round the table and talked of the professorial nonsense being dished out at the Sorbonne and paid for by the state. Then the conversation turned to the shortcomings of Quicherat's dictionaries and his works on versification. Marius interrupted the discussion to exclaim, All the same it's very gratifying to have the Legion of Honor cross. That's odd. Courfeyrac whispered to Jean Prouvaire. No, replied Prouvaire, that's serious. It was indeed serious. Marius was at that delightful and fervent initial stage that marks the beginning of great passions. One look had achieved all this. When explosives have been laid in the mine, when the fire is ready to be lit, nothing is simpler. A look is a kindling spark. And that was it. Marius loved a woman. His destiny was entering on the unknown. A woman's look is like certain seemingly harmless yet powerful mechanisms. You pass by them every day without any fuss or bother, all unawares. A time comes when you even forget they are there. You come and go, let your mind wander, talk, laugh. Suddenly you feel caught. There is no escape. The mechanism holds you fast, the look has captured you. It has captured you, never mind how or in what way, by some vagrant part of your mind, during some momentary distraction. You are doomed. You will be entirely swallowed up. A concatenation of mysterious forces takes over. You struggle in vain. No one can help you now. You are going to pass through the mesh, from cog to cog, agony to agony, torture to torture, you, your mind, your fortune, your future, your soul. And depending on whether you are in the power of a vicious creature or of a noble heart, you will not emerge from this terrifying machine without being disfigured by shame, or transfigured by passion. 7. Fortunes of the letter U when a subject of conjecture. Solitariness, detachment from everything, pride, independence, a feeling for nature, having no humdrum job to do, an introspective life, secret struggles with chastity, open-hearted rapture before the whole of creation, had prepared Marius for this possession called passion. His devotion to his father had gradually become a religion, and like all religions it had retreated into the hinterland of his soul. Something was needed in the forefront. Love came along. A whole month passed during which Marius went every day to the Luxembourg Gardens. At the appointed hour, nothing could detain him. He's on duty, Courfeyrac would say. Marius was in seventh heaven. Without any doubt the young girl was looking at him. He had finally plucked up the courage to go nearer the bench. Yet, acting on both the instinctive timidity and the instinctive caution of a lover, he did not walk past it anymore. He thought it advisable not to attract her father's attention. With a downright Machiavellianism he contrived to stand behind trees and behind the pedestals of statues so as to be seen as much as possible by the girl and as little as possible by the old gentleman. Sometimes he would remain motionless for whole half-hours at a stretch in the shadow of some Leonidas or Spartacus, a book held in his hand, his eyes slightly raised over the edge of it, seeking out the beautiful girl, and she for her part with a vague smile turned her lovely profile towards him. She could not have been any more calm and natural as she chatted with the white-haired man, while her virginal and passionate gaze dwelt dreamily on Marius. An ancient ploy dating back to time immemorial, one that Eve knew from the first day of the world and that every woman knows from the first day of her life. With her lips she responded to one, and with her eyes to the other. It is more than likely, however, that Monsieur Leblanc finally noticed something, for often when Marius arrived he stood up and began to walk about. He abandoned the place where they usually sat and adopted the bench next to the gladiator at the other end of the path, as if to see whether Marius would follow them there. Marius did not realize, and made that mistake. The father started to become unpredictable and no longer brought his daughter every day. Sometimes he came alone. Then Marius did not stay. Another mistake. Marius did not notice these warning signs. From the phase of timidity he moved on through a natural and inevitable progression to the phase of blindness. His love grew. He dreamed of her every night. And then he had a stroke of good fortune, adding oil to the fire, further obscuring his vision. One evening at dusk he found a handkerchief on the bench that Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter had just left. A very ordinary handkerchief, without any embroidery on it, but white, of fine linen, and seeming to him to exude ineffable fragrances. He seized on it with rapture. This handkerchief was marked with the letters UF. Marius knew nothing about this beautiful girl, her family, her name, where she lived. These two letters were the first thing about her that he had managed to come by, adorable initials on which he immediately began to build his conjectures. U was evidently her first name. Ursule, he thought. What a delightful name. He kissed the handkerchief, breathed in its scent, placed it during the day on his heart, on his flesh, and at night fell asleep with it at his lips. I can smell her entire being in it, he exclaimed. This handkerchief belonged to the old gentleman, who had simply dropped it from his pocket. In the days that followed this lucky find, Marius never appeared in the Luxembourg Gardens without the handkerchief, kissing it and pressing it to his heart. The lovely child was completely baffled, and conveyed this to him by the discreetest of signs. What modesty, said Marius. 8. Even war veterans can be happy. Since we have mentioned the word modesty and since we have nothing to hide, we should say that on one occasion, however, in the midst of his raptures, his Ursule gave him very serious grounds for complaint. It was one of the days when she prevailed on Monsieur Leblanc to leave the bench and stroll along the path. There was a brisk prairial breeze blowing, stirring the tops of the plane trees. Father and daughter had just walked past Marius's bench, arm in arm. Marius had stood up behind them and was following them with his eyes, as was only to be expected of someone hopelessly in love. All of a sudden a gust of wind, more lively than the rest and probably responsible for getting springtime's business done, rose up from the tree nursery, swept down the path, enveloped the young girl in a delicious shiver worthy of Virgil's nymphs and Theocritus' fauns, and lifted her dress, a dress more sacred than that of Isis, almost to the height of her garter. An exquisitely shaped leg appeared. Marius saw it. He was incensed, infuriated. With a sublimely startled gesture the young girl swiftly batted down her dress, but he was none the less upset. True, he was alone on the path. But there might have been someone there. And what if there had been? Imagine such a thing. It was horrifying what she had just done. Alas, the poor child had done nothing. There was only one culprit, the wind. But the Bartolo that exists in Cherubino was quickening in some obscure part of him and, jealous of his own shadow, Marius was determined to be cross. So it is that the bitter and peculiar jealousy of the flesh awakens in the human heart and asserts itself even without justification. But leaving aside that jealousy, there was nothing at all agreeable to him about the sight of that lovely leg. Any other woman's white stocking would have given him more pleasure. When his Ursule, having reached the end of the path, retraced her steps with Monsieur Leblanc and passed the bench on which Marius had sat down again, Marius darted a fierce and sullen look at her. The young girl stiffened, drawing herself back slightly, that movement accompanied by a raising of the eyebrows that signifies now, "What's the matter with him?" This was their first tiff. Marius had scarcely finished this quarrel with her, conducted through glances, when someone came along the path. This was a very stooped, very wrinkled, very white-haired war veteran in a uniform dating back to Louis XV, the little oval of red cloth with crossed swords on his chest, the ordinary soldier St. Louis cross, and further decorated with an armless coatsleeve, a silver chin and a wooden leg. Marius thought he discerned in this individual an air of great contentment. He even thought the old cynic hobbling by had given him a very brotherly and very cheerful wink, as if some chance occurrence had created an understanding between them and they had enjoyed some shared stroke of luck. Well, what made him so happy, war-ravaged wreck that he was? What were the goings-on between this wooden leg and that other leg? Marius's jealousy reached its peak. Perhaps he was there, he said to himself. Perhaps he saw. And he felt like killing the veteran. With the help of time, all darts become blunted. However fair and justifiable, Marius's anger against Ursule passed. He eventually forgave her, but it took a great effort. He sulked for 3 days. Yet throughout all this and because of all this, his passion grew, driving him to distraction. 9. Eclipse. We have just seen how Marius discovered, or thought he had discovered, that she was called Ursule. Appetite comes with loving asterisk to know that her name was Ursule was already a great deal. But it was not very much. In 3 or 4 weeks, Marius had consumed this blessing. He wanted another. He wanted to know where she lived. He made his first mistake by falling into the trap of that bench near the Gladiator. He made a second by not staying in the Luxembourg Gardens when Monsieur Leblanc came alone. He made a third, a huge mistake. He followed Ursule. She lived in Rue d'El West, in the quietest part of the street, in a new unpretentious-looking 3-story house. From that moment on, Marius added to his happiness of seeing her at the Luxembourg the happiness of following her home. His hunger increased. He knew her name, her first name at least, a lovely name, a truly feminine name. He knew where she lived. He wanted to know who she was. One evening after he had followed them home and seen them disappear through the carriage gateway, he went in after them and said pluckily to the porter, "Was that the gentleman on the first floor that just came in?" "No," replied the porter. "That was the gentleman on the 3rd floor." Another advance made. This success emboldened Marius. At the front, he asked. "Good Lord," said the porter. "The house doesn't go back any further, it all faces the street." "And what does the gentleman do for a living?" Marius went on. "He's a man of independent means, monsieur. A very kind man, and though not rich he's good to the poor." "What's his name?" resumed Marius. The porter looked up and said, "Is monsieur a police spy?" Marius went off quite shamefaced, but overjoyed. He was making progress. Right, he thought. I know her name is Ursule, that she's the daughter of a gentleman, and she lives there, Rue d'El West, on the 3rd floor. The following day Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter made only a very brief appearance in the Luxembourg Gardens. It was still broad daylight when they left. Marius followed them to Rue d'El West as he had now made a habit of doing. On arriving at the carriage entrance, Monsieur Leblanc let his daughter go on ahead of him, then before stepping through himself he stopped, turned, and stared intently at Marius. The next day they did not come to the Luxembourg. Marius waited in vain all day long. At nightfall he went to Rue d'El West and saw light shining from the 3rd floor windows. He walked about below those windows until the light went out. The next day, no one at the gardens. Marius waited all day, then went to do his evening stint beneath the windows. This took him to 10 o'clock at night. His dinner went by the board. Fever feeds the sick man, and love the lover. A week went by in this manner. Monsieur Leblanc and his daughter did not turn up again at the Luxembourg Gardens. Marius conjectured sadly about this. He dared not watch the carriage entrance during the day. He contented himself with going at night to gaze at the reddish glow in the windows. He saw shadows passing across them now and then, and his heart pounded. On the 8th day, when he arrived beneath the windows, there was no light in them. "Fancy that," he said. "The lamp's not been lighted yet. Although it's dark. Maybe they've gone out?" He waited. Until 10 o'clock. Until midnight. Until 1 in the morning. No light appeared in the 3rd floor windows and no one returned to the house. He went away feeling very gloomy. The next day, because he existed only in terms of the next day, for him there was, so to speak, no today, the next day he found no one at the Luxembourg. It was what he expected. At dusk he went to the house. No light in the windows. The shutters were closed. The 3rd floor was in total darkness. Marius knocked at the carriage entrance, went in, and said to the porter, "The gentleman on the 3rd floor?" "Moved out," replied the porter. Marius reeled and said weakly, "How long ago?" "Yesterday." "Where's he living now?" "I've no idea." "So he didn't leave his new address?" "No," and looking up, the porter recognized Marius. "Well, well," he said. "It's you again. So you really are a police sleuth then?" Book 7 Patron Manette. Mines and miners. Human societies all have what is called in the theater the third level down. The ground on which society stands is everywhere mined, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. These mine workings overlie each other. There are upper mines and lower mines. There is a top and a bottom in this obscure underground that occasionally gives way beneath civilization, and that our carelessness and indifference trample underfoot. In the last century, the encyclopedia was a mine, practically opencast. The shadows, those dark incubators of primitive Christianity, were only awaiting the opportunity to erupt under the Caesars and to inundate the human race with light. For in the sacred shadows is latent light. Volcanoes are full of a gloom capable of flaring into a blaze. All lava begins as darkness. The catacombs, where the first Mass was said, were not just Rome's cellar, they were the world's underground. Beneath the structure of society, that complicated marvel of a ramshackle edifice, are all sorts of excavations. There is the religious mine, the philosophical mine, the economic mine, the revolutionary mine. One person digs with an idea, another with numbers, another with anger. People call out and answer each other from one catacomb to another. Utopias make their way underground through these conduits. They branch out in all directions. They sometimes run into each other and make common cause. Jean-Jacques lends his pick to Diogenes, who lends him his lantern. Sometimes they fight among themselves. Calvin quarrels with Socinus. But nothing stops or interrupts the straining of all these energies towards their goal, and the immense activity going on simultaneously in these shadows, the to-ing and fro-ing, the climbing and descending, and climbing again, which slowly transforms the overlayer from the underlayer and the outside from the inside, a vast unseen multitudinous busyness. Society hardly even suspects this burrowing that leaves its surface intact and changes its viscera. Every underground level has its own different works going on and its own type of extraction. What emerges from all these deep delvings? The future. The deeper down, the more mysterious the workers. Down to a level the social philosopher can identify, the work is good. Beyond that level it is dubious and variable. Lower still, it becomes terrible. At a certain depth the excavations become impenetrable to the spirit of civilization, the bounds of man's breathable environment have been exceeded. This may be the beginning of monsters. The ladder of descent is a strange one, and each rung corresponds to a level where philosophy can gain a foothold and where one of its workers may be encountered, sometimes divine, sometimes perverted. Below Jan Hus, there is Luther. Below Luther, there is Descartes. Below Descartes, there is Voltaire. Below Voltaire, there is Condorcet. Below Condorcet, there is Robespierre. Below Robespierre, there is Marat. Below Marat, there is Babeuf. And so it goes on. Lower down, dimly perceptible at the boundary that separates the indistinct from the invisible, are other shadowy men who perhaps do not yet exist. The men of yesterday are specters, those of tomorrow are larvae. The eye of the spirit somehow distinguishes them. The embryonic work of the future is one of the visions of philosophy. A fetus world in limbo, what an extraordinary configuration. Saint-Simon, Owen, Fourier are there also, in cross-tunnels. Although, without knowing it, all these underground pioneers are linked by an invisible divine chain, they almost always think they are isolated but they are not, their works are very different, and the light of some contrasts with the flare of others. Some are otherworldly, others are tragic. Yet whatever the contrast, all these workers from the highmost to the most darksome, from the wisest to the maddest, have one thing in common, and it is this: disinterestedness. Marat, like Jesus, is self-abnegating. They set themselves aside, they leave themselves out, they do not think of themselves. They see something other than themselves. They have a look in their eyes, a look that seeks the absolute. The one has the entire